Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Dragon Heir by Cinda Williams Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez and directed by Jane Kramer.
Prologue. 7 years prior. Fog clung to Booker Mountain like an old ragged coat. The pickup's chancy headlights poked frail tunnels through the mist. Although the road was narrow and treacherous, Madison didn't worry. Her grandmother Min could find her way blindfolded and sound asleep. Min rammed the truck into low gear as the grade steepened. Her face was set in hard, angry lines, but Madison knew Min wasn't mad at her. She felt rescued, cocooned in the pickup with John Robert on her lap and Grace jammed between her and the door. Grace was sleeping, her head braced against the window, her hair hanging in knots around her face. Min hadn't taken the time to comb it. "Won't Mama worry when she comes home and finds us gone?" Madison asked, speaking softly so as not to startle John Robert, who was sucking his thumb with that drunk baby look on his face. "Carlene could do with a little worrying, if you ask me," Min said. "The idea, leaving a 10-year-old in charge of a baby and a toddler for 2 days." "Somebody probably called off," Madison suggested. "Or maybe Harold Dwayne asked her to work late." "The tavern's only open till 2. She had no business staying out all night." "I'm real grown up for my age, Mama says." Min snorted and rolled her eyes. "I know you are, honey. You're more grown up than your mama. You were born wise." They swept past the brick and stone wall and lighted gateposts that marked the Roper place. Min made a sign with her hand as they passed the broad driveway. "What's that for?" Madison asked, knowing it was a hex. Min didn't answer. Min always said good Christians don't hex people. "Why do you want to hex the Ropers?" Madison persisted. Bryce Roper lived there. He was in her class at school. He had this glow around him like the light through rain-smeared glass, the kind of glow rich people had, maybe. Bryce had 4 Arabian horses, and he'd let you ride them, if he liked you. Madison had never been riding at the Ropers. "The Ropers want our mountain," Min said. Madison blinked. Booker Mountain? What would they want with that? "But their place is much nicer," she blurted out. "If you liked fancy stone houses with pillars and grassy lawns and miles of white fence and Arabian horses." "Coal," Min said bluntly. "Bryson Roper can't get the rest of his coal out of the ground without going through Booker Mountain, and that belongs to me." They rounded the last curve, past the mailbox that said M. Booker, Reader and Advisor. The pickup rattled to a stop at the foot of the porch steps. Madison carried John Robert and Min carried Grace. Madison walked flat-footed across the weathered planks of the porch so she wouldn't get splinters in her bare feet. By the time they'd climbed the steps and crossed the porch and carried the kids to the back bedrooms, Min was breathing hard, her face a funny gray color. Madison felt the cold kiss of fear on the back of her neck. "Grandma? You all right?" Min only waved her hand, too breathless to speak. She clawed open the neck of her blouse, revealing the opal necklace she always wore, the one she sometimes let Madison try on. Once they had the young ones settled in bed, Madison built a fire in the stove and made coffee for both of them. Min didn't even complain about how she made it, which was worrisome. "It's going to be a cold winter," Min predicted, settling into the only chair with arms and wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. Some of her color had come back. "More snow than we've had in a long time." a dying time. When Min predicted anything, it was best to listen. Still, Madison was old enough to wonder how a person who could foretell the future could run into so much bad luck. Madison liked sitting at the table in the front room, drinking sweet coffee with Min. The stripy cat lay purring in front of the fire. Only one thing would make it better, if Min would only say yes. "Read the cards for me, Grandma," Madison begged. Reading the cards was a serious business, her grandmother always said, and not done for the entertainment of young girls. But Min studied Madison a moment, her pale blue eyes glittering like moonstones, her capable hands wrapped around her mug of coffee, then nodded. "All right. It's time. Fetch the cards from on top of the mantel." "You mean it?" Madison scrambled down from her chair before Min could change her mind. Min kept 2 decks of cards in a battered wooden box with a cross carved into the top. She called them gypsy cards, but they looked like regular playing cards to Madison, with a few extras. The box also held a leather pouch full of pebbles and little bones, but Madison had never seen Min use those. Min handed her the thicker deck. Madison shuffled the cards awkwardly, cut them 3 times, and shuffled again. "Lay them out in 3 rows of 3, Min said, and Madison did. Her grandmother flipped them over, the cards slapping softly on the weathered wood of the table. "Madison Moss." Now her voice was a stranger's, the voice of the reader. "Would you hear the truth?" "Yes, ma'am," Madison answered, swallowing hard, hoping there wouldn't be anything scary. Min studied the cards, pushed her glasses down on her nose, and studied them some more. Madison leaned forward, squinting down at them. The center card in each row was a dragon with snaky eyes and a long twisting tail, brilliant with color, glittering with guilt. Abruptly, Min scooped them up and handed them back to Madison. "Shuffle again." Mystified, Madison shuffled and spread them. Dragons again. Min frowned at them, moved them about with the tips of her fingers. Pulling the leather pouch from the box, she emptied it into her palm, tossed the pebbles and bones down onto the table, raked them up and threw them down, muttering to herself. "What's the matter?" Madison asked, disappointed. "Aren't they working?" "Oh, child," Min said, shaking her head. The color had left her face again. She extended her trembly hand toward Madison, then drew it back, as if afraid to touch her. "Never mind. Let's try something else." Min handed her the smaller 32-card deck, 7s and up. Madison shuffled the cards again and set them out in the familiar gypsy spread, 3 rows of 7 cards in pairs, past, present, and future. No dragons. Personally, Madison wasn't all that interested in the past or the present, but she had hopes for the future. She leaned forward eagerly as Min flipped the cards over one by one. Min whispered her reading, as if unsure of herself. "A squabble over money," she said, turning over the 7 of diamonds. In the next pair, the 9 of spades lay over the Queen of clubs. "The death of a wise woman." A 3 of diamonds placed over the other 2. "A legal letter. And a bequest." Madison was bored by the notion of squabbles about money and legal letters. "Will I ever have a boyfriend?" she demanded. She was already old enough to know she didn't care much for the boys of Cole Grove. Min turned the face cards up. 2 kings. King of clubs and king of spades. Jack of diamonds. She flipped up the modifiers, stared at them a moment. Seemed like she didn't like what she was seeing. Min gripped both of Madison's hands, leaning in close, her blue eyes like windows to a younger Min enclosed in wrinkly skin. Maddie, honey, listen. Beware the magical guilds, she whispered. Especially wizards. Grandma, I don't know any magical guilds, Madison said, floundering for understanding. Bryce Roper, Min said. He's a bad one. Ain't nothing good about him. Madison blinked at her. Old Bryce or young Bryce? She asked. Young Bryce, Min said, which surprised her, because old Bryce was scary and mean, and everybody said young Bryce had a way about him. People buzzed around young Bryce like yellow jackets around lemonade. Do not mingle with the gifted, Madison. Do not mess with magic. It's meant nothing but trouble for our family. Swear you won't truck with them. Min sounded almost like the preacher in the Quonset Hut church Madison went to once, who talked about those who trafficked with the devil. But, Grandma, aren't the cards magic? Madison ventured. Swear it. Min squeezed her hands so hard that tears sprang to Madison's eyes. All right, I swear, she said, blinking fast to keep the tears from escaping her eyes and running down her face. She didn't think the Ropers wanted to truck with her anyway. Min released Madison's hands. My wisdom is wasted on you, child. She looked more sad than mad. Her grandma looked back at the cards. I see 4 pretty witch boys coming. 2 will claim your heart in different ways. 2 are deceivers who will come to your door, 1 dark, 1 fair. All of them have magic. By then, Madison had kind of lost track of who was who. Still, this was a wonderful fortune, with 4 pretty boys to dream on. Min caressed the tiny portraits of the kings with the tips of her fingers. But remember this, Madison Moss. They have no power that you don't give away. Chapter 1. Raven's Gill. The wind shrieked down out of Scotland, over Solway Firth, and bullied its way between the peaks and fells of the Cumbrian lakes, driving snow before it. Jason Haley hunched his shoulders against the sleet that needled his face and hands. Raven's Gill spread before him, alternately hidden, then revealed by swirls of cloud and ice. A treacherous sheep path, pricked by cairns of stone, descended toward the valley floor. His wizard stone thrummed within him, responding to the proximity of the weirstone. The massive crystalline stone gleamed like a sapphire against the flank of the mountain known as Raven's Head. Blinking snow from his eyelashes, Jason peered up at it. Also known as the Dragon's Tooth, the weirstone was the source of power for all of the magical weir guilds. It had been 6 hours by car from London to Keswick, over increasingly hazardous roads, fighting the weather and the weird British custom of driving on the left side of the road. By the time he reached Keswick, Jason's eyes were twitchy from peering through the swirling flakes, and his arms and shoulders ached from gripping the steering wheel. That was the easy part. He'd made the long climb to the top of the gill, his feet sliding on the weathered stones despite his spiked climbing boots. He'd had to slide between the sentries, posted by the roses, on the surrounding hills. The wizard houses of the Red and the White Rose had laid siege to Raven's Gill after the Lord of the Gill, Claude d'Orsay, betrayed them on the island of Second Sister. At least Jason was in good shape, better than he'd ever been. Most wizards were soft, since they used magic to do the heavy lifting. Jason, on the other hand, had been training under the tender hand of Leander Hastings, who favored 5-mile runs before breakfast. Jason was only 17, and Hastings had been around for more than a century, but it still wasn't easy to keep up with the lean wizard. Turning his back to the wind, creating a small shelter with his body, Jason lit a cigarette. Hastings was always on him about the smoking, but the risk seemed small compared to the danger he was in, here on the edge of the abyss. He'd be lucky to make it to 18. For one thing, there was a good chance Hastings would kill him when he found out what he'd been up to. Somewhere down below was D'Orsay, renegade wizard and holder of the fraudulent covenant signed at Second Sister, the document that threatened to enslave them all. D'Orsay was everything Jason was not. He was a cake-eater, born to privilege, former master of the game, heir of an aristocratic wizard house. Jason was an underpowered street punk, a mixed-blood orphan holding a grudge. Hopefully, D'Orsay had no idea that bad news was coming down the hill toward him. Hopefully, no one would expect an intruder on a night like this. Hopefully, he could locate the Covenant and be away with it before anyone knew he was there. If he couldn't find the Covenant, he'd look for D'Orsay's legendary hoard of weapons, the last legacy of old magic. That rumor was the only thing keeping the Roses at bay. At the very least, he'd scope out D'Orsay's fortifications and find out how many wizards protected the Gill. If he could succeed at any one of those things, Hastings might give him a longer leash. At least he was doing something. Maybe Hastings was content to hang out in London, watching and waiting for somebody to jump. But there was nothing more boring than watching the Roses watch D'Orsay. When Jason finished his cigarette, he shrugged into his backpack and began the painfully slow descent to the floor of the Gill. To call it a trail was a stretch. He'd chosen it for its obscurity. D'Orsay couldn't possibly monitor every overgrown sheep track and hiking path that led into the Gill. Jason had hoped the weather would let up once he got below the shoulder of the peak, but the biting wind still slammed snow into his face and tugged at his extremities, threatening to rip him off the mountain. Ahead, a yellowish mist shrouded the trail, close to the ground, strange for the weather and time of day. An odd color for any season. Jason eyed it warily, extended his gloved hand, and spoke a charm. Nothing. He didn't know if the problem was in the charm or in himself. Wasn't that Shakespeare? He tried a couple more charms without success, until the mist grudgingly yielded to his magic, dissolving to shreds that the wind carried away. By now, it was dark in the Gill below, the peaks around him gilded with the last of the light. Lamps kindled in Ravensgill Castle, at the far end of the valley. The dark shape of it bulked through the swirls of flakes and blowing snow. He was able to move with greater speed as he neared the bottom, since the sharp verticals gave way to more gradual switchbacks, until he rounded a corner and blundered into a mess, like a giant cobweb made of thick, translucent cords, nearly invisible in the failing light. It was a weir net, a magical web made to capture the gifted. He tried to back out of it, but it was incredibly sticky, and every move embedded him further. So much for a surprise attack. Jason forced himself into stillness, moving only his right arm, which he used to fish for his knife. Gripping the hilt, he pulled it free and sliced carefully at the tendrils within reach. The net parted reluctantly. It was designed to resist magic, and he wasn't doing much better with an actual blade. Something bright streaked across the sky like a comet, then detonated at the height of its arc, flooding the gill with phosphorescent light. Now, the fun begins, Jason thought. It took 10 precious minutes to cut himself free. Even then, the opening was just broad enough to slide through. He knew he should ditch the mission and get out while he could, but his entire life had been a string of bad decisions. He had no desire to slink back to Hastings with the same bad taste in his mouth he'd had since Lester and D'Orsay killed his father. He thrust his body through the breach. As he emerged, volleys of wizard flame erupted from the hillside above, and he flung himself sideways. He scrambled on hands and knees into a grove of trees, then turned to look. All around him, black-clad wizards slipped through the forest, directing withering fire toward the tear in the web. Jason considered his options. If D'Orsay was smart, and he was, he would stay barricaded inside the hold until the all-clear. D'Orsay's hoard of magical pieces would be in the keep too, along with the covenant that made D'Orsay ruler of all the magical guilds. To the castle, then. But best not to be noticed. Jason stuffed his fingers under his coat and pulled out a circlet of dull stone engraved with runes. It was a Dirna Sefa, meaning secret heart, an amulet of power. Despite the cold, it was hot to the touch, steaming in the brittle air, drawing power from the nearby weirstone. Stroking the surface with his fingertips, he spoke a charm. Now rendered unnoticeable, Jason threaded through the woods and across the open meadow of the valley floor toward the castle. Away from the shelter of the gill walls, the wind assaulted him again. But now, he was impervious to the cold, ignited with power and determination. The meadow was studded with wind-seared brush, powdered with fine, dry snow and fissured with ravines. The need to mind his footing warred with the desire to peer about like a tourist. These must be the tournament fields. Here, the blood of generations of warriors had been shed in ritual battles that allocated power to the wizard houses. Here, the warriors Jack Swift and Ellen Stevenson had fought the tournament that broke the original covenant and challenged the power of the roses. Here, the sanctuary of Trinity was born. More than anything, Jason wanted to make the same kind of mark on the world. Wizard flares rocketed into the air, lighting the gill as if it were midday. Trees went up like torches, sending smoke roiling into the sky. Jason guessed he should be flattered at the intensity of the response to his trespassing. It was like using a shotgun against a gnat. Still the snow fell, glittering in impossible colors as the light struck it. Ahead loomed the castle, a forbidding stone structure that might have been hewn from the side of the mountain. Terraced gardens surrounded it, littered with the skeletons of winter-dead plants, like the leavings of a failed fair-weather civilization. Squadrons of wizards charged up and down the valley, magical shields fixed in place, splattering power in all directions. Some passed within a few feet of him, glowing white ghosts in hooded, snow-powdered parkas. Jason continued his stubborn march on the hold. He'd hoped they'd give up, assuming their intruder had fled. But no. D'Orsay's wizards gathered near the castle, forming a broad phalanx of bristling power. Charms were spoken, and a great wall of poisonous green vapor rolled toward him across the meadow. Chemical warfare, wizard style. Swearing softly, Jason disabled the unnoticeable charm so he could use other magic. He extended his hand and tried to reproduce the charm he'd used on the yellow mist. Either he got it wrong, or he simply wasn't strong enough. The cloud kept coming, relentlessly swallowing trees and stones and fleeing animals. There'd be nothing left alive in the gill by morning. His only hope was to get above the cloud. Jason turned, sprinted for the Raven's Head, and began to climb. As the way grew steeper, he had to reach high to find handholds above his head, desperately hauling himself up by insinuating his body into crevices and wedging his feet into the imperfections that marred the stone face of the mountain. About the time he thought his lungs would burst, he reached a ledge just below the weirstone and shoved his body up and over. He lay face down in the snow until he caught his breath, then pulled himself to his feet. The gill below was a sea of mist, a vast, polluted cesspool that lapped higher and higher on the surrounding slopes. Then, the earthquakes began. Thunder rumbled through the gill, and the stones under Jason's feet rippled like an out-of-control skateboard. The mountain shifted and shuddered, trying to fling him off. Boulders crashed down from above, shaken loose from ancient perches high on the slopes, bouncing past him and disappearing into the sea of mist at the bottom. This was more than wizard mischief. It seemed apocalyptic. Jason crouched back against Raven's Head, his arms wrapped around his head to fend off falling debris, his gaze drawn back to the blue flame of the weirstone. It loomed above his head, a faceted crystal, the blue-green color of the deepest and clearest ocean. With the stone so near, blood surged through his body, intoxicating him, heating him down to his fingers and toes. Power battered him from all sides, vibrating in his bones like a crashing bass from a magical band. As he watched, a jagged crack opened in the solid rock face above him. It yawned wider and wider, a raw gash in the shadow of the stone. Small stones and grit stung his skin, and he squeezed his eyes shut to avoid being blinded. Gradually, the earth quieted and the stone dimmed. Jason opened his eyes. He crept forward and peered over the edge of the rock. The green mist was still inching up the slope. He sat back on his heels, eyeing the new-made cave. Cool air flowing from under the weirstone kissed his face. Maybe he could worm deeper into the mountain until the mist subsided. Seeing no other choice, he plunged into the opening. The air was surprisingly fresh to have been bottled up in the mountain for so long. Jason collected light on the tips of his fingers, a makeshift lamp to show the way. As he snaked back into the rock, it became clear that the quake had reopened a cave hewn out of the mountain in centuries past. Scattered across the stone floor was evidence of prior occupation. The bones of large animals, shards of pottery, and metal fittings. Jason pushed on, the cave wind blowing against his face. Good, he thought. That might keep the mist at bay. The passage ended in a chamber the size of a large ballroom. Far above, the wind whistled through an opening to the outside. That, then, was the source of the fresh air. Jason tried to push light to the ceiling, but the dark vault soared high overhead, beyond the reach of his puny lamp. The weirstone glittered, a long shaft driving far into the mountain. Soot smudged the walls all around, as if from the smoke of thousands of ancient fires. In one corner bulked a great raised platform, 8 feet off the floor. Jason found fingerholds and scrambled to the top. Here were fragments of fabric, velvets and satins and lace that disintegrated when he touched them. More large bones lay piled neatly in a corner, including what might have been human skeletons. Human and animal skulls grinned out from niches in the wall. He was in the lair of some great predator, or the site of a long-ago battle. At the far end of the platform was a massive oak door. Jason eyed the door. In a movie, that would be the door you shouldn't open. But of course, you would. By now, the gill, the mist, and the wizards searching for him outside seemed a distant threat. He had to get past that door. Something drew him forward. Jason pulled the Dirna Seifa free once again. Using it like an eyepiece, he scanned the entry. It was covered with a delicate labyrinth of glittering threads, invisible to the naked eye. Another kind of web. Extending his hand, he muttered, "Jeriman." Open. The door remained shut. Jason looked about for tools. Lifting one of the long leg bones, he came at the door from the side, extending the bone and poking cautiously through the web of light. With a sound like a gunshot, the door exploded outward in a blast of flame. Had he been standing at the threshold, he would have been incinerated. As it was, he almost wet his pants. When his rocketing pulse had steadied, he approached the doorway, again from the side, and peered through. Beyond the entrance was yet another door, set with 6 panels of beaten gold, each engraved with an image. It took a moment for Jason to realize what he was seeing. Each engraving depicted one of the Weir Guilds. A beautiful woman with rippling hair and flowing robes extended her hands toward Jason, smiling. She obviously represented the enchanters, who had the gift of charm and seduction. A tall, muscled man in a breastplate and kilt charged forward, swinging a sword. That was the warrior who excelled in battle. In another scene, an old man gazed into a mirror, tears rolling down his wrinkled cheeks. He must be a soothsayer or seer who could predict the future, though imperfectly. In the fourth, a woman ground roots with a mortar and pestle. She was a sorcerer, expert in the creation and use of magical tools and materials. Finally, a lean-faced man in a nimbus of light manipulated the strings of a marionette who seemed unaware of the puppeteer. Well, there's the wizard, Jason thought. The only one of the lot who could shape magic with words, and for that reason, most powerful. The center panel, the largest, was engraved with a magnificent dragon, clawed forelegs extended and wings spread. The legend was that the founders of the magical guilds had originated in the Guild as cousins, slaves to a dragon who ruled the Dragonhold. Eventually, by working together, they'd managed to outsmart the dragon. In some versions, they killed it. In others, they put it into a magical sleep. They renamed the valley Raven's Gill, preferring to forget that the dragon had ever existed. Then, 4 of the cousins were tricked into signing a covenant that made them subservient to the 5th cousin, the wizard. By the 16th century, the hierarchy of the magical guilds was well established. The ruling wizards had organized themselves into the warring houses of the Red and the White Rose, whose incessant battles decimated the houses over time. The system of tournaments, known as the Game, had been launched to limit bloodshed among wizards. The Dragon House, to which Jason belonged, harked back to a time before wizards assumed their dominant role. Jason studied the engraving of the dragon, knowing such pieces often held important clues. The work had been done by old magic, using an artistry lost to time. Power seemed to ripple under the dragon's metal scales, and humor and intelligence glittered in its golden eyes. An elaborate cloak poured in glittering folds down the dragon's back to be caught in the arms of a lady who stood just behind the beast. The lady was well dressed for a servant, if that's what she was. Her hair was carefully arranged, and she wore a necklace with a single glittering gemstone set into the metal. Although she was tiny next to the dragon, she seemed unafraid. She rested one hand on the dragon's leg in an affectionate way, and the dragon's head arced down toward her as if to continue an intimate conversation. In a faint, continuous script around the center panel ran the words, "Enter with a virtuous heart, or not at all." Well, that shuts me out, Jason thought. Though by wizard standards, he might qualify. Who would have made something so cool and then hidden it in the mountain, to be found only by chance? And what lay behind it? It's no use. You're going in. You can't resist. Taking a deep breath, extending his hand, he whispered, "Jerryman," again, expecting another detonation. This time, the double doors swung silently in. Once again, he used the Dirna Seifa to examine the entrance for magical traps, and found none. Leading with the leg bone, waving it like a sword, he advanced through the doorway. It was a storeroom, lined ceiling-high with barrels, chests and casks, strong boxes and coffers, baskets and bins. He stood blinking stupidly for a moment, then dropped the bone, and pried the lid off the nearest barrel. Recklessly thrusting his hand deep, he let the contents trickle through his fingers. Pearls, in all colors, from precious black to creamy white to pale pink and yellow, large and round and perfect. These must be worth a fortune, he thought. He lifted the lid on a small brass-bound chest. Emeralds, in a deep green with fiery hearts. A small gold coffer was filled with diamonds so large that anywhere else he'd assume they were fake. There were stones in all colors, spools of gold chain, both loose gems and jewels in medieval settings, coins engraved with the portraits of long-dead kings and queens, bolts of velvet and satin shrouded in sleeves of sturdy linen. Cabinets filled with parchment scrolls, fragile with age, and books in leather bindings. Paintings in gilded frames were lined 4 deep against the walls. In some of the large baskets, he found the best treasure yet: talismans for protection, amulets for power, inscribed with spell runes in the mysterious languages of magic. Many were crafted from the flat black stones familiar from his own collection, the magical pieces he'd inherited from his mother. Others were made of precious metals, devised by methods now lost to the guilds. They were carelessly jumbled together, and he sorted them into piles, his fingers itching to put them to use. Jason was not particularly powerful, but with these at his disposal, even Ravensgill Castle might fall. Was this the legendary hoard of weapons? It seemed unlikely. The hoard was said to be a living arsenal, regularly added to and used by the Dorsays. These things looked like they'd lain untouched for centuries. While some of the Seifas could be used as weapons, this was mostly fancy work. Jewelry, books, arts, gemstones. Was it possible that Dorsey didn't know this was here? Totally possible. Jason leaned against the wall, rubbing his chin. Well now, it wouldn't do for the Roses or Dorsey to get hold of it. He couldn't haul everything out in one trip, but he couldn't count on coming back either. He might not make it out alive this time, and if he were caught, they'd quickly force the cave's location out of him. He'd have to focus on smaller items and choose carefully. He zipped open his backpack and set it on the cave floor. The magical artifacts were the first priority. He and Hastings and the rest of the Dragon House were in this war for survival. Anything that kept the other wizard houses away from the sanctuary at Trinity was golden. The rebels could use these amulets to make the price of conquest too high for Claude Dorsey or the Roses. Jason methodically worked his way through the vault, torn between a growing claustrophobia and the fear he'd overlook something critical. He wrapped some of the more fragile and dangerous-looking pieces in strips of cloth he ripped from the bolts of fabric. Then He shoveled magical jewelry, crystals, mirrors, and scrying stones into the backpack, trying to be careful, hoping he wouldn't break anything or inadvertently set something off. It was like loading pipe bombs into a shopping cart. At the back of the cave, a sword in a jeweled scabbard stood alone, as if its owner had leaned it against the wall, meaning to come back and retrieve it. He gripped the hilt gingerly. The metal tingled in his hand, a kind of magical greeting. "What have we here?" Jason muttered, feeling a rising excitement. The hilt and crosspiece were of rather plain make, embellished with a Celtic cross on the pommel, centered with a flat-petaled rose. It was somehow more beautiful for its simplicity. Jason was no warrior, but he recognized quality when he saw it. As he drew the blade from its covering, it seemed to ignite, driving the shadows from the corners. Could this be one of the 7 great blades? Of the 7, only one other was known to exist: Shadow Slayer, the blade carried by Jason's friend, the warrior Jack Swift of Trinity. Stroking the glittering metal, Jason wished he could marry himself to a weapon, the way Jack did. But no. Always better to be a wizard than a warrior in the hierarchy of the magical guilds. Sliding the blade back into its scabbard, he carried it forward and set it next to the bulging backpack. Now what else? He queried the room. Niches lined the back wall in the blue shadow of the dragon's tooth. Some were empty, some displayed treasures, some were mortared shut. Reasoning that the closed niches might contain the most valuable contents, he took the time to break them open with cautious bits of magic. The mountain shuddered uneasily under the assault. Dirt from above trickled onto his head and shoulders. A battered wooden chest covered with a tracery of runes stood in an open niche just under the weirstone. Jason lifted it down to the floor of the cave and pried at the lid. Inside was a collection of scrolls, bound together with linen twine, covered with writing he couldn't decipher, and a large book secured with a jeweled lock. Jason wasn't much for books, and this one looked awkward and heavy, and who knew if it was worth carrying back with him? Then again, someone had taken the trouble to lock it. The lock fell apart in his hands, and the ancient binding protested with a crackling sound as he opened it. This was almost too easy. The text was written in a flowing hand by a scribe or scholar. The title page was scribbled, "Of the last days of the glorious kingdom, and how it passed into memory. A tragedy." Spinning light off his fingers, Jason scanned the first few pages. It was a journal, kept by the attendant of some ancient ruler, written in the language of magic. He almost closed the book and set it aside, but something kept him reading. My lady Queen Aiden Ladra greeted the kings of Gaul in the great keep. How she glittered in the firelight, her jeweled armor burnished bright by my hand. Her terrible beauty transfixed our guests and struck them dumb with awe. They fell on their faces, and only rose when she begged them to do so in the most gentle voice. They dined with us, and I must say, my lady was most disappointed in their conversation. She was gracious as always, but her guests were impossible. She brought in musicians, and they ignored them, eating and belching, and singing bawdy songs and slipping silver into their pockets. She spoke of art and sorcery, and they were only confused. They knew nothing of magic. Jason jumped ahead in the text. My lady Aiden sent a kind invitation to the kings of Britain, inviting them to attend her at the winter court. But they came with armies, and with battle machines of all kinds, and sent an envoy demanding her surrender. It was a patronizing message. Clearly, they thought her to be stupid and incapable of negotiation. I am afraid my lady was so nettled that she killed the messenger on the spot and ate him for supper, then destroyed the armies that came after. Whoa! Jason skipped forward again. Failing in her attempt to find friends among the existing kingdoms, and discouraged by their responses to her friendly overtures, my Lady Aiden has decided to create her own community of peers, artists and scholars gifted with the use of magic, a talent that will pass to their children. I have seen the future in my glass, and I've told her this is risky, but my lady is lonely, with only my poor self for companionship. As for me, I require no gift other than her presence. The mountain groaned and shifted overhead. Although it was cool in the cave, Jason blotted sweat from his face with his sleeve. Conscious of passing time, he hurriedly turned over the fragile pages, his damp fingers leaving spots. My Lady Aiden tires of the constant disputes among those she has gifted with power. Where she sought companionship, she has gained only troubles. Priceless talents she has given to all, yet they each are jealous of the others. I fear they are conspiring against her, particularly the wizard Demas, who shapes magic with words. I see them cast envious eyes on the treasure she has accumulated, but she will have none of my warnings. She considers these squabblers her children, rightly or wrongly, and will hear no evil about them. Somewhere along the underground passage, Jason heard rock crash against rock. It was time to go, and he still didn't know if the book was worth taking. He flipped to the back, looking for the last entry. It appeared to have been scrawled in haste, the pages stained and blurred, as if spotted with tears. It has happened, as I predicted. Demas and the other ungrateful vipers have poisoned us. My lady retreated to the great hall in Dragon's Guild to die. I tended her as best I could, but there was nothing I could do. She expired a few hours ago. She dies childless. Before she passed into sleep, she gave into my hands the dragon heart, which is now the source of power for all the magical guilds. Despite all, she still has hopes for them. Over my objections, she named me Dragon Heir, and charged me and my descendants to hold the guilds in check and prevent them from visiting destruction on each other and the world. I promised I would ease her passing, though I am dying myself. I have no love for this task. I would wish that my children have nothing to do with the gifted. When I hold the dragon heart stone in my hands, it is as if my mistress still lives. The flame of her spirit burns at its center, safer in this vessel than in any fleshly home, powerful enough to destroy all of her enemies. I only wish I were strong enough to use it. The dragon hold is surrounded. My children have scattered to the four winds. I dare not send a message to them lest it be intercepted, though I have sent along some small items of value by trusted courier. Truly, I harbor the bitter and rebellious hope that they thrive and prosper in ignorance of their charge. Before I die beside my mistress, I will bury the Dragonheart stone in the mountain with such protections as I can lend it. Perhaps chance will put it into the possession of one with the heart and desire to release its full power. That person will seize control of the gifts that have been given. That person will once again reign over the guilds, or destroy them, as they deserve. Jason rested the book on his knees. Was this just another of the fantastical legends created to explain a rather twisted heritage? He set the book aside and peered again into the hollow of the rock, illuminating the niche with the light of his fingertips. At the back of the niche stood an elaborate pedestal of intricately worked metal, topped by an opal the size of a softball. Gingerly, Jason reached into the niche and lifted the stone off its base. Jason sat back on his heels, cradling the stone between his hands. It was ovoid in shape, glittering with broad flashes of green and blue and purple fire. It was perfect, crystalline, no flaws in it that he could see. It warmed his fingers, as if flames actually burned at its center and seemed to hum with power. Long minutes passed while he gazed into its heart, mesmerized. A pulsing current seemed to flow between the stone in his hands and the weirstone in his chest, reinforcing it. Like the dragon's tooth set into the mountain, only portable. A performance enhancer? Exactly what he needed. Leaning forward again, he pulled the metal base from the niche. It was a tangle of mythical beasts, or maybe one mythical beast with multiple heads. Dragons. Feeling a little giddy, Jason dumped agates from a velvet bag and dropped the stone inside. Ripping a piece of crimson velvet from a bolt, he wrapped the stand carefully. He stuffed them into his backpack. "This is mine," he thought. Sorting quickly through the jewelry, he chose several interesting pieces, including a large gold earring for himself, a Celtic star. He poked loose jewels and jewelry into the empty corners of the bag, then zipped the pack shut. He slung the backpack over one shoulder, listing a little under the weight. He hung the sword in its scabbard over the other shoulder and slid the massive book under one arm. He wished he could carry more. Around him, the mountain grew increasingly restless, groaning as rock slid against rock, sifting sand and pebbles onto the stone floor. It was as if the Raven's Head recognized the thief at its heart and meant to stop him. Jason was overcome by the notion that he had stayed too long. He stepped out between the double doors, and they slammed shut behind him. Great cracks fissured the stone vault overhead, spidering out ahead of him. Uh-oh. He charged back toward the entrance to the cave, leaping over debris, dodging falling rock and gravel, twisting and turning down the narrow passageway, feeling the pitch and shudder of the rock beneath his feet. Ahead, he saw light, meaning he was almost through. The mountain shimmied, shivered, and quaked. Slivers of stone stung his face. Up ahead, he was horrified to see that the two great slabs of rock that had split to open the cave were sliding, slumping toward one another. The wedge of light was disappearing. He'd be trapped inside the Raven's Head. He squeezed himself through the collapsing entrance, sliding like an eel, clutching the book close to his body, scraping his elbows and knees, smashing his hands, twisting to free the loaded backpack, dragging the sword after him, metal fittings sparking against stone. And then he was out, clinging to the icy ledge at the entrance to the cave, as the mountain snapped shut behind him. Jason lay on his face on the rock, the sword, the book, and the backpack beside him, his battered hands leaving bloody smears in the snow. He allowed himself a few more minutes' rest before he levered himself into a sitting position and snuck a look over the edge. The one-sided battle seemed to be over. The greenish mist was dissipating, shredding into long streamers that swirled away on the wind. The forest still smoldered on the slopes of the gill. Wizard fire was notoriously hard to put out. Jason leaned back against Raven's Head and pulled out another cigarette. He had trouble lighting it. His hands were shaking, and not from the cold. The stone in his backpack provided all the warmth he needed. Somehow, he had to get it out of the gill. Using bungee cords, he bound the book to the outside of the backpack, distributing the weight as best he could. Then he lay down and slept restlessly, the magical stone illuminating his dreams. Jason waited until the darkest hour before morning, giving the deadly mist more time to clear. Then he crept down the rock face, fighting the weight of his awkward burden, the sword catching in underbrush and crevices. He breathed out a long sigh of relief when he reached the valley floor. Ravensgill Castle was still brilliantly lit, and Jason could see dark figures moving along the walls, no doubt on the alert for a possible attack. Jason weighed the risk of going back the way he came against finding a new way out. He decided to take his chances on the path he knew. Jason made himself unnoticeable and picked his way up the valley, the weight of the backpack becoming more and more apparent as he struggled along. Every so often, the sound of quiet conversations or a faint light through the trees told him there were wizards keeping watch in the woods around him. When he reached the base of the trail, he turned upslope, walking even more carefully. He squinted against the wind, searching the inky shadows under the canopy of pines. He was so numb with cold, he scarcely felt the tripwire when he brushed it. He was immediately engulfed in a bright, glittering cloud, his formerly unnoticeable self totally revealed in brilliant outline. "Ha!" The voice came from behind him. Acting totally on instinct, Jason dropped the unnoticeable charm and threw up a shield in time to turn a gout of blistering wizard flame. He swung around to confront his attacker. It was a boy, younger than him, 13 maybe, almost pretty. Pale blue eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, snow powdering his blonde curls. Well, crap, Jason thought. The plan was to get out without being spotted. "I knew you must have gone unnoticeable," the boy crowed. "There's no way you'd have got through Father's guards otherwise." Jason had stepped off trail to circle around this new obstacle, but the boy's words stopped him. "Father's guards?" Jason repeated. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Devereaux d'Orsay," the boy said. "I live here." "Who are you?" "Geoffrey Wiley," Jason said, producing the first wizard name that came to mind. The Red Rose Wizard could use a little street cred anyway. "You are trespassing, Mr. Wiley," Devereaux d'Orsay said. He extended his hand imperiously. "Hand over the sword and the backpack." "Right," Jason said. He went to turn away, and Devereaux flung out an immobilization charm that Jason managed to deflect, though it left him stunned and reeling. The kid had talent, unfortunately. The boy frowned, drawing himself up to his puny height. "You, come with me. I'm taking you down to the hold. Father and I will interrogate you and find out what you are doing here and for whom you're working." Jason sighed, releasing a plume of vapor. He and Seth Macaulay had killed Gregory Lester in self-defense. He figured he could kill Claude d'Orsay without losing any sleep over it. But not a 13-year-old kid. And that meant he'd be leaving a witness behind. "Just go away, okay?" Jason said wearily, "and let's forget this ever happened." This seemed to enrage Devereaux d'Orsay. He flung himself at Jason, managing to penetrate his shield and knock him off his feet. They rolled together into a small ravine, a cartoon tangle of arms and legs. Devereaux ripped at him, pulling on the cords around the backpack until the book came free and tumbled loose into the snow. Jason punched the kid in the nose, and blood poured out, distracting little d'Orsay enough so Jason could lay an immobilization charm on him. He managed to extricate himself and stood, looking down at Claude d'Orsay's immobilized son, wishing he could make him disappear. "Say hi to Claude for me," he muttered. "Tell him I'll stop by again." There was no time to look for the lost book. Their magical fracas wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Energized by the desire to stay alive, Jason loped up the trail, heading for the road back to Keswick, conscious of the mysterious stone in his backpack. Behind him, the great shoulder of the mountain lay shrouded in unbroken darkness. The flame at the heart of the dragon's tooth had gone out. Chapter 2. Sanctuary. Madison Moss picked her way across the icy street, clutching her portfolio close to her body so it wouldn't catch the wind. The uniform she wore for her waitress job at the Legends Inn, a long swishy skirt and lacy Victorian blouse, was impractical for navigating small-town sidewalks in a northeastern Ohio winter. Over top, she wore a fleece-lined barn coat she'd found at the Salvation Army, and on her feet were a pair of tooled red leather boots she'd bought at a sidewalk sale downtown. That was in September, when she'd felt rich. Now, she had $10.55 in her coat pocket. Her book and supply list for spring semester totaled $455.79, plus tax. She could have probably ordered online for less, but her credit card was still maxed out from fall. Back in her room was a bill for health insurance, $150 required by Trinity College. The kinds of jobs her mother, Carlene, could find didn't offer benefits. What else? The transmission in Madison's old pickup was going. She could still get it moving by gunning the engine and shifting directly into second gear from a dead stop. If she was at home, she'd talk some shade tree mechanic into fixing it. He'd be afraid to say no, afraid his shop or house might burn down with his family inside of it. There were some advantages to being named a witch. Madison's stomach clenched up in a familiar way until she could push that thought out of her mind. She was trying to keep too many worries at bay. It was like one of those games at the arcade where the alligators pop up and you slam them with a mallet before they can bite you. Even with the state paying the tuition for courses she was taking for college credit, and even though she was living with her cousin Rachel for free, and even though she was working as many hours as Rachel would give her at the Legends Inn, she was broke and getting broker. Christmas was coming, and she didn't have any presents for Grace or John Robert or Carlene. Or Seth. She glanced at her watch and walked faster. Trinity Square was a holiday postcard from the past. Snowy commons surrounded by the weathered stone buildings of the college. Bows and greenery draped over the old-fashioned street lamps. Quaint storefronts glittered with their holiday offerings, and shoppers hustled by with bundles and bags. Totally perfect. Totally annoying. But better than home. Back in Colton County, she was the subject of sermons in hang-dog little churches where sweaty-handed preachers used her as a bad example. "Witch," they shouted, and whispered, "Fire starter." People crossed the street when they saw her coming. They collected into prissy little groups after she passed by, like gossiping starlings. Trinity's sidewalks were crowded with glittering people whose magic glowed through their skins like Christmas lights through layers of snow. They were mostly Anna Wizard Weir, members of the non-wizard magical guilds who'd taken refuge from the war in the Sanctuary of Trinity. It was a war unnoticed by the Anawir, non-magical people, but the bloodletting had spread all over the world. It was a running battle between shifting factions of wizards, the nightmare the Covenant had been intended to prevent. Those in the underguilds who refused to participate had fled to Trinity, and were deemed rebels because of it. Madison didn't shine, so they never gave her a second glance. The scents of cinnamon and patchouli teased her nose as she stepped into the warm interior of Magic Hands, the consignment art shop on the square. Iris Ballingame was at her work table in the back, soldering glass. Iris was a wizard with stained glass. Literally. "Hey, Maddie," Iris said, setting down her work and washing the flux from her hands. "I have to tell you, people love your work. It's been attracting a lot of interest." Madison fingered the beaded earrings hanging from the Christmas tree on the counter and gazed longingly at the jewelry in the glass showcase. "I was just, I wanted to see if any of my pieces sold." Iris came forward to the counter and riffled through the card file. "Let's see. 3 prints, 1 watercolor, 4 boxes of note cards." She looked up at Madison. "Wow. In just 2 weeks. That's great, huh?" "I was wondering if I could get the money now." Iris hesitated. "We usually wait until the end of the month and process all the checks at once. But if it's an emergency—" "Never mind," Madison said, pretending to examine the kaleidoscopes on the counter. "I was just going to do some shopping is all." Traitorous tears burned in her eyes. "I hate this," she thought, "and I've done it all my life. Scraping, scrimping, making excuses." "Are you all right, honey?" Madison looked up and met Iris's worried eyes. "I'm fine," she whispered, willing Iris not to call her on it. The wizard impulsively reached out for her, then yanked her hand back at the last moment, pretending to fuss with the ornaments that dangled from her long braid. Iris hadn't been at Second Sister, but she'd certainly heard about it. Wizards were wary of a person who could suck the magic right out of them. "It's like I have an incurable disease," Maddie thought, "and no one knows how contagious it is. Not even me." "If you have anything else you'd like to place here—" Iris's cheeks were stained pink with embarrassment. Madison straightened, lifted her chin, cleared her throat. "Actually, there's something I'd like to take back. For now, anyway." Madison shuffled through the bin of matted drawings, pulled one out, and slid it into her portfolio. She brought the sticker to Iris, who noted it on Maddie's card. "I have a few other prints back in my room. I'll bring them in tomorrow." She left Magic Hands and turned down Maple, kicking at chunks of ice thrown up by the snowplow, heading for the high school. With any luck, she'd bring in some tips that evening at the Legends. Business was usually slow in the winter, but not this year. This year, Trinity was like Aspen at the holidays. That's what Cousin Rachel said anyway. She'd been there once, at an innkeeper's convention. Classes were just letting out at Trinity High School, and students were clattering down the steps, splintering off into adjacent streets and climbing onto buses. A few of them waved. It was a small town, after all, and they'd seen her with hometown boy Jack Swift and his friends Harmon Fitch and Will Childers. Some of the girls studied her appraisingly, no doubt wondering what the exotic Seth Macaulay saw in her. But most of the faces were empty of opinions about her. Trinity might be a small town, but compared to Cole Grove, it was a metropolis. Clutching that welcome cloak of anonymity around her, Madison cut through the school's crowded lobby to the main office. She pulled a manila envelope out of her portfolio and handed it to the secretary. "From Mr. Penworthy," she said. "Progress reports from Dr. Minion for the grading period." "Dr. Minion is supposed to send those directly to me, Miss Moss," Mr. Penworthy said from the doorway of his office. "I've told you that before." The Trinity High School principal wore high-heeled boots, a western belt with a silver buckle, and a string tie. Madison glanced down at her own fancy boots and shrugged. It was all about scale and context. That's what she told herself anyway. Madison paused before she spoke, afraid of what would leak out. I'm sorry, sir, Madison said. She insisted I give this to you. Said she wanted me to be in the loop, said to call her if you had any questions. The principal hadn't liked the idea of supervising Madison's post-secondary program from the start, even though all he had to do was handle the paperwork. Mr. Penworthy snatched the envelope away from his secretary and waved it at Madison. How do I know your grades haven't been tampered with? Madison bit back the first words that came to mind. Well, I guess you could call her, sir. She practically curtsied as she backed out of the office. You can't afford to get into any more trouble, she said to herself. You came up here to make a fresh start. It had started at Coal Grove High School, with notes left on her locker and slipped into her backpack, and text messages flying around. Stories that claimed Madison Moss was a witch, not the white witch or granny woman traditional to those parts. No, Maddie was an evil, diabolical harpy who would suck your soul out through your ear and hex your garden or ensnare your boyfriend. She had no clue where it was coming from, but the gossip was widespread and persistent. Kids made signs against the evil eye in the hallway when she passed. Girls tried to get a lock of her hair to use for love charms. Boys dared each other to ask her out. It wasn't even like people still believed in that kind of thing. It was more like everybody was moonstruck or something. Madison tried to ignore it, hoping it would wear off or that some other scandal would come up to talk about. Then, the fires started. At first, it was tumble-down barns, sheds, and haystacks that went up like tinder all around the county. Later, it was occupied barns and hunting cabins and country churches. There was no putting the fires out. Everything burned to the dirt. The perpetrators marked each site with a witchcraft symbol. A pentacle, an elven cross, a chalice. Madison didn't even know what they meant until she looked them up at the library. Fear swept across the county, and suspicion focused on Booker Mountain, fed by the rumors that had gone round before. The police came out and looked for clues, though they didn't seem sure what to look for. Someone left a cauldron filled with blood in the barnyard. People left threatening messages on their phone, when they had a phone. Someone sneaked into the family graveyard on Booker Mountain and broke some of the headstones, scribbled threats and profanity on others. A delegation from the Foursquare Church performed an exorcism in front of their gate until Madison brought out Geordie's shotgun and waved it at them. That didn't help. It was a nightmare that got worse and worse. Carloads of thrill-seekers started following her around, hoping to catch her in the act. People refused to serve her in restaurants and refused to be served by Carleen. What friends she had melted away. Carleen was finally moved to action when it looked like she'd lose her job. She called Rachel, and Rachel offered Madison room and board and a job in Trinity. And her art teacher, Ms. McGregor, told Madison how she could use college credit to graduate from high school. Madison left Colton County at the end of her junior year. And just like that, the fires stopped, which confirmed her guilt, some said. Her gut twisted up, and she shoved the memory away. She was done with that. The hallways had cleared by the time she left the office, and the buses were gone. She eyed the students hanging out on the front steps, thinking she might see Seth's tall, spare form among them. But no. He'd said he'd meet her at Corcoran's, and she was already late. Luckily, it was just down the block. She crossed the parking lot and headed up the street. She stamped the snow off her boots in front of Corcoran's diner, glaring at the plastic reindeer mounted on the door, its lighted nose glowing cheerfully in the waning afternoon light. The bells mounted on its collar jangled as she pushed the door open. Corcoran's was jammed with the usual after-school crowd. Madison scanned the room. The red leatherette booths along the side, the battered stools at the soda fountain. No Seth. Madison checked her watch. She was 20 minutes late. Maybe he'd come and gone. She flipped open her cell phone. No messages. Harmon Fitch and his girlfriend, Rosie, were huddled over Fitch's laptop at their usual table in the front window. Fitch looked up. "Hey, Maddie, pull up a chair." He turned the laptop toward Rosie, who flung back her long dreadlocks and began typing furiously. Probably hacking into the Pentagon. Madison shook her head. "Thanks, I can't stay. I have to get to work." She shifted from one foot to the other. Rosie passed the notebook back to Fitch. He studied the screen and grinned savagely. "Brilliant. Let's try this." His fingers flickered over the keyboard, entering strings of letters and numbers. Have you seen Seth?" She tilted the portfolio toward Fitch. "He was supposed to meet me here. I have something for him." Fitch's fingers never stopped moving. "Last I saw him was second period, sleeping through class as usual. He cut calculus this afternoon." "He what?" Fitch left off typing and leaned back in his chair, regarding her thoughtfully. "He didn't show for math, and he wasn't on the absent list. You been keeping him up late or what?" Madison flinched, feeling the blood rush to her face. "Wasn't me." "Then who?" She fought back a wave of jealousy. She'd been avoiding Seth, making excuses. She couldn't complain if he hung out with someone else. Fitch shrugged and leaned over his computer again. "Anyway, he's in trouble. Garrity was pissed. It's the third time this semester." Fear pricked at her, warring with guilt. It wasn't like him to miss class. Maybe he was sick. Even worse, maybe he was sick because of her. But how could that be when she hadn't seen him in days? He'd texted her yesterday, asking for help with an art project. He wouldn't ask unless he was desperate. She couldn't say no. "Well, if he comes in, could you tell him to call me?" She tried his cell phone, but it went to voicemail. She left a message. Where else could he be? Could he have forgotten? In desperation, she walked all the way to Perry Park, though it was little used in the wintertime. Seth was nowhere to be seen, but she came upon the warriors Jack Swift and Ellen Stevenson drilling their ghost army in a secluded clearing in the woods. She found them by following the sounds of combat. Jack had put up one of those wizard enclosures to keep nosy people away in the unlikely event that nosy people were out walking in the woods in mid-December. But Madison was an elicitor. Magic and its illusions didn't work on her. She just sponged it up, then it dribbled back out, totally out of her control. There in the meadow was Jack Swift, his long gold-red hair tied back with a leather strip, leading 24 warriors across the snowy field in a howling charge, to be met by Ellen Stevenson and her 24, a bristling wall of swords and shields. There was no sign of Seth. It was a motley collection of soldiers, with armor and weaponry drawn from 2 centuries of warfare. Their weapons glittered in the frail winter sun. Their breath was pluming into the cold air. The warriors collided with a bone-shattering thud into a melee of arms and legs and deadly weapons. Blood splattered across the snow, and vintage curses and challenges in a half-dozen languages ran through the trees as individual warriors tried to free themselves from the press of bodies so they could use their swords. Jack extricated himself, clearing a great space around him with his sword, Shadow Slayer. The blade flickered like a flame in the gloom under the trees. Ellen spun in under his reach, her sword somehow finding an opening in his defenses. The flat of her blade slammed into his ribs, raising a spray of snow. "A hit," she crowed. "A palpable hit. Do you yield?" "Barely palpable," Jack growled, driving her back furiously. Sparks flew as their blades collided and their heated bodies steamed in the frigid air. Their boots churned the meadow into a thick pudding of mud and ice. Madison was fascinated in spite of herself. Tall, muscular Jack was a pleasure to watch any time. He and Ellen were longtime dancing partners whose bodies moved to a savage melody no one else heard. It was like a life-size video game, a gut-wrenching bout between the living and the dead. They might be injured, even mortally, during these skirmishes, but everyone rose whole at the end of the day, if not without aches and pains. Finally, Jack pivoted and struck Ellen's sword, a massive two-handed blow, sending it flying out of her hands. Jack came on, grinning, sword extended, backing Ellen into a tree. "So, warrior, do you Hey!" he yelped as Ellen let fly with her sling and a fist-sized rock struck him on the shoulder. Ellen hated to lose. Jack finally noticed Madison lurking in the fringes of the trees. "Madison, where'd you come from?" Sidestepping a tall warrior in buckskins who lunged at him with a hatchet, he raised his hand. "Hold!" he shouted. The fighting dwindled into the late hits and skirmishes, then subsided. The spell was broken. Madison jammed her hat down over her ears. "Don't let me interrupt." Jack and Ellen looked at one another, as if each hoped the other would speak. Madison didn't approve of any of the frenetic preparations going on in Trinity, and they knew it. The Gifted were a club from which Madison was excluded. Jack cleared his throat. "We're, drilling, in case the other wizard houses try to break into the sanctuary." Madison hunched her shoulders like she could disappear into her coat. "They're not coming here. They wouldn't." "They're fighting other places," Ellen pointed out. "Kidnapping sorcerers to help in the war, stockpiling weapons." "True. But..." Madison jerked her head at the motley army. "If the roses do come, which they won't, what are you going to do? Do you really think you'll be able to hold them off with this sorry lot?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Her mother, Carleen, always said Madison's manners were 2 steps behind her wicked tongue. Like Carleen was an example for anyone. "Well," Jack said. He and Ellen exchanged glances again. "We have to try." "Maybe you should buy some assault rifles then," Madison suggested sarcastically, "and rocket-propelled grenades." "Assault rifles don't work against wizards unless you take them by surprise," Ellen said. She'd been raised by wizards, outside of the usual teen social circles, so sarcasm often went right by her. "Their shields can totally turn non-magical attacks, but a warrior can take a wizard in a magical battle on a level playing field." "Well, I think it's a waste of..." Sensing a presence, she swung around. The buckskin-clad warrior was right behind her, rudely eavesdropping on the conversation. "Did you want something?" He swept off his hat and managed a credible little bow. "My name's Jeremiah Brooks, ma'am," he said. "I don't believe we've been introduced." Madison squinted up at him. He was very tall and smelled of sweat, leather, and gunpowder. "I'm Maddie Moss." "Pleased to make your acquaintance, ma'am. If I may say so, you just might be the prettiest girl in town." Jeremiah Brooks smiled, a long, slow, droop-lidded smile. "Jeremiah lived near here in the 1780s, Jack explained. He was kidnapped by the Roses and died at Raven's Gill in 1792. Is that so, Mr. Brooks? Madison asked, for lack of anything else to say. Of course it was so. Mr. Jeremiah Brooks was a ghost. She was being hit on by somebody who'd been dead for more than 200 years. These sorts of things were a dime a dozen in Trinity, Ohio. Brooks dismissed his death with a wave of his hand. Ms. Moss, if you'd care to go dancing with me tonight, you'll see there's some life left in me yet. I don't date dead people, Madison said, glaring at the ghost warrior. That's where I draw the line. These ghosts were just a little too substantial as far as she was concerned. They ate, drank, fought, and danced, apparently. Except for their odd mode of dress and the weapons they carried, you couldn't tell them from live people. Jack grinned. Better watch yourself, Brooks. Maddie's going out with my cousin, the most powerful wizard I know. Brooks paled under his stubble of beard. I'm sorry, ma'am. No offense meant. You didn't seem like the kind to... I had no way of knowing that... We're not going out, Madison scowled at Jack, who shrugged and raised his eyebrows at Ellen. Madison tried again. I mean, we're just... friends. Good friends, to be honest. I've barely seen him lately. You're running on at the mouth. Stop it. Brooks lifted an eyebrow. Well, watch yourself, Ms. Moss. I don't know that you can be friends with a wizard. They've been known to take advantage of young ladies, if you take my meaning. Madison gave him a look, then turned to Jack and Ellen. Anyway, we were supposed to meet an hour ago. You haven't seen him, have you? Jack shook his head. I don't see him anymore either. He and Nick are totally caught up with maintaining the boundary. While the warriors played their war games, the Wizards of Trinity had established an invisible barrier to suppress attack magic within the sanctuary. The maintenance of it seemed to demand a huge amount of energy and time. I still don't get why we need a special boundary now when we never did before, Madison said. Well, the ban on attack magic is written into the Covenant, but I guess now nobody knows whether it's in force or not, Jack said, or when Dorsey might consecrate his new covenant. Things are kind of up in the air. Madison stamped her feet, finding that her fancy boots were not much protection against the cold. Well, I was supposed to help him with an art project, but he didn't show. Jack and Ellen shifted their feet in the beaten-down snow, obviously eager to get back to their scrimmage. If we see Seth, we'll tell him you're looking for him, Ellen offered. Madison jammed her hands in her pockets, trying to warm them. It's getting late anyway. I need to get to work. See you. The clatter of fighting resumed before she made it out of the clearing. Now she had only an hour before her shift started. She'd try Seth's Aunt Becca's, then move on to the waterfront. If he wasn't at either of those places, she'd have to go on to work. Nothing could have happened to him. He'd just gotten hung up, like usual. He had to be safe within the sanctuary. There was a boundary up, after all. No attack magic. All the while knowing that, within the sanctuary at least, the biggest threat to Seth Macaulay was Madison Moss and the magic that leaked from her fingers. A memory surfaced. The battle at the inn at Second Sister. A scene painted in lurid orange hues. Gregory Lester smiled, extending his wizard hands, launching flaming death at Seth. Maddie had stepped between them, catching the full force of the attack. She'd reeled in the magic while the wizard struggled on the end of her line like a bluegill at Jackson Lake. Lester had fallen, along with all of his captive wizards. She'd been left contaminated. The bitter taste of hex magic lingered on the back of her tongue and seeped out through her pores, a virulent and deadly poison made just for Seth. After their return from Second Sister, he'd complained of headaches, stomach pains, fatigue. He broke out in welts and rashes, and grew thin and pale and hollow-eyed, as if he had some wasting disease. At first, Madison thought it was the aftermath of the ordeal on the island. She assumed time would heal him, but he only got worse. His hands shook and his changeable eyes went cloudy and dull, and twice he fainted at school. Seph's parents took him to England for Christmas, and he seemed to improve, but took ill again when he came back to Trinity. His mother, Linda, fussed over him and called in the healer Mercedes Foster, who prescribed fresh air and sunshine, and good food and potions and amulets that did no good. When Mercedes finally put him to bed, Madison spent long hours sitting with him, reading to him, holding his hand. She guessed she wasn't much of a nurse because he only seemed to grow weaker. Then Madison went home for a week during fall break. When she came back, Seph was out of bed and feeling better. He looked like a different person, more like his old self. But not for long. And that was when she knew. Sometimes she wondered if she was possessed. She could feel something evil inside her react to Seph's presence, like a serpent uncoiling. Her touch was toxic. No one else seemed to make the connection, least of all Seph. And if they found out? So she began avoiding him, avoiding his touch especially, making excuses, and dying inside every time. Madison turned onto Jefferson Street, negotiating the icy bricks. Jefferson was lined with tall oaks and gracious, painted ladies. That's what they called these Victorian houses, iced with turrets, spindles, and wraparound porches. Jack shared an elegant green-shingled Queen Anne with his mother. Jack's mother, Becca, and Seph's mother, Linda, were sisters in a family full of secrets. Linda was an enchanter, a master of charisma, seduction, some said. Becca was Anawir. She wasn't magical, and she knew nothing about the magic going on all around her. Madison paused at the front of the driveway. Seph's car was parked next to the side entrance. She knocked on the screen door. No answer. Pounded on the inside door. Nothing. She tried the knob, and it was unlocked. "Anybody home?" she called, pushing the door open and poking her head into the foyer. He was in there somewhere. She could feel his presence in the acceleration of her heartbeat, a faint vibration in her bones. Witch boy. She crossed the foyer and passed down the hallway to the family room at the rear, and froze in the doorway. Seph lay sprawled on the rug in front of the hearth. His face beneath the dark curls was pale and chiseled as porcelain, save the dark smudges under his eyes. He was frowning, lips parted, as if he'd succumbed between two words. For a terrible moment, she thought he was dead, until she saw the faint rise and fall of his chest. "Good day, Maddie." The wizard Nick Snowbeard half rose from his chair in the hearth corner and draped a quilt over Seph, then settled back into his seat by the fire. "It is a pleasure to see you, as always." She dropped to her knees next to Seph, her heart clamoring in her chest, worrying she was somehow responsible. "What happened? Is he—" The old caretaker tilted his head, looking surprised. "Why, my dear, he's sleeping, of course, though he isn't particularly happy about it." Madison looked at Seph, as if he might have a comment, then back at Snowbeard. Worry turned to irritation. "He's taken a nap? We were supposed to meet 2 hours ago." "The boy is exhausted. He's overextended himself, maintaining the boundary 24 hours a day." The old wizard pressed his fingers between his briared eyebrows, as if he had a headache. Old Bear, the gifted called him, or sometimes the Silver Bear. He did resemble a slightly rumpled bear rousted from his den in midwinter. "It was a breakdown in communications," Snowbeard went on. "Too much to do and too few people to do it. Hastings is away, and I was unexpectedly delayed. I had no idea he'd been on his own so long, and it's not in his nature to ask for help. But now I've relieved him, and I put him to sleep, over his protest." Madison leaned forward, clutching her skirts in her fists. "He's always fallen asleep in school. Plus, he missed a lot of school back in the fall when he was so sick." "And whose fault was that?" "I didn't think you were allowed to work somebody to death like this. I guess there aren't any child labor laws for wizards." Snowbeard lifted a teacup from the side table and took a long swallow. He set it back on the saucer with trembling hands, china clattering against china. "My dear, I am sorry. Although he is young, he is the most powerful wizard we have at our disposal, aside from his father and me. Iris is willing, but she just isn't strong enough to manage the boundary for long. It's incredibly draining. There are others who are not particularly trustworthy. Most wizards have sided with the Roses or D'Orsay. Many of the dragon partisans don't consider the sanctuary to be a priority, now that the war's broken out. But you do. I think we need a place of safety, yes, or we'll be ground to dust between the stones of wizard ambition. Have you noticed that the town is full of gifted refugees?" Of course she'd noticed. These were well-educated people. People with money, gifted artists who moved into shops around the square. The wizard houses considered them rebels for their refusal to support the war, and the more non-wizard weir crowded in, the more Trinity seemed like a target, which didn't fit in with Madison's plans at all. She sat next to Seth with her back against the hearth, conscious of maintaining some small space between them. The snow from her boots melted into puddles on the hardwood floor. "I wish you wouldn't let all those people in here." "You can hardly blame them for seeking sanctuary," Nick said. "Wizards are snatching up the non-wizard weir all over the world, recruiting them for the war effort. They need sorcerers to build weaponry, warriors to wield it, seers to look into the future and plan strategy, enchanters for espionage purposes." He sighed. "This can only spell disaster. For centuries, wizards haven't dared to openly war on each other for fear of breaking the covenant and rousing the dragon that sleeps in Raven's Gill. I suppose wizards don't believe in dragons or the covenant anymore." The old man's voice trailed off. Madison struggled to keep the skepticism off her face. Dragons. Right. There were plenty of real-life monsters to fight. Madison looked down at Seth. His face was a work of art that required intensive study. She was glad to be able to do it when he wasn't looking back with those green eyes that missed nothing. She resisted the temptation to trace his cheekbones and strong nose with her forefinger. If Seth had some kind of reaction in front of Nick, it would be all over for sure. She'd met Seth for the first time on the Lake Erie beach. He'd been hanging around her for days, watching her in that entitled, rich boy, wizardly way, like he could crook a finger and she'd come running. She'd had enough of that from Bryce Roper back home. But Bryce was simple. Beneath that handsome surface, he was about an inch deep. There was a complexity in Seth that fascinated her. His eyes were like the green-shaded pools of Booker Creek that changed with the light. Though he was young, his face already bore traces of history and loss. She'd sketched him repeatedly, trying to capture his intensity and power with line and color. When Seth saw her drawings, When he realized she saw the magic in him, he thought she was working for the roses. He'd used persuasion on her, the power sizzling through his fingers. She'd drawn in his magic, rich and sweet, and he'd fallen, stunned to the sand. For days afterward, she'd felt giddy, like she'd drunk from some magical cup of joy. So different from now. She shuddered. Nick cleared his throat. She looked up from her reverie to find the old man watching her. Min always said Madison's face was transparent as glass. She stumbled into speech. I was supposed to help him with an art project that's due tomorrow. He's way behind on all his work, and he won't have enough credits for graduation if he doesn't pass his courses. Her voice trailed off. Nick was staring into the distance, his weathered face drawn down into long lines of guilt and sorrow. What about when he goes away to school? She said softly. It will be better when he goes away, she told herself. You won't have to see him every day. To be truthful, my dear, I'm not sure he should leave the sanctuary at all. It might put him in danger. But why would they go after him? He's just 17. Wizard politics, Nick replied. He's a target, by virtue of who he is. This is not the kind of conflict in which it is possible to remain neutral. Most wizards hate his father for supporting the other guilds against the wizard houses, and now that they know that Linda is one of the masterminds of the rebellion, Nick shrugged. They've been recruiting him furiously, you know. The Roses, D'Orsay, making all sorts of offers I'm not supposed to know about. Do they really think he would go over to the dark side? Madison's cheeks burned as the blood rushed to her face. Based on usual wizard practice, they assume it's a matter of price or leverage. Nick rubbed the side of his nose with his forefinger. He's made an impression. D'Orsay and Lester would have won its second sister had it not been for Seth and Jason. And you, my dear. He finished, delicately. At Second Sister, she'd seen wizards casting spells and conjuring images of dragons and doing murder with magic. She'd seen Seth flinging flame from his fingertips, battling for his life. Had seen the greedy wizard houses circling when they realized how powerful he was. She'd finally understood the stakes, and now she saw nothing ahead but catastrophe. She was no good for Seth. He was no good for her. Madison had to get away from this magical business. She had to. She reached up and fingered Min's opal hanging from a chain around her neck. Do not mess with magic, Min had said. It's meant nothing but trouble for our family. The old wizard cleared his throat. You know, Madison, given your gifts, you could have a role to play. No. Madison was suffocating, her lungs clamping down on each breath. This is not my fight. I'm not a member of any of your guilds or houses or anything. She folded her arms across her chest, tucking her hands away. There's no magic in me. She closed her mouth firmly on the lie. We don't really understand what happened when Lester and his linked wizards flamed you. Did the power just dissipate, or... It really doesn't matter, does it? The point is, I don't want to be part of this. She'd come to Trinity to shake off the taint of magic, and yet it seemed to coalesce about her wherever she went. My dear Madison, Nick said, and paused, clearly unused to this sort of persuasion. We could use your help. We wouldn't ask you to do anything you aren't comfortable with. Hastings and I could work with you to... His voice trailed off when he saw Madison's expression. I want to be the first in my family to go to college. By the end of this semester, I'll have a year of credits. But it's all I can do to get my schoolwork done and get in my hours at the Legends. She glanced at her watch and groaned. I have to go. I'm late already, and I need this job. Shifting up onto her knees, she unfastened her portfolio and pulled out a matted charcoal sketch, the one from Magic Hands. It was Trinity Square at dusk, snow sifting down through the great trees, puddles of lamplight and shadow on the snow-covered grass. It was not what Seth wanted from her, but it was something. A small offering that represented a dream she had once. When Seth wakes up, could you give this to him? Tell him it's from me. She stood, zipped up her coat, and stashed her portfolio back under her arm. On the way down the driveway, she kicked the brick wall that lined the garden. Chapter 3. Banished from the Sceptered Isle. Jason preferred the snows of Cumbria to the winter rains of London. It was only a brief splash across a cobbled street from the cab to the pub, but he still got drenched to the skin. He ducked beneath a wooden sign bearing the legend, "The Penny Whistle," and into a gloomy interior that smelled of tobacco, malt, and decades of fried fish. It was an old place, with brick floors and a tin ceiling. Tom, the bartender, claimed the building dated from the 1600s. Nodding to Tom and holding up 2 fingers, Jason passed through the pub and into a private room in the back. Tom never carded him. The drinking age for wizards was kind of flexible, like in medieval days. The fireplace in the back room shared a chimney with the hearth in the front. With a gesture, Jason kindled the heavy logs on the grate and sat at the table nearest the hearth. He set his backpack on the floor between his feet, feeling jumpy as a terrorist with a bomb hidden under his chair. Totally aware of the hot proximity of the stone. A few minutes later, Tom set 2 pints of dark ale in front of Jason. Thanks, Tom. Closing his eyes, concentrating, Jason forced the water from his clothing. You're steaming. Jason opened his eyes to find Tom gone and Hastings standing over him. He must have fallen asleep. He'd not really slept since hiking out of the Gill, save a few accidental minutes on the train. Hastings could ghost around like a demon. Sometimes it seemed the wizard could walk through walls. Rubbing his gritty eyes, Jason looked around. The door to the outer bar was shut, and the borders of the room had the smudgy look of magical barriers. They were secure. Hastings sat down across from him and studied him from under heavy black brows. It was spooky how much Hastings and Seth favored each other, with their thick curling hair, high cheekbones, prominent noses, and green eyes. Though Seth's eyes tended to change color hour to hour and day to day, no doubt courtesy of his enchanter mom. These both for me? Hastings asked wryly, inclining his head toward the pints on the table. One's for you. Jason shoved one glass in Hastings' direction and reached for the other. Hastings gripped Jason's wrist before he could raise the glass to his lips. Not a good idea. You need to stay sharp. Just because you can get away with something doesn't mean you should. You like your pints, Jason thought, but knew better than to say it. He shrugged and let go of the glass. Bloody, filthy weather, as the locals say. Pronounce it more like bloody, Hastings corrected him, taking full possession of Jason's pint. You still sound American. Must have saved up lectures while I was gone. I am American. It makes you stand out. It makes people remember you. Hastings just didn't get it. Jason wanted to be remembered, Where have you been? I told you to stay put. Hastings was never one to waste time on pleasantries. There was no point in holding out on Hastings. He'd have it out of him soon enough anyway. I decided to check out Raven's Gill. You what? The wizard didn't raise his voice, but it seemed loud just the same. You were gone. I had some time. Jason took a breath and forced himself to look into Hastings' eyes. I told you to watch and let me know if Jessamine Longbranch returned to London. That was your assignment. That's make work, Jason protested. Her place has been shut up for months. There was nothing to do. Oh? Hastings lifted an eyebrow. She's been back now for at least 3 days, and I have no idea what's gone on since her return. Wiley was there yesterday, and a bunch of others. They've been meeting every day. Jason slid a paper across the table at Hastings. I, persuaded the neighbors to keep track while I was gone. Hastings tapped his long fingers on the battered tabletop. I did not give this assignment to the neighbors. What did you hope to accomplish? In Raven's Gill, I mean. Well, everyone's afraid to go in. The Roses, everybody. Jason focused on the table. He'd been arguing for an attempt on the Gill since he'd arrived in London, and Hastings had refused. We've discussed that. You knew the Gill was likely to be heavily fortified. There was little to gain and a lot to lose by going in. If you'd been captured, the consequences would have been dire. I've been to the cellar of Raven's Gill Castle, and it's not a place I'd want to revisit. I figured that one person alone could probably slip in unnoticed. And did you? Slip in unnoticed? I bet he already knows the answer to that, Jason thought. He cleared his throat. No, they, noticed. So what happened? Well, it was like kicking an anthill. He has an army up there, and they all turned out. I went unnoticeable and headed for the hold. Hastings frowned. You should have left immediately when you knew you were outed. Right. I bet you'd have stormed the castle with your bare hands, Jason thought. I figured that's what they would expect me to do. He realized his foot was jittering and consciously stilled himself. Then D'Orsay or somebody flooded the Gill with luciferous mist. Hastings swore. You're certain? I didn't think anyone still knew how to make it. Well, it was that, or something like it. I left off making for the castle and headed for higher ground. I climbed up Ravenshead as far as the Weirstone. Then there was this earthquake. And fire and pestilence as well, I suppose, Hastings said dryly. Ha! Anyway, a big crack opened up on Ravenshead, just below the Weirstone. I hid there until the mist cleared. Jason lit a cigarette, connecting on the second try, then blew out a stream of smoke. Were you seen? Were you recognized? Hastings waved away the smoke, making no effort to hide his disapproval of Jason in general, and his smoking in particular. Jason hesitated. I was seen, he admitted. I don't think I was recognized. If you were seen, you will be identified. You made quite an impression at Second Sister. Hastings slammed his hand down on the table. Despite your unrelenting thirst for confrontation, going after D'Orsay doesn't really help us. At least he diverts the Rose's attention. We need to get hold of the Covenant and destroy it before someone tries to ram it down our throats. What if D'Orsay has the Covenant? Jason countered stubbornly. After all, the former Master of Games had disappeared from the ill-fated meeting on the island of Second Sister, along with the document the guilds had signed under duress. Maybe he does, Hastings growled. But I don't think so. He'd have called in his allies, and held a big ceremony in the guild, consecrating the document and declaring himself ruler over all of us. I didn't find the covenant, all right? But there's this. Jason lifted the backpack from between his feet, unzipped it, and dumped the contents onto the table. Everything, except the opal and its stand, which were hidden in the side pocket. He hadn't exactly decided whether to share that with Hastings. Hastings looked down at the loot on the table, and up at Jason, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. I found this stuff in a cave behind the Weirstone. Hastings raked through the mixture of gems and jewelry and magical artifacts on the battered wooden table, held some of them up to the light so he could read their inscriptions, looked up more than once as if to make sure the door remained secure. It seemed that, for once, Jason had impressed the unimpressible Leander Hastings. Finally, Hastings spoke. "Is this all of it?" Jason shook his head. "It was all I could carry out. The mountain was still unstable. The entrance caved in around me as I was leaving," he added. Why did he always feel like he had to defend himself? "Do you think D'Orsay knew about these things?" "Nah," Jason shook his head. "It looked like nothing had been touched in centuries. Plus, wouldn't he have used this already, what with the fixies in?" "How did you decide? What to take, that is?" Jason shrugged. "My mom taught me a lot about amulets and talismans, so I chose the pieces that seemed most powerful, either by their inscriptions or the vibes. I took mostly magical pieces. Plus a sword," he added. The wizard's head came up. "A sword?" "I left it back in my room. I didn't think I should cart it through the streets of London. It was hard enough smuggling it down here on the train." He'd used a golf bag. Come to think of it, a ski bag would have been more in keeping with the season. "Right," Hastings said, taking natural command. "Let's pack these things up." He reached for the backpack. Jason held on to it. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There's this other thing." Jason fumbled in the front pocket, pulled out the opal, and handed it to Hastings. The wizard weighed the bag in his hand, then undid the drawstring and dumped the opal out onto the tabletop, corralling it with his arms. The faint glow from the stone threw the wizard's planed face into high relief. "What is this?" Hastings whispered. "It's a seifa, I guess," Jason replied. "I thought maybe you could teach me how to use it." Now that it was free of its velvet covering, the stone seemed to yank at his insides. Images of a broken landscape brushed his consciousness like wings. A seductive voice whispered in his ear, but he couldn't make out the words. Hastings quickly put the stone back in its bag, drawing tight the cord. "We've got to get this, all of this, to a safe place. And that's nowhere in Britain." Jason was pleased by Hastings' reaction, but confused by his words. "What do you mean? Why?" Hastings didn't respond immediately. He sat thinking, drumming his fingers on the tabletop, green eyes glittering in the firelight. "We'll take this lot to Trinity," he announced finally. "It's the safest place, because we're already maintaining a boundary around the sanctuary, and no one will ask questions about increased security." "Trinity?" Jason squinted at Hastings. "I thought you and I could use some of this stuff to go after D'Orsay and the Covenant." "Claude D'Orsay is not our first priority," Hastings said, biting off each word. "I want Nick Snowbeard to take a look at these things. And Seth, since he's involved in maintaining security in Trinity." Seth. Of course. Jason fought down a surge of jealousy. "I thought maybe we could," Jason began. but Hastings raised a hand to shut him up. "I'd like to see the sword, but I don't think we can risk being seen together. Go straight back, collect the sword, and catch the first plane back to the States." Jason's weary mind stumbled. "You want me to carry this stuff back to Trinity myself?" "Well, yes," Hastings replied, as if Jason was impossibly slow. "It has to be you. The fewer people who know about this, the better." "But I don't want to go back," Jason protested. "Give me another chance, and I know I can get into the Guild on my own. If I can't find the Covenant, I'll look for the Horde. Maybe I can get back into the cave." "You'll never get in again, especially not after a failed attack." "Who else is going to do it? You? Everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows your face. You won't get within miles of the Guild. The Roses will murder you, even if you're supposed to be their ally against D'Orsay." "I am not allied with the Roses," Hastings said stiffly. "Even if our interests temporarily coincide, we'll end up fighting them in the end." "So this is what I get for failing," Jason said bitterly. "I'm out." Hastings drained his glass and slammed it back down on the table. "This is what you get for taking a foolish chance for no good reason. Do you think your face isn't known? D'Orsay's no fool. Do you think I advise a nondescript appearance because I'm a bloody conservative? You're overconfident, Jason, and you're flamboyant and careless, and that combination is going to get you killed. I don't want to be responsible for the mess you leave behind." This was ironic, coming from a man who had one of the most memorable faces and personages of anyone Jason had ever known, whose daring escapades were legendary. Jason leaned across the table. "Listen to me. I'll lose the earring." He touched his earlobe. "I'll lose the plumage." He sluiced his fingers through his bleached hair. "I'll wear a bloody tweed and ascot if that's what you want. Just let me stay and work with you." Hastings sighed. "Don't think this means it's all gone wrong." He rested his hand on the backpack. "This is a tremendous find. Sometimes I'm not very liberal with compliments." "I don't want compliments. I want to stay here. I want to do something. And I want someone I can trust to take these things back to Trinity before D'Orsay manages to track us down. Do you think he's not looking?" Hastings sat back, extending his long legs. "It's not enough to do something. It's important to do the right thing." "I know it is," Jason said, trying not to sound sullen. "But nothing's going to happen in Trinity." "Don't be too sure. I have a feeling that the pieces you found are important. The battle may well turn on them." "Then why take it to Trinity? You'll put the whole town in danger." "That is exactly why no one must discover where they are. And bear in mind, if we lose this war, Trinity will be destroyed along with everything else." Jason stood and began pacing, pivoting at each end of the room. "Can't you at least try to understand?" "I understand you better than you realize." "Why? The Roses killed your father and sister 100 years ago, so you understand how I feel about Lester and D'Orsay murdering my father?" "Because I know what it's like to want to prove yourself so badly, it destroys everything else that matters," Hastings replied, gazing into the fire. "Sometimes, it's just an excuse to avoid dealing with your own demons." So now Hastings was a psychiatrist, in addition to being a wizard and warrior master. Jason bit back a hot reply. "Look, I'm an orphan, like you were. No one cares what happens to me. It's my choice, mine. I assumed responsibility for you when I brought you to Britain." Jason noticed that Hastings didn't claim to care about him. "Please, I want to help." He was perilously close to begging. "Jack and Ellen are out drilling their warriors. That's what they're good at. Seth is maintaining the barrier. I can't do any of that. I want to be where I'm useful." "The most useful thing you can do for me now is to get the sword and the rest back to Trinity," Hastings said without looking up. "Have Nick take a look at the blade. It may very well be one of the 7. If it is, pass it along to Ellen. She deserves a weapon worthy of her skills. She and Jack may play a critical role if it comes to a war." Nick, Ellen, Seth, Jack, all important to the cause. Everyone was, except him. Jason knew the argument was over. His mistake was thinking Hastings was actually participating. He slumped back into his chair. "When will you come back to Trinity?" The wizard shrugged. "Soon, I hope. I'm going to try to find out what's going on at Raven's Gill. Whether it's been noticed that things have gone missing, and whether they may be on your trail. Maybe I can muddy the water a bit, draw them off." And that, as they say, was that. Jason's brief career as operative for the Dragon House was over. Jason fell asleep on the tube on the way back to his apartment, missing the Mornington Crescent station and getting off at Camden Town. He walked back through the city streets to clear his head. On his way, he stopped in at an internet cafe and booked a flight from Heathrow to New York that departed the following morning. So the man loitering near the underground exits at Mornington Crescent with a photograph of Jason Haley didn't spot him there. Jason stopped in to see a girl who lived in the building next door to his own. They ordered pizza, and he stayed late. By then, it was sleeting. The buildings were set atop a common cellar, so he passed through the laundries into his own building without going outside. So the woman sheltering in the entryway of Jason's apartment building didn't realize her fox had gone to ground. Back in his room, Jason packed up his meager belongings. He'd planned to take the train from Euston, but now Hastings had gone and made him jumpy. In the end, he called a car service and booked a car to pick him up at 4 a.m. He gave his name as Bob Roberts and didn't name a destination. He'd bring his backpack as a carry-on and convince the airline to let him gate-check the golf bag with the sword in it. Golfers were funny about letting go of their clubs, weren't they? He'd only been in the UK for a few months. He hoped his banishment wouldn't last long. Chapter 4. The Art of the Deal. Leisha Middleton shook the snow from her curls and extended her frozen hands toward the fire. Why couldn't Claude Dorsey den up in Belize for the winter, like any sane person? She glanced around the parlor with an educated eye. Everything had a stuffy, old money look, like the museum rooms at her grandparents' estates. They smelled the same, too, like cigars and leather and old men's musty wool cardigans. Leisha ran a finger under her high-necked sweater and touched the gold collar, the torque, that circled her neck. Touching it was becoming a habit. "Who are you?" Leisha jumped and turned around. The boy had slipped up behind her. He was slender and bookish-looking, with blonde curls, a fair complexion, and eyes that were such a pale blue behind frameless glasses as to be almost colorless. He might have been 14, too young to be interesting, though Leisha was only 17 herself. He was almost pretty, but the effect was marred by a black eye and a nose that had been recently broken. "I'm Leisha Middleton," she said, seeing no reason to lie. "Devereaux Dorsey," the boy replied, standing rather too close and staring fixedly into her face. "Father didn't mention we were expecting guests." Didn't he? It hadn't been easy to get this invitation. A fax of the last page of the covenant, signed by the guilds at Second Sister, had done the trick. She'd ordered her grandparents' chauffeur, Charles, to drive her here from their estate in Scotland. If she could manage to live through the day and avoid being grounded, she'd be very, very lucky. "Would you care for something to drink?" Devereaux asked, nodding toward the sideboard, where there was an array of bottles and cans of soda. Leisha shook her head. "No, thank you." The boy leaned against the sideboard. "We've more of a selection down in the cellar," he said. "Would you like to see?" "No. I'm quite all right, thank you." Looking to change the subject, she said, "Who beat you up?" That struck a nerve. "No one beat me up, Miss Middleton," the boy said, straightening, his fair face flushing dark rose against the bruises. "From a power standpoint, I totally had the advantage. Had it not been for—" "Devereaux?" Now it was the boy's turn to jump and look guilty. Claude Dorsey stood framed in the doorway, dressed in wool trousers, cashmere sweater, and tweed jacket. The wizard's hair was dark and close-cropped, his face fine-boned and aristocratic. "Miss Middleton, a pleasure to see you again. I see you've met my son." "Yes," Leisha replied. "I wouldn't have known it from his looks." "He favors my late wife." Dorsey came into the room and extended his hand to Leisha. His grip was cool and dry, with a wizard's electrical sting. "You didn't tell me anyone was coming, Father." Devereaux still looked sullen. "How was I supposed to know who she was?" "It was rather short notice, Dev," Dorsey replied. "Miss Middleton requested a meeting." He studied Leisha appraisingly. "I believe the last time we met was here at Raven's Gill, at the last tournament." "That was a disaster," Leisha said bluntly. Dorsey didn't disagree, but nodded toward the sideboard. "Would you like something?" "No, thank you," Leisha replied, wondering how many times she was going to have to refuse refreshment before leaving. Dorsey gestured to one of two chairs by the hearth. "Please, sit. Make yourself comfortable." Leisha sat, not particularly comfortably, and Dorsey sat down opposite her. Devereaux slouched onto the hearth itself, clearly intending to listen, if not to participate. "Dev can stay. I value his opinion." Dorsey paused. "So, are you here representing Jessamine Longbranch?" "Why would you think that?" "I believe you were working for her last year when you, brought those two young men here as hostages during the last tournament. Friends of that bizarre mongrel warrior she created, Jack Swift. Now that was a disaster." "Must have seemed like a good idea at the time," Leisha said. "Anyway, I'm not working for her anymore." "Ah, yes. Didn't I hear you'd fallen in with some traders? I don't imagine Jessamine approved." Leisha examined her nails. "You can't believe everything you hear." "But you're working with someone." "Mm-hmm." "Who?" "My partner wants to remain anonymous until we're sure we can do business." Dorsey sat back in his chair and smiled, like a cat with a bird between his paws. "We can be very persuasive." Leisha's heart flopped wildly, but she managed to keep her voice steady. "My partner wouldn't like it if anything bad happened to me." "Did you bring the document with you?" "Do I look stupid or what?" Dorsey shrugged. "One can never tell by appearances. Where is it now?" You should be thinking about what kind of deal you're willing to make. I could offer to trade you for the Covenant. Leisha sighed. She groped in her bag for her compact and reapplied her lipstick, trying to keep her hand from shaking. Playing for time. I'm just the hired help, you know. I can be replaced. But my associate might be annoyed enough to decide to sell the piece to someone else. No one else would want it. Please. I'm a trader. I know who wants what. The Roses want to destroy it because it takes power out of their hands and puts it in yours. The Underguilds want to destroy it because it keeps them subservient to wizards. You want to consecrate it and enforce it. I bet we could get a 3-way auction going. D'Orsay raised his hand. I hardly think that's necessary. He smiled, as if acknowledging defeat. The man was a charmer, no doubt about it, and good-looking for someone so totally old. D'Orsay rose, laid another log on the fire, and returned to his seat, taking his time. Has your associate given you leave to negotiate the sale? He has. Then I assume he's shared with you what offer he might be willing to accept? He has. And he wants to be written in. D'Orsay shoved back his sleeves. Excuse me? The new covenant states that all of the magical guilds, including the wizard houses, will be ruled by you and Gregory Lester, and your heirs. Lester is dead, and he has no blood heirs. My partner wishes to be named legal heir to Gregory Lester, and so co-ruler of the guilds. Your partner is out of his mind, D'Orsay said pleasantly. Leisha took a deep breath, cursing the day she'd become entangled in this. That's his price. Take it or leave it. Who does he think he is? Does he really think I would bring him in as a full partner? Lester and I worked on this project for years. Look at it this way. What can you offer that the Roses can't? I'm sure they can come up with more money than you if everyone puts in. Plus, if they destroy the Covenant, then my associate doesn't have to worry about living under your rule, which, having read the document, seems risky. The only way to ease his mind is to allow him to come in as an equal. D'Orsay pressed his fingertips together. If I knew who I was dealing with, if I knew he would be compatible, if you knew if he'd be easy to kill, Leisha thought. No doubt both partners would be hiring assassins before the ink on the agreement was dry. With any luck, they'd kill each other. This is my inheritance too, Devereaux said, leaning forward. Let's take her to the cellar. We can make her tell us whatever we want. Get away from me, you miserable little creep, Leisha thought, perspiration trickling between her shoulder blades. She made a show of looking at her watch. Let me handle this, Dev, D'Orsay said. The wizard massaged his forehead, as if it hurt, then turned back to Leisha. Perhaps we could negotiate a private sale, you and I. Leisha considered this. In fact, she'd considered this long before she ever entered the Guild. I don't actually hold the original. Perhaps you could obtain it. That would be difficult. Impossible, actually, with things as they were, but she wouldn't tell him that. Your partner could meet with an accident. Leisha liked that idea a lot. He could, but I couldn't be connected with it in any way. Plus, it would have to be a completely, permanent accident, if you know what I mean. Ah, D'Orsay smiled. You might be able to provide an opportunity, yes? Maybe. And what would you want in return? That would be enough. Getting free of Warren Barber. Getting free of this whole business. But it wouldn't be wizardly to say so. Oh, I don't know. Money is nice. Or maybe I'd like to be written in myself, she added. They'd expect that, of course. D'Orsay smiled back. Very well, then. I think we can come to an arrangement. Meaning they'd stab each other in the back as soon as they could. But tell me, how did your employer come by the document? As a sometime buyer of antiquities and art, I know that the provenance of a piece often speaks to its authenticity. Leisha rolled her eyes. Now that would be too much like a clue. D'Orsay's smile disappeared. There can be no deal between us without a name. And if he finds out I told you? My dear young lady, he won't find out from me. That would not be in my self-interest. I cannot go after your partner if I don't know who it is. Leisha took a deep breath and resisted the temptation to finger her neckline again. It's Warren Barber. D'Orsay raised his eyebrows skeptically. Who? Warren Barber, she repeated. The eyebrows stayed up. And who, may I ask, is that? Old Warren doesn't move in your circles, I guess, Leisha thought. Mine either. She shivered, then turned it into a shrug. He was one of Lester's students at the Havens, sometimes called the Spider. The Spider? D'Orsay tapped his elegant forefinger against his chin, looking amused. You're saying this whole scheme's been organized by teenagers? Well, no offense, but the old people don't seem to be doing so great. Perhaps not. D'Orsay inclined his head graciously. But I've not heard of Barber. He does weir walls. Supposedly, he was the one that spun the wall around the inn at Second Sister to keep the guilds from escaping the conference before the covenant was signed. Leisha hadn't been there, thank God, but she'd heard all about it. I see. D'Orsay's eyes glittered. Then he must have been the one who failed, who let Macaulay and Haley and the girl into the hole. Barber hadn't mentioned that. Ha! Anyway, when he saw what was happening, when Macaulay showed up and Lester got killed, Barber went and stole the document. How resourceful. D'Orsay sighed, as if mourning the duplicity of man. Now then, what manner of paperwork would satisfy young Mr. Barber? I have something with me. Leisha pulled a folder from her portfolio. These attest that, for purposes of the covenant, my associate to be named later is the heir of Gregory Lester and assumes all privileges and rights, blah, blah. She handed it across to D'Orsay. Once these are signed and properly processed, the, revised covenant will be made available for consecration in the Gill before the Weirstone. Naturally, details of that were rather sketchy. A peculiar expression flitted across D'Orsay's face, followed by a calculating one. Ah. Well. The Weirstone. Is there a problem? Well, there may be. There was an intruder in the Gill a few nights ago. D'Orsay smiled thinly. He attacked my son, and I believe he might have carried away something important. Leisha glanced over at Devereaux's battered face. What makes you think that? The Weirstone has dimmed. In fact, it appears to be Extinguished. Leisha shuddered, the reaction of any reasonable wizard to a threat to their heritage of magic. What do you think that means? Difficult to say what it means in terms of the consecration of the covenant. The Roses and the rebels assume we hold it. Perhaps that was the intent of the raid, to make it impossible for us to enforce it. But that would ruin everything. Precisely. Therefore, now that our interests so closely coincide, perhaps we could ask Mr. Barber to contribute to the success of this enterprise in a material way. Excuse me? He'd lost her after precisely. As an act of good faith, I am asking that you and your partner bring the perpetrator back here alive, along with whatever he took from here. Great. She knew who would get that assignment. How is Barber supposed to find this person? Leisha said, irritably, when we don't even know for sure if he took anything. D'Orsay smiled. We can help you there. We now know who it was, and we have some idea about what's missing. Why should we go hunting your burglar? D'Orsay waved the papers under Leisha's nose. As soon as I sign this, Barber has as much interest in seeing the covenant consecrated as I do. But I'm rather pinned down here. If I leave Raven's Guild, the Roses will be on me before I'm out of Cumbria, and in my absence they might seize control of the Guild, which, again, would be inconvenient if we wish to access the Weirstone. Barber, on the other hand, can follow this Jason Haley to America and... Who's Jason Haley? Leisha interrupted. I never heard of him. D'Orsay stood and crossed to the desk, choosing a folder from a pile. He pulled out a color print, returned, and handed it to Leisha. Dev didn't have any trouble identifying him from our database of rebels and troublemakers. To Leisha's surprise, Jason Haley looked to be a boy about her age, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, with brilliant blue eyes and a sardonic grin. He shouldn't present any difficulty for someone like Barber. From what we gather, he's a minor operative and sneak thief who managed to sneak in here and steal something out from under your nose. D'Orsay nodded. True. And he's also the boy who teamed up with Macaulay in the attack at Second Sister. He's aligned with the riffraff in Trinity. Riffraff like Leander Hastings and Nicodemus Snowbeard? Them I've heard of. I'd rather not cross paths with them again. Oh, God, no. Her former partners were still buried under the Trinity High School parking lot. That's the field we're playing on, my dear. Leisha sighed. Do you think he's gone to Trinity? I suspect so. Too many people knew her in Trinity. What did Haley take? Devereaux opened his mouth as if to speak, but D'Orsay cut in. We believe it's a Sepha stone of some kind, small enough to hold in your hands, with a flaming center. Useless on its own, we believe, but somehow, here in the Gill. D'Orsay shrugged. That wouldn't be easy to find, even in Trinity, Leisha thought glumly. So, D'Orsay said cheerfully, send Barber after Jason Haley. Perhaps they'll kill each other, and you can collect the stone. Meanwhile, do keep in touch about Barber's whereabouts, and we'll look for an opportunity to eliminate him. Do we have a bargain? D'Orsay asked. That depends. Are you going to sign this or not? Leisha said crossly. I have to take something back to Barber. She was tired of being everyone's servant. D'Orsay crossed to his desk, found a pen in the drawer, and signed the paperwork with a flourish, scribbling an addendum in the margins. He handed it to Leisha. I'll have your driver bring the car round for you then. I look forward to a long and prosperous relationship, assuming you or Barber bring back Jason Haley and the Covenant. We'll be seeing more of each other. After the girl had gone, Dev crossed to the shelf next to the fireplace and lifted down the book Haley had dropped in the snow, struggling a little with the weight of it. Dev sat down on the hearth and began leafing through. They'd both read it 2 or 3 times, debating its meaning. Dev began to read aloud, his blond head still bent over the book. I will bury the Dragonheart stone in the mountain, with such protections as I can lend it, in the hope that chance will put it into the possession of one with the heart and desire to release its full power. That person will seize control of the gifts that have been given. That person will once again reign over the guilds, or destroy them, as they deserve. He looked up at Dorsey. So you think Haley took the Dragonheart? I think he must have, Dev. Dorsey felt positively betrayed. If Haley found this thing called the Dragonheart in the Gill, where did he find it? And how did he find it so fast? These were Dorsey's ancestral lands, after all. They'd been in his family since the property had been called Dragon's Gill. If there were magical artifacts in the valley, they belonged to him and his heirs. Dev set the heavy book aside, stood, and paced restlessly back and forth. I should have stopped him. I let him get away. Dev, he's a vicious street hoodlum. Just look what he did to your face. It was true. Jason Haley was little more than an underpowered punk with a talent for illusion, but he and Hastings and Macaulay had already brought down a conspiracy that had been years in the making. The scene at Second Sister played over in Dorsey's head like the ever-repeating trailer of a bad film. He blocked the scenes, picked over and tallied the players on the screen. He and Lester had engineered a meeting of all the magical guilds and the Wizard Council on the island of Second Sister. Lester's slave wizards immobilized everyone in the room. They'd forced the guilds and the council to sign Dorsey's covenant, naming them rulers over the guilds. That much had gone according to plan. Haley and Macaulay must have been hiding in the room all along. Haley's fake dragon appeared, a 30-foot-tall glamour that dazzled and distracted all the wizards in the hall, while Macaulay opened fire against Lester. Lester lured Macaulay into the open, and then something happened. A girl had appeared out of nowhere, a girl with the singular name of Madison Moss. How she'd come to be at Second Sister, Dorsey had no idea. When Lester flamed Macaulay, the girl stepped in front and took the hit. Lester went down, his wizard slaves with him, and Haley and Macaulay had killed him. Who was this girl? She was not from any of the major families, or he'd have recognized her. He'd searched the online genealogies, his agents had inquired. As far as they could tell, she was a nobody. Pausing at the hearth, Dorsey gripped the poker with its emblems of roses and thrust it into the flames. The log dissolved to ash and sparks flew upward. Devereaux spoke, startling him out of his reverie. I don't understand why you're dealing with them, Father. Barber sounds like a common thief, and we don't want him to get hold of the Dragonheart. There is a saying, Dev. It takes a thief to catch one. Besides, what I said was true. It would be difficult for me to leave the guild to go after Haley, and I don't want to involve anyone else. I could go. It's my fault Haley got away. Dorsey patted Dev's shoulder affectionately. My enemies would be just as happy to get hold of you, as leverage. Dev glowered and clenched his fists, a stance familiar from childhood. I can protect myself. You are a prodigy, Devereaux, but I think you're a little young to go up against the Roses. Dorsey chose not to mention Jason Haley, who'd already given Dev a beating. Dev was just beginning to recover his self-confidence. That girl, that Alicia Middleton, is very pretty. Don't go falling for her. Alicia Middleton is the kind of girl who'll eat you alive. But your partner's with her. For now, Dev. For now. Let's hope she betrays Warren Barber and gets us the Dragonheart. I suspect she'll be easier to handle than him. Dorsey smiled and ruffled Dev's hair. Dev flinched away, a familiar sulky look on his face. Dorsey sighed. You've got to get out more, Dev. Make some friends. I'm afraid that's my fault. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Do you really think Haley is a small-time thief? Dorsey paused to think before answering. I'm not sure if Haley is very clever or very lucky. He's gotten in my way too many times to be ordinary. If we're lucky, young Miss Middleton and Barber will take care of him. Or he'll rid us of them, which wouldn't be all bad. Except that leaves us without the Covenant, and without a functioning Weirstone. You don't know there's anything really wrong with it. I mean, just because it's dark, that doesn't... Can't you feel it? Dorsey had grown up with the stone, situated as it was on his ancestral lands. All his life, it had been like a magnet that pulled at the poles of his heart. The call of the Weirstone meant home to him, and, just now, the call was very faint. Chapter 5. To Church. The sound intruded into Madison's mind, a faint and persistent tapping, like something pecking on the outside of her skull. This was followed by the sense that she was suffocating. She opened her eyes, squinting against the overhead light. The giant Arts of the Eastern Civilizations textbook lay open on her chest, which explained why she couldn't breathe. She'd fallen asleep, studying again. She pushed the heavy book aside and sat up. The clock on the bedside table said 2:48, so the test was less than 10 hours away. She heard tapping again. Throwing back the comforter, she slid from the high Victorian bed, her bare feet thudding on the wood floor. She shivered in her cotton nightgown. The Legends Inn was beautiful, but, like most Victorian buildings, it was not well insulated, especially up on the third floor. She crossed to the door, undid the chain, pulled it open, and was ambushed. It was Seth Macaulay, snow powdering his jacket and sparkling in his curls, smelling of fresh air and magic. Her heart floundered frantically in her chest, as if it meant to escape. "Oh," she said. "Hey, Maddie," he said softly, stepping inside and pulling the door shut behind him. "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asleep?" he added, grinning, looking her up and down. "Do you know what time it is?" she mumbled, forcing her fingers through her tangled hair. She hadn't seen him for 3 days, not that she was counting, and now, when he did come, she was all baggy-eyed and cranky. "Rachel will skin you alive if she finds you here at this hour." "Oh, I don't think she'll notice," he said, touching the amulet that hung around his neck. "You're shivering." He grabbed up her shawl from the foot of the bed and draped it around her shoulders, reeling her in like a fish in a net. When there were inches between them, she pulled free, wrapping the shawl around herself for protection. He looked away and stuffed his hands into his pockets, a faint release of breath signaling his frustration. He wasn't used to being rebuffed. He didn't understand. He would never understand, if she could help it. Most guys gave up after a try or two, but Seth was persistent, and she didn't know how long she could continue to keep him at arm's length. "What are you doing here?" Madison demanded, her own frustration sharpening her tongue. She was not so much surprised by the hour of his appearance as by the fact that he was there at all. These were the hours Seth liked to keep. He was a city boy who came alive at night. "Who's minding the boundary?" "Nick's in charge tonight." "Get dressed, let's go out." "It's 3 o'clock in the morning," she protested. "I have an exam tomorrow. Today." "It's only for a little while. Jason's back." Madison stopped fussing with her hair and stared at Seth. "What's he doing back? I thought he was gone for good. I mean, he dropped out of school and all." "He brought some things back from Britain for safekeeping. We're supposed to meet him to look the stuff over. Please come." Seth looked into her eyes as if searching for hopeful signs. Madison wavered. It wasn't like she'd be any use when it came to magic, but it seemed safe enough. And it was hard to say no to Seth for reasons that had nothing to do with wizardry. Plus, she couldn't help wondering what had brought Jason home. "All right, but I can't stay long." Grabbing up her clothes from the chair beside her bed, she carried them into the tiny lavatory and locked the door. Shedding her nightgown, she pulled her jeans on, following with a sweatshirt, heavy socks, and her red boots, armoring herself for the personal battle ahead. When she came out, the phone rang, jarringly loud in the quiet inn. Madison ignored it, shrugging on her barn coat and tying a hand-woven scarf around her neck. "Aren't you going to get that?" Seth asked, nodding toward the phone. "The machine'll pick up. It's Mama. She's the only one besides you who calls me in the middle of the night." The answering machine clicked on. "You've reached Maddie Moss. Leave a message." There was a beep, and then her mother's voice, all husky from cigarettes. "Baby girl, I know you're there. I need to talk to you. It's about Grace and John Robert. Pick up the phone." There was a long pause, and then, "Fine. Go to hell." And the phone banged down. Madison jammed her brimmed hat down on her head. "Let's go." "Why don't you talk to her?" Seth asked, as they passed through the dark hallway and descended the stairs. Madison put her finger to her lips. "Shh. I do talk to her. Just not every time she calls." They slipped out the front door, crossed the porch, and turned down Lakeside. It was very cold, despite the proximity of the lake. The snow crunched under their feet like shards of glass. "What does she want?" Seth asked. "Your mother, I mean." "She wants me to come home and watch my brother and sister. She needs a babysitter, and guess what? She can't find anyone else who will work for free and keep her hours and is available at a moment's notice." Seth looked at her quizzically. "But you're in school. She knows that, right?" This was so far off Seth's experience, he couldn't possibly understand. "She knows that, but she doesn't especially care. She'd understand if I were studying dental hygiene or computers, but I could do that at the community college at home. As far as she's concerned, I already know how to paint pretty pictures. I always take the ribbon at the county fair." Madison shrugged. "She also might need money." "But you don't make that much," Seth replied, the understatement of the year. He steered her south on Church Street with a hand on her elbow. She relaxed fractionally. It seemed okay. She couldn't feel the wizard heat of him through 3 layers of wool. "Mama knows I'm living with Rachel for free. She doesn't understand that my books cost $150 apiece." Madison wanted to change the subject. She wasn't like Carlene, who was always just about to move to Las Vegas or Paris, France, or join up with a country band, and somehow believed every story she told. Madison wouldn't pretend she had a different kind of family. She couldn't pretend that things could ever work out between her and Seth, but that didn't mean she wanted to talk about it. "Where are we meeting Jason?" Madison asked, knowing nothing was open in Trinity, Ohio, at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. "St. Catherine's." Madison missed her step, and Seth deftly caught her about the waist. She pulled free quickly, feeling his hot fingers through her coat, feeling the wicked power inside her respond. "We're meeting him in church in the middle of the night? Who picked that?" "Jason did," Seth shrugged. "I don't know why, but I guess we'll find out." Seth attended Mass at St. Catherine's regularly. He wore a Celtic cross on a chain around his neck, alongside the Dirna Sefa. His Catholic faith was the rock he'd stood upon through a lonely lifetime. "I wish I believed in something," Madison thought. "I wish I belonged somewhere." The church stood amid tall trees on a campus that included the Catholic grade school and high school, along with a small cemetery. Seth had keys to the side door of the church. The sanctuary was chilly and dark, lit only by the sconces along the walls. The light that usually poured through the great windows was hours away. Madison flinched when something moved in the shadows up by the altar. 2 tall figures materialized and came toward them. Jack and Ellen. "Jason here yet?" Seth asked. They shook their heads. "I hope he gets here soon," Ellen said. She yawned and sat down in one of the pews, drawing her knees up and pillowing her head on her arms. Unlike most girls her age, Ellen always seemed totally at home in her body. Madison stared down at her own traitorous hands. A slice of light spilled into the nave as the side door opened and closed. A ripple of power washed over Madison before the intruder spoke. "Friend or foe?" someone whispered. "Weir or Anawir?" It was Jason. He came forward into the light, wearing only a leather jacket against the bitter cold. He carried a duffel, and a backpack was slung over one shoulder, a golf bag over the other. He was grinning. That grin that always had an edge to it, as if he didn't trust the world or himself. Power fountained off him with an intensity Madison had never seen in Jason before, contrasting with his travel-beaten, haggard appearance. There were dark circles under his blue eyes, and his face was unevenly stubbled over. "How are things in the UK?" Jack asked. "Did you look up any of our old friends from Raven's Gill?" Jason's head snapped up, but then he settled back and sort of smiled. "Nah, maybe next time." "How's my father?" Seth asked. "Your old man's all right," Jason replied, fussing with the buckle on the backpack. "I saw him in London 2 days ago." "What's in the bag?" Jack asked, gazing curiously at the golf bag. "You've got us all intrigued," Madison drawled. "Me most of all." Nick Snowbeard appeared from behind the altar, leaning heavily on his staff. "Which should be obvious from the fact that I'm here. Old men aren't used to gadding about in the middle of the night." Madison squinted at Nick, surprised. Seth had said that Snowbeard was maintaining the boundary, yet the old wizard was still able to function. Seth was always visibly distracted, almost impaired when he was on duty. Jason laid the golf bag on the floor and knelt next to it. "First, a present for Ellen." He unzipped the bag and lifted out a sword in a scabbard, presenting it to her with both hands, reverently, like a courtier to his queen. Ellen blinked at him, stunned, speechless, as if no one had ever given her a present before. Then she took the sword from Jason and drew it slowly from its scabbard. The blade illuminated the entire nave of the church with blue light. The cross on the hilt blazed brightest of all. "Maybe you won't be able to tell what it can do inside a church, but..." Jason's voice trailed off as Ellen went through a series of stances, her face fierce and focused. The blade hummed as it cut the air, and the candles on the altar guttered and flamed higher than before. Jack stood watching, balanced lightly on the balls of his feet, body tilted forward, eyes following the arc of the sword like a child on the playground who longs to join in the game. Finally, Ellen completed the sequence, cheeks flushed, eyes shining. She grinned, allowing the tip of the blade to drift to the floor, then looked around at the circle of faces, fastening on Jason's. Whoa. Really? This is for me? As if she couldn't quite believe it. This is so cool, she finished lamely. May I see the blade, my dear? Nick extended his weathered hand. Reluctantly, Ellen passed him the sword. Nick turned it over in his hands, studying the crosspiece, the layered metal blade, the cross emblazoned on the hilt. The old wizard blinked slowly, like a blind-sighted owl. Where did you get this? He asked Jason, an unusual edge to his voice. At Raven's Gill, in a cave in Ravenshead, under the dragon's tooth. You know, the Weirstone. Nick frowned. In a cave under the Weirstone? I'm quite familiar with the place, and there is no cave there these days. It opened in an earthquake, Jason explained. I guess Dorsey and the others didn't know it was there either. I dare say. Nick eyed him keenly for a moment. The cave is open, is it? Well, maybe not. It kind of caved in when I left. Nick took a quick breath, as if he wanted to ask more questions, but instead turned to Ellen. Has your weapon told you her name? She nodded. Waymaker, she whispered, glaring around at the others, as if they might argue. Ah, I thought so. The old man nodded. Waymaker, wrought by sorcerers in Dragon's Gill, under the rule of Dragon Aiden Ladra, one of the 7 great blades. Snowbeard closed his eyes for a long moment, then sighed and opened them, and handed the blade back to Ellen. It's fitting that Waymaker fight next to Shadow Slayer, in the hands of the last heirs of the Warrior Guild. Maybe we're not the last. Jack looked uncomfortable at the idea of being the last of a dying breed. Maybe there are others we don't know about. If there are, Ellen said, strapping on the scabbard and cinching it around her hips, they can find their own swords. Wait till you see the rest of this, Jason said, lifting his backpack onto the front pew and unzipping it. He dumped the contents onto the weathered wood seat and stood back, allowing the others to crowd in. Only Ellen stood aside, caressing Waymaker's hilt, a distant expression on her face. Madison picked through the jewelry. She'd always loved shiny things. There were gold and silver medieval pieces, set with precious and semi-precious stones, brooches and necklaces and bracelets and hair adornments. Her fingers itched to sketch the designs. She gathered her mass of hair into a gold net and set a jewel-encrusted tiara on her head, stuck 3 rings on each hand, and admired the result. I always wanted to be a queen, she said wistfully. Queens never had to worry about finding money for tuition and books. Her eyes kept straying to the backpack. Jason had set it aside in one of the pews. Something glittered in the back of her mind, a light in the darkness, like a painting she'd not yet splashed onto the canvas. Seth had collected a pile of objects in front of him. Some were dull black rocks, totally unimpressive. Others were crafted in precious metals, engraved with mysterious designs. Some were mounted on chains or set into jewelry. He sorted through them with his long fingers, turning them to catch the light so he could read the inscriptions on them, murmuring magical words under his breath. Jack tried on a pair of gauntlets in a lightweight silver metal, extending his arms to check out the effect. "And these all came from the same cave, I assume?" Snowbeard said. Jason nodded. "This wasn't even half of it, but I tried to take the best as far as I could choose. Hastings told me to bring all this stuff back here and hide it, and not to let anyone know it's here. That's why I'm back." He half mumbled the last part, like he didn't want to say it aloud. Madison sat down in the pew next to the backpack. It was illuminated, pulsing with magic, and she realized that the power that had seemed to emanate from Jason was really coming from it. Before she knew what she was doing, she'd lifted it onto her lap, cradling it in her arms. "Hey!" Jason jerked the backpack out of her hands. "Careful!" Madison was mortified. She wasn't usually a grabby person. I'm sorry. But you know what? Something's still in there," she said. "It's like, I don't know, important." Suddenly, it was like everybody in the church had stopped talking and focused on them. "Is there something else, Jason?" Nick asked into the silence. Jason's face hardened, and his eyes narrowed, like he might refuse to answer. He looked from Nick to Madison, then sighed and groped in the front pocket of his backpack. He brought out a velvet bag embroidered over with symbols in a darker thread. "It's some kind of sefer," he said, shrugging. I picked it out for myself." He handed it to Nick. The old man weighed the parcel in his two hands, as if he could discern its essence by touch alone. "This is very old," he said thoughtfully, "and yet somehow new. Familiar yet strange. It has a potential for power that is truly amazing, yet not quite manifest. Something I've never encountered before." He opened the bag and drew out a large, slightly ovoid stone. They all gathered around it, like planets around a new sun. "Mère de Dieu," Seth muttered. He always lapsed into French when he got excited. "What is it?" "I think it's called the Dragon Heart," Jason replied, his eyes on the stone. Then he shut his mouth, as if he'd said too much. Nick's head came up. "The Dragon Heart? Really? What makes you think so?" "There was a book in the cave. I read some of it. It talked about a stone like this, called the Dragon Heart." "Do you have the book?" Nick asked, his black eyes glittering with interest. Jason shook his head. "No, I lost it on the way out." "What else did it say about the stone?" Nick's voice had sharpened considerably. "I don't remember exactly," Jason said sullenly. "Something about taking control of the magical guilds or destroying them, like it was a weapon or something. I was kind of in a hurry." "That's a pity." Nick stroked the surface of the stone with a wrinkled finger. "Even here in church you can feel it." The glow from the stone lit the wizard's face, accentuating the lines of age so that he looked like the oldest of prophets. "Madison is right. This is important." "I don't know about important," Jason said, clearly worried that his prize might be confiscated, "but I thought it looked cool." He pulled out a dangerous-looking metal stand, all sharp edges and sinuous monsters. "This came with it." Madison was fascinated by the stone in Nick's hands. Broad flashes of blue and green surfaced as he turned it, like the scales of some brilliantly colored fish surfacing in an exotic tropical sea. Not that she'd ever seen an exotic tropical sea. It was more than her usual fascination with shiny things. She was always conscious of the presence of power, drawn to it, in fact. But this beat against her senses and clamored in her ears, impossible to ignore. Ambushed by a rush of desire, Madison reached out a finger toward the stone. The stone kindled, illuminating the entire church, and a small tongue of flame erupted from the center to lick the surface as if seeking a connection. She jerked back her hand without making contact and retreated a step, gripping the side of the pew to steady herself. No more. She was done with that. She drew a shaky breath and looked up to see Jason watching her. "You okay?" he asked, laying a proprietary hand on the stone. Madison nodded mutely. "I would like to study these objects," Nick said, frowning. "It would help if Mercedes Foster could take a look at them as well, since they're the work of sorcerers, for the most part. Though the more people who know about this, the more difficult it will be to keep it a secret." Jason nodded. "Hastings said to hide this stuff somewhere secure, so I thought of the church because, churches suppress magic. Maybe these things wouldn't be so obvious to someone who's looking for them. Seth belongs here and has a key, so he could go in and out pretty easy." "Why? Is someone after you?" Madison asked, trying to shake off the influence of the stone. "Does anyone know about this?" Jason looked away from her. "As far as I know, I got away clean." Something told Madison he was lying. "But there are people in here all the time," Ellen objected. "What if we need to get to these things and a mass is going on? Besides, where would we hide it? We can't just shove it under a pew." "There's the mourners' chapel," Seth suggested. "People don't go in there unless there's a funeral, and not a lot for that since it's tiny. It's downstairs next to the crypt, and there's a secret entrance." "There's dead people in this church?" Madison shivered. She preferred that bodies be buried out in the churchyard, so their spirits could roam free if they liked. Seth nodded. "It was built by the Presbyterians, but it was taken over by European Catholics more than 150 years ago. They like to be buried out of the weather, I guess. Come on, bring the stuff. I'll show you." Seth led them through a doorway at the front of the sanctuary and down a narrow, dimly lit flight of stairs. The crypt lay on one side of the stairs, the chapel on the other. The chapel was just big enough for a family to gather privately. At one end, a stone was set into the wall, engraved with the name and dates for one James McAllister, 1795 to 1860. "Seems like a strange resting place for a Presbyterian, but McAllister was also one of the region's leading abolitionists," Seth said. "Watch." He pushed the stone, and it pivoted silently on an invisible hinge, revealing a rough opening the width of a man's shoulders. Air whistled through, bringing with it the scent of water and stone. This was a station on the Underground Railway. There's a tunnel that runs all the way to the lake. Escaped slaves would hide in the church basement, then meet boats on the shore and travel across to Canada. Not fun to crawl through these days, if ever. The crypt housed several rooms lined with vaults, most of them occupied for more than a century. Jack walked down the row, scanning the names on the vaults in a businesslike fashion, until he came to one he was looking for. "Here we go," he murmured, pointing to an inscription. "Perfect." Madison peered around him to read, J. Thomas Swift, Esquire. There were no dates. "Who's that?" she asked. "That's my dad," Jack replied. "Or it will be. This was my dad's church, on Christmas and Easter anyway. He bought this vault when he lived in Trinity, before the divorce." Madison eyed it doubtfully. "You're saying it's empty?" Jack nodded. "Yeah, I mean he's still alive, right? So unless you think it's too obvious because he's related to me, we can stash the stuff in there." And we can get at it pretty much whenever we want, without going through the main church, Seth added. People never come down here. Most of the people buried here died 100 years ago. I'll keep the dragon heart with me, Jason suggested. Seth's house is totally warded, so it should be safe. He wants the stone, Madison thought jealously, recognizing the same strange lust in herself. Was this like one of those magical objects in stories that people fought and died over? All of the items will be safer here in the sanctuary, with the proper warding, Nick said, frowning at Jason. Harder to find and easier for us all to examine. Once we know more, we can make a decision about their final disposition. Jason dropped the subject, though Madison noticed his eyes straying to the Dragonheart as they opened the vault and concealed the jewelry and artifacts inside. Jason, Seth, and Snowbeard made arrangements to meet regularly and examine and experiment with the talismans and amulets in the vault. They seemed almost giddy in their optimism that Jason's treasure would offer them an advantage in the war that everyone seemed to think was inevitable. Madison was less enthusiastic. The Dragonheart still glittered enticingly in a corner of her mind. One more thing she'd have to try and ignore. The presence of this treasure in Trinity did not make her feel safer. In fact, she felt like Trinity had become a target that would be noticed sooner or later by those who would destroy everything she cared about. Chapter 6. Passages. Well, thought Jason, Jack is the talk of the town. I'm glad it's not me. Jack's dad, Thomas Swift, had returned to Trinity for Christmas, determined to show off to the locals by throwing the party of the year. Word on the street was that Daddy had hired a party planner, who'd been working on the thing for months. He called it a midwinter solstice party, but it was more of a debutante party for Jack, if they had that kind of thing for guys. Thomas had brought a small contingent of business associates and social climbers and preppy kids from Boston, so Jack could network, he said. The local guest list had started out to be just as exclusive, but Jack had turned it into an open house by passing out invitations at school. In fact, he'd begged all his friends to come, so he wouldn't be marooned with a crowd of old people and East Coast lawyers. The Lakeside Club was totally fancy. A huge Victorian palace with a ballroom set next to the lake. Tiny lights embroidered the dock and gazebo, glittered on the snow, and flickered in the winter-stripped trees. There were huge wreaths over the fireplaces and bells and greenery on all the tables. It would have been even nicer in the summer, when the party could spill out onto the terrace by the lake, and they might have been a little less fussy about the dress code. Even Hastings had returned from Britain for the party. Jason spotted the wizard several times over the course of the evening, cruising the room with a glittering Linda Downey at his side. Jason had hoped to take him aside and get some news from Britain, but the wizard and enchanter were always the center of a crowd. Jason felt sorry for Jack. Thomas worked the room like a life insurance salesman at a funeral, towing his reluctant son along. Jack towered over the big shots in his custom-tailored suit, since nothing off the rack would have fit him. His hair was tied back neatly because he'd refused to chop it off for the occasion. The place was packed, of course. Jack was the hometown Mr. Popular, and the food was incredible. Shrimp and little crab meat pies, fruit towers, and platters of desserts. Jason thrust his fingers into his neckline, loosening the tie Linda had inflicted on him. He guessed the spectacle was worth putting on a jacket. Temporarily, at least. He drifted into the bar, thinking he might find it unattended, and found Becca Downey and Thomas Swift, Jack's parents, nose to nose, arguing. Battle of the litigators. Jason withdrew into the shadows, but he could still hear everything. "I have to say I'm worried about Jack," Thomas said. "Really? You've hardly spoken to him since Christmas." "Well, I assumed you were handling things. With his grades, he shouldn't have any trouble getting into an Ivy League school. I offered to pull some strings if there's an issue. And yet, he's seriously considering going to Trinity?" "Trinity is one of the best liberal arts schools in the country, and he can go there for free." Thomas waved his hand, dismissing free. "I told you I would finance his education. Maybe his undergraduate school doesn't matter, but frankly, he seems totally clueless about what he wants to do. He has to start strong, you know, or he'll never get into a good law school." Becca lifted her chin. "Did he tell you he wants to go to law school?" Thomas ignored this. "I found him a summer job with a firm in Boston, but he says he'd rather stay around here. Working at the docks is all well and good while you're in high school. Now it's time he thought about his future. I mean, he looks like a bodybuilder, for God's sake." "At least no one's fighting over my future," Jason thought. He drifted back out into the main hall, which was packed with Jack's family and friends, people he didn't know. He hadn't been born and raised in Trinity. Although he was reluctantly back in school, he tended to hang out with Seth and Jack and Ellen and Madison. Otherwise, he felt like a total outsider. There were some girls he'd gotten to know, though. Maybe he could make some plans for later on. He passed along the buffet table, loading a small plate with desserts. "I can't believe how cold it is," someone behind him said. He swung around. It was a girl, small and shapely, with full red lips and masses of dark curls spilling down her back. She carried herself like a rich person, or a wizard, or both. He didn't remember seeing her before. He studied her with interest. "It tends to be cold here in the winter, so I hear." "Well, duh. How could I forget?" She shivered, despite the high-necked sweater she was wearing. Jason was no fashion expert, but it seemed like an odd choice for such a glitzy party. "I used to go to high school at Trinity," the girl said, "but I don't remember you." Jason leaned back against the wall. "I've only been here a year." "I'm Alicia Middleton," she said, sticking out her hand. "Leisha, I guess." "Jason Haley." Jason took her hand, feeling the power in the grip. A wizard. And she was juiced compared to him. Her and everybody else. There was an awkward pause as Leisha no doubt made her own comparisons, and then Jason said, "So you know Jack from school?" "Actually, I used to go out with him." "Really?" "Huh," Jason thought. Jack went out with a wizard? She must be pre-Ellen. Nobody with any sense would try and get between those two. "So, you moved away or what?" "We broke up," she replied, answering his unspoken question. "And then I moved away." "Well," Jason said, "cool that you're still friends. I mean, that Jack invited you and all." "Oh, he didn't really invite me," Leisha said. "I just moved back to town, and I saw the party was an open house, so I came. I figured I'd see a lot of people I know." She paused, then rushed on. "But I guess the people I hung out with aren't here." "That always happens," Jason said. She opened her mouth as if to say more, but then her eyes fixed on something behind him. She went pale to the hairline, her eyes widened, and she took a step back, one hand at her throat. "Leisha! What the hell are you doing here?" Jason swung around. Jack Swift was bearing down on them like a thunderstorm over the lake. Ellen, Will, and Fitch were right behind him. "Hey, Jack," Leisha continued to backpedal until she bumped up against the wall. "What's up? I mean, well, look, chill out, will you? I only wanted to say happy birthday." Her voice rose into a kind of frightened squeak as Jack invaded her space. Now why is it I don't believe you? Jack said. You've got a hell of a lot of nerve. The girl must be looking for another hot fudge shower, Ellen said. Then she too advanced on Leisha. Hey, Jason said, thrusting himself in front of Leisha. Take it easy. Jack glared at him, as if he'd taken leave of his senses. I guess you two haven't been properly introduced, he growled. This is Alicia Middleton, trader and renegade wizard, Ellen put in. She used to go to school here until she and some traders kidnapped Jack so they could sell him to the highest bidder, so wizards could play him in a tournament. Then she snatched me and Fitch from a train station in Carlisle so Dr. Longbranch could use us as hostages to make Jack fight, Will added, a frown clouding his usually friendly face. The only nice thing she ever did was break up with Jack, Fitch said. That was awesome, really. Leisha looked around the circle of scowling faces, yanking at the neck of her sweater as if she were suffocating. We've all done things we'd rather forget about. I mean, Ellen came to Trinity to kill Jack. It's not like I had a choice, Ellen muttered. Leisha was definitely playing to a hostile audience. Look, I know I've made some bad decisions. Ellen rolled her eyes and mimicked Leisha, fluffing her hair and mouthing, I know I've made some bad decisions. So why are you here? Leisha hesitated, biting at her lip. Well, I've got both wizard houses pissed at me now. A sanctuary seemed like a good idea. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you made so many enemies, Jack said, looking totally unsympathetic. I thought we could, help each other, Leisha persisted. I know something about the Roses and D'Orsay and... Like we could trust you, Ellen muttered. How do we know you're not a spy like before? Geez, Jason thought. Give the girl a break. Come on, he said to Leisha. Let's get your coat and I'll walk you out. He took her elbow and steered her toward the door, feeling Jack's hot glare between his shoulder blades. Leisha handed her valet ticket to the attendant, and they sheltered in the entryway against the raw northwestern wind. Close to shore, the lake was larded over with ice. Further out, the wind raked it into a dark chop. Jason expended a bit of power to take the edge off the cold. Well, Leisha said, they didn't seem glad to see me. Jason snorted. What did you expect? You make a few teensy mistakes, Leisha said, pouting. That's the thing about small towns. They never forget a thing. Jason laughed. She had an attitude, he had to admit. Are you staying with family or what? He asked. With my great aunt, she said. She's like half deaf and 3/4 blind. That's how I ended up here before. My parents are wizards, but they're sort of always on the move, and really busy. Her voice trailed off. So, whenever they get busy or I get in trouble, I have to come live with my Aunt Melisandre. It's like the worst punishment they can think of, sending me to live in the Midwest. And is it? She shivered. There's worse things. I didn't actually get kicked out of school this time. Jessamine Longbranch, do you know her? Warrior Master for the White Rose? She was the one who planned to play Jack in the game. That thing with Jack at the high school? Longbranch had recruited me to spy on Jack, but I kind of went out on my own. So, she has this big grudge against me. It took her a while, she's been distracted, but anyway, I came home one day to find 2 assassins waiting in the residence hall. Leisha stared glumly out at the frozen lake. And, Jason prompted, when he finally caught up and realized she hadn't finished the story. Well, they're, dead, of course, she said, shrugging. Okay, Jason thought, studying her with new respect and not a little apprehension. But it could happen again, and I didn't want to be looking over my shoulder all the time, so I came here. So how long are you here for? Long as I can stand it, I guess. This town's really changed. It's like a fortress. How does the sanctuary work anyway? Is there really some kind of rule against attack magic? More than a rule, Jason said, figuring Leisha wasn't into following rules. It's enforced with magic. Hexes, attack magic, curses, black magic sefas, anything stronger than persuasion. They don't work in here. Leisha stared at him in disbelief. Really? Really? She smiled, pressed her fingers into her neckline. Cool. She stepped close and looked up at him with wide eyes. Who enforces it anyway? I mean, must be someone with a lot of talent. He took a quick step back, remembering who he was talking to. Must be. Well, here's your ride, I think. It was just a guess. The valet had pulled up in an Audi TT. Jason went to turn away. She gripped his arm, sending a current of persuasion up into his shoulder. I really need to stay here. I know I've done some bad things in the past, but people change. She searched his eyes. I'm not the one you have to convince, Jason said. Maybe you should start with Jack. She wrinkled her nose. Jack's been mad at me ever since I broke up with him. And after that whole deal with the traders, I don't think that's going to change. Then talk to Hastings. She flinched. He's so scary, you know? He did know. Hastings gave the impression he could see right through you, which might be a good thing where Leisha was concerned. Jason figured she wouldn't stay in the sanctuary long if Hastings didn't want her there. But would he really make her leave? Especially since she couldn't use attack magic. Still, persuasion in her hands might be weapon enough, he thought. Leisha's hand was still on his arm. Maybe you could talk to him for me? She gazed up at him. Her eyes were a kind of violet gray, like smoke on the horizon. Jason had his own petition to deliver. He took back his arm. Sorry, I can't help you. I just don't have that much influence. Jason backed away like a courtier from a queen, then turned and headed inside. He looked over his shoulder once and saw Leisha still standing next to her car, her hair a cloud around her head, looking small and vulnerable, and very much alone. Chapter 7. A Change of Plans. By 10 p.m., the contingent from Boston had either left or retired to the bar. A DJ had set up in the ballroom, and music pounded out over the lake. Jack and his friends gathered in a windowed sitting area off the ballroom. A fire crackled on the great hearth, and they dipped hot chocolate out of great silver tureens. The jackets and ties came off as soon as the chaperones faded. The Weir were well represented. Jack Swift, Ellen Stevenson, Seth McCauley and Jason Haley, plus Will Childers and Harmon Fitch, who were kind of honorary members of the guilds, and Madison, who was something else entirely. She recalled Min's warning years ago. Beware the magical guilds. Promise me you'll stay away from them. Swear. Maddie had sworn, and yet, here she was. I can't help it, Grandma, she thought. You'd understand if you were here. She was wedged into an elegant love seat beside Seth, conscious of his hip pressing against hers, the soft buzz of power flowing through. She tried to ignore it. He seemed totally at home at these dress-up affairs, not stuffy, but in context. He still looked dressed up, even though his jacket was off and his sleeves rolled, long legs extended and crossed at the ankles. His shirt was so white it hurt her eyes, his collar starched, the crease in his trousers still perfect. Madison had found a vintage emerald silk dress at the consignment shop, bias cut, with seaming at the hip and gores that flared out from the knee, and a black crocheted shawl with long fringe and tiny beads and sequins. It had cost all of $15, which she couldn't afford. It was kind of low-cut, which made her fuss with the straps and pull the shawl closely around her shoulders. Her strappy sandals were silly in the snow, but then she wasn't known to be practical. Some of the East Coast boys had asked her to dance, and she declined. She wasn't going to say yes to them when she had to say no to Seth. Seth was a great dancer, but one slow dance with Madison might sicken him for days. Still, she couldn't help tapping her foot to the music and wishing they were out on the dance floor. Also, if she were dancing, she wouldn't have to hear about the traitorous wizard Leisha Middleton all night. She was already tired of the subject. "Leisha's up to something," Jack said. "Otherwise, she'd never come back to Trinity. She used to complain there was no place in Ohio she could buy cute shoes." "I have that problem too," Fitch muttered, to general laughter. "No, really, I mean, you try and match an outfit." Despite his jokes, Madison couldn't help thinking Fitch looked a little twitchy. With good reason. Leisha had kidnapped him and Will. "She'd better not come near any of us," Ellen said, meaning Jack, no doubt. She paced restlessly around the elegant room, picking up objects and setting them down again. "I kept hoping Hastings would come out and say something, but he and Linda didn't stay too long." Seth straightened, as always, quick to defend his father. "Look, Leisha's just not a priority for him. There's not much she can do, not with the boundary up. She can't use attack charms here." "You don't know her like we do," Ellen said, scowling. "I know her well enough," Seth said, scrubbing a hand through his hair. "We met in a club in Toronto. She slipped wizard flame in my drink." "What?" Madison stared at Seth, suddenly more interested in the subject of Leisha. "I didn't know that." "She seems really scared," Jason said. Everyone turned to look at him. "What? Don't tell me you believe her." Jack made an irritated sound. "Are you crazy?" "She says both wizard houses are after her," Jason said, leaning against the brickwork around the fireplace, "and that they'll kill her if she leaves the sanctuary." "When did you have this little talk?" Jack rolled his eyes. "I mean, she just got here and you're already best friends?" "I didn't say that," Jason replied, looking mulish. "I ran into her by the desserts." "You don't just run into Leisha Middleton," Fitch said. "I've found that out." "Whatever." Jason flipped his hand, dismissing the subject, and turned to Seth. "I'm hoping your dad'll take me back to Britain with him. Maybe you could say something." Seth shrugged. "I guess. I've barely had a chance to talk to him. I'll probably see him tomorrow." Jason pushed away from the wall. "Well, I'm going. I'm meeting some people." "Hope it's not Leisha," Seth called after him, grinning. Jason batted the comment away with a rude gesture and disappeared around the corner. "I think I'll go too," Madison said. Will and Fitch seemed comfortable enough, but these days she always felt edgy among Seth's gifted friends, afraid the hex magic might suddenly surface and give her away. It'll be better in the fall, she thought. He'll be safe away at school. He'll be away from this whole magical battle siege mentality. He'll be far away from me, she thought. And it felt like something was stuck in her throat that she couldn't swallow down. "I'll walk you home," Seth said, standing and helping her to her feet, not giving her a chance to decline. When they arrived back at the inn, the parking lot was nearly full. It hadn't been easy to get the night off for Jack's party, and Madison hated to give up the tips. They circled around to the less-traveled side entrance. Seth followed her onto the porch. "Mind if I come in for a while?" he asked, looking down at her. His eyes darkened to a deep blue green. Seth had a way of watching her with those witchy eyes that made her stumble over words and into walls. He could suck all her breath away and set her heart hammering without so much as touching her. It was dangerous to be alone with Seth Macaulay, not because of what he might do, but because of how she might react. "Well," she hesitated. "For a little while," she whispered, her resistance evaporating. She was weak. That was all there was to it. "We can go sit in the parlor," she added primly. The parlor was a safely public place. "The parlor?" Seth raised an eyebrow. "I thought maybe we—" "Come on," she said. "We'll have to be quiet or Rachel will kick us out." Shaking his head, Seth followed Madison through the kitchen, with its hulking commercial range and loaded pantry, crossed the center hall, and entered the parlor. The room was furnished with marble-topped Victorian tables and curved-back chairs, and lined with bookshelves. A cheerful fire burned on the hearth, and bottles of wine, a tea service, and trays of cookies were set out on the sideboard for guests of the inn. Rachel's presence making itself felt. They settled into the chairs, side by side, like two 19th-century sweethearts in the presence of a chaperone. Seth covered her hand with his on the delicate armrest, brushing his thumb over her tingling skin. The hex magic within her uncoiled, alerted by his presence, and rippled into her extremities. Her pulse began to hammer, and she slid a glance at him. How could he not notice? "Whoa," he said, massaging his temples with his other hand. "I was fine earlier, but now I'm getting the mother of all headaches." "Maybe you'll be less busy this summer," she suggested, withdrawing her hand as soon as she could and tugging at her shawl. With the boundary and all, I mean." He stared moodily into the flames. "I don't know. I can't see things changing. Unless they get worse." "You should try and relax a little. Have a little fun before you go away to school." Seth cleared his throat. "I've been meaning to talk to you about that." "About what?" He took a deep breath, as if anticipating the battle ahead. "I've decided to put off Northwestern for a while." "What?" She twisted in her seat. "Why?" Like she had to ask. "What with everything going on and all, I just think it would be better if I stayed here." "Who talked you into that? Nick? Your father?" He shifted his shoulders unhappily. "I decided on my own." "I'll just bet you did." The words tumbled out hard and furious. "We could see each other more. I thought you'd be happy." He looked over at her, then away. "Guess not." Madison hadn't meant it to turn into a fight. Why couldn't she talk to people about things without getting all raggedy mad? "I don't see you now, and you're right in town." "Do you even want to see me?" He paused, and when she didn't reply, he continued, "Ever since Second Sister, you've been different." His voice broke with frustration. "It's like you're scared of me. You flinch when I touch you. It makes it really hard, okay?" Typical. Seth Macaulay chose to confront the elephant in the parlor when she'd just as soon walk around it. Seth barreled on. "I know you can't forget what happened last summer, at Second Sister, but it's been 6 months. If you'd just talk about it, I think it would help." He'd given her this tiny opening, an excuse for her crazy behavior, and she seized on it. "I'm trying to forget," she said, "but I can't. Those people getting burned up and ripped apart, and I know Lester was evil, but when you and Jason—" "That's not who I am, Maddie. Lester tortured me for months." He held up his maimed hand. "He did this to me. He killed Jason's father, and I thought he'd killed mine. I'm not saying you were wrong. Killing him, I mean. Maddie stared down at her lap. It's my problem, not yours. That part was the truth anyway. But it is my problem. Sometimes, the way you look at me, I think it's going to be all right. And then, I never know from day to day where I stand. If I've been staying away from you, it's because it's too hard. He reached out and touched her hand. I miss you. It's hard for me too. She kept her gaze downcast, afraid to meet his eyes. I need some space, okay? Can you just give me some time? I don't know how much time we have. I don't know what's going to happen. When she said nothing, Seth went on. It would be easier for me to go away, and then I wouldn't have to see you all the time. But I have to stay. If we lose this war, we lose everything. I don't see why winning the war is up to you. It's not all up to me, but I have to help. He leaned his head back, closed his eyes, the lashes dark against his bloodless skin. I'm sorry, Maddie, he whispered. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I don't feel so well. She pulled her hand free. It was happening again. His undiluted presence was having its usual effect. She could feel power rising inside her, coalescing under her breastbone. She was leaking magic despite all her efforts to contain it. Like she had any idea how. She tried naming colors in alpha order, a trick from when she was little. Azure, blue, citrine, dark green, eggplant, fuchsia. But it was no good. Her skin flamed and her hands and arms tingled and burned. She knew what that meant. Seth, listen, I better... The telephone rang, somewhere close by. She heard running footsteps, Rachel's business voice. The Legends, Rachel Booker. Moments later, Rachel appeared in the doorway to the parlor, extending the phone toward Madison. It's for you. Your mama. Madison couldn't very well refuse to speak to her mother, with Rachel standing right there, so she took the phone reluctantly. Mama? Carlene's voice reverberated in her ear amid a cloud of static. Madison? What's wrong with the phone? Madison struggled to control the power that threatened to pour out of her body. The static cleared. Oh, Madison, honey, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for days. I don't know what to do. Her mother's voice was thick with tears and several beers, if Madison was any judge. And she was. Madison sighed. I'm kind of busy, Mama. What's going on? They've took the kids. What do you mean? Who? Grace and John Robert. The county. The county's taken Grace and J.R.? Why? You remember Sheila Ann White? She married Tom Harper, but they're separated now. She works at the bank and sometimes fills in at Charlie's. Madison struggled to keep her voice in check, pulling patience from some unknown source. What does Sheila Ann White Harper have to do with Grace and John Robert? I worked a double shift on Friday. She promised to watch the kids when she got off at the bank, but they called her into work at Charlie's and she forgot completely. Why didn't you call off when Sheila Ann didn't show? Well, see, I was already at work. She was coming to watch them for second shift. You left them home alone all day while you worked a double? Madison's voice rose. Gracie is 10 years old, Carlene said defensively. She can watch John Robert in the daytime. I'll bet the county doesn't agree, Madison thought. Didn't Grace call you when Sheila Ann didn't come? Well, we don't exactly have phone service right now. I got behind in my payments again. Madison sighed. How did the county hear about it? Long pause. The shed caught fire. No. It was happening again. And she wasn't even there to be blamed. How did the shed catch fire? Are things catching fire again? Did somebody set it? I don't know. Brass Roper spotted the smoke and drove up there. Brass Roper? Her insides twisted, knotted up. Suddenly she was back at school, facing down Bryce and his leering, jeering friends. Right. I bet he just happened to see it. Probably sneaking around up there. Another pause. Well, he and his daddy took the kids into Coal Grove and turned them over to the county. I about went crazy when I came home and found them gone. Madison looked up to find Seth watching her. She closed her eyes, wishing him gone. He didn't need to hear this. She lowered her voice further. When did all this happen? A week ago. A week ago? Static crashed in her ear again, and she held the phone at arm's length, took a deep breath, let it out, brought it back to her ear. Mama, where are they? Madison pictured Grace and John Robert locked up in some kind of home for wayward kids. Grace would be having a fit. JR would cry. They're in foster care. There's a hearing scheduled. I have Ray McCartney representing me, but the thing is he don't think they'll give the kids back to me. Why not? This ain't the first time the county's been out, Carlene rushed on, so Madison couldn't get a word in. You know they've been hassling us ever since Min died. Ray wants you to come back for the hearing. He says they might let the kids go if the county knows you'll be here to watch them. When's the hearing? Next Thursday. Mama, I'm in school. Spring semester is just starting. Carlene ignored this. I've been trying to call you, but you never answer your phone. And I have to drive to town to call, or use the phone at the Ropers. Madison felt a rush of guilt, remembering how often she'd ignored the phone. She hadn't even listened to the messages. Listen, I'll come home for the hearing, but it'll be Wednesday before I can get there. Thanks, honey. I know things'll be fine once you're here. In the space of a few minutes, Carlene's voice had gone from breathless panic to breezy confidence. Madison clicked off and stood clutching the receiver. During the course of the conversation, a weight had descended, a yoke of responsibility, familiar from the time she was small, the burden of making sure everything turned out all right. Seth was still there. He stood, a little shakily, using the back of the chair for support. What happened? He asked. I have to go home. Family crisis. Can I help? No. She really didn't want to discuss her sad-assed family. Seth reached for her. She took a step back and he dropped his hands. Look, I'll talk to my father. I think he's planning to stay through New Year's anyway. If he can help with the boundary, I'll go with you. Madison's heart lurched in gratitude. She could really use a friend. It had been so long since she'd had someone on her side. Then she thought of Seth in Coal Grove meeting Carlene and the rest. Seth, who'd been born to money and raised in Toronto and gone to school in Switzerland and spoke French like a native. No. Seth was her friend. More than a friend. Maybe they couldn't be together, but she still didn't want to look into his eyes and find embarrassment or pity. Besides, he seemed to be in charge of saving everybody else. Thanks. I mean it. But I'd better handle this on my own. Seth cleared his throat. It might not be a good idea for you to leave the sanctuary by yourself. Madison's mind was already racing, cataloging all the things she had to do. Now it stumbled. What? Why not? It's just a bad time. Everyone's trying to gain an advantage. Dorsey, the Roses. Someone might have remembered what happened at Second Sister and be looking for you. So his concern for her had to do with wizards. Always wizards. Madison thrust her face into his. Listen, I have to go. I have no choice, understand? He raised his hands, capitulating. When will you be back? Not this semester, anyway. If I had to take a guess, I'd say I'd be lucky to be back in the fall. Seth frowned down at her. You're not serious. You've been working so hard to get to art school, and now you want to drop out of high school? She turned away, rounding her shoulders against his questions. Don't worry. I'll think of something. I'll know more after I get down there. I wish you'd let me help. She shivered, feeling sparks arcing over the chasm between them. Feeling totally alone. Maybe Seth couldn't leave, but she could. It would give her time to work this out. He wasn't the only one having a hard time. Maddie? Are you okay? The dark brows came together in a frown. You're shaking. Look, it's late, she said, backing away, putting her hands behind her back and nodding toward the door. You'd better go. I need to pack. He hesitated, as if he would say something else. Then he shook his head, turned, and was gone. She didn't even hear the front door open and close. As soon as Seth was out of sight, Madison raced up 3 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor, taking them 2 at a time. She shouldered open the door to her room and thumbed the light switch. The bulb in the overhead fixture fizzed, then exploded in a shower of glass. Crossing to the window in the dark, she ripped open the curtains, her fingers leaving smoldering holes in the cloth. She flung open the wardrobe and snatched off the sheets draping the painting that stood inside. Throwing back her head and closing her eyes, she extended her hands and sent power through her fingers like a breath long held and finally released. It streaked through the air and buried itself in the canvas, smelling like burnt coffee grounds. The paint blistered and ran into muddy swirls. She backed away until the bed hit the backs of her knees. She slumped back onto the mattress, resting her feet on the bed frame, her elbows on her knees. The painting reorganized itself, bleak but recognizable and horribly animated. It was Second Sister all over again. Seth thrusting her behind him as Lester and the alumni sent flames spiraling across the conference room. Only this time, it struck Seth dead on, flinging him against the wall like a broken marionette. It changed again. Seth, laid out in St. Catherine's, pale and still, candles at his hands and feet, mourners filing past, pointing and whispering when Madison entered the church. Buried in paint was the evidence of a dozen such attacks, an unrelenting series of scenes of Seth dying in every way imaginable. Seth stirred the alien magic beneath her skin, woke it up like some monster of the deep. When she let it trickle out, Seth grew pale and tired. He developed raging headaches and his appetite dwindled. When she held it back, Seth visibly improved, but it built and built inside her until she had to release it or explode. There'd been several near misses until she'd discovered she could dissipate it into art, horrible art, but better than any other alternative. She'd tried to paint over it, to obliterate the sequence of awful images, but they continued to surface, like oil on polluted water. It was a secret she had to keep from Seth, from everyone. There was no way Hastings or Linda or Nick Snowbeard would allow her to stay if they knew. They'd have no idea how to fix it, and Seth was too important to risk. She should have left long ago. But she didn't. She couldn't give up her dreams of college and Seth Macaulay both. She kept hoping the magic from Second Sister would eventually peter out. Well, Now she had no choice. Grimly, she began sorting through her belongings. There wasn't much to pack. She'd brought little from her life in Cole Grove, and she hadn't had the money to buy much since her arrival in Trinity. After some thought, she pushed the hex painting back into the wardrobe and covered it over with a drop cloth. 2 drop cloths. She closed the wardrobe and locked it. She wasn't going to take that thing to Cole Grove. She wouldn't need it once she got back home. Seth wouldn't be there to wake the monster. While she worked, she sorted through her thoughts as well. She had no desire to crawl back to Cole Grove Consolidated High School for the last 5 months of the year. She was done with that. She'd met the curriculum requirements, and she'd taken all their arts courses. She'd hoped to get a year of college in before she had to pay for it herself. Now, she'd probably lose the whole semester. She knew how it would be once she went home. Her old life would wrap around her like a well-used quilt. The whispering would begin again, stirred up by her presence. Bit by bit, they'd tear the flesh from the bones of her dreams. She stared out the window at the hills and hollows of the lake. Truth be told, she missed the hills and hollows of home. The texture of the time-worn land of her childhood. She missed the people, too. Some of them. But not the limits they set for her and the assumptions they made, based on who her mama and daddy were. Not the notes that got left on her locker at school. Not the way people stuck crucifixes in her face like she was some kind of vampire, as if they knew exactly who she was and how she'd turn out. Maybe she was just running from one kind of trouble to another, from the strange and magical trouble in Trinity to a more familiar kind. At home, they expected too little of her, and here, they expected too much. Falling in love with Seth Macaulay was the kind of bad move Carleen had made all her life. Her mother careened from crisis to crisis, thriving on calamity. She acted like love was something you caught, like cholera, or a spell that took you unaware. So she couldn't possibly be blamed for screwing everything up. Madison meant to be different. She meant to take hold of her life and get what she wanted and leave Colton County behind for good. It'll happen, she promised herself. But not just yet. The canopy bed, with the pink satin coverlet and the leaping unicorns on the bedposts, was reassuringly familiar. Aunt Melisandre had furnished the room and named it Leisha's room when Leisha was only 3. Until recently, Leisha had stayed there at least once or twice a year. It had always been a kind of confectionery cave-like retreat. Only now, she didn't feel safe. She propped herself against the ruffled pillow shams and drew the coverlet up to her waist. Releasing a gusty sigh, she punched numbers into her cell phone. Barbara answered on the 3rd ring. Yes? Well, I'm here. Barbara laughed. Really? I always know right where you are. Remember? Leisha fingered the gold circlet Barbara had fused around her neck. Jason had said attack magic wouldn't work in the sanctuary, but maybe Barbara could track her just the same. Look, this isn't working. It's like I said, everybody hates me. Barbara tisked. Haley doesn't hate you. You've never even met, right? Well, Leisha hesitated. I met him tonight, at a party. There you go. That's a start. I'm sure you made a good impression. Barbara sounded hugely amused. The thing is, I can't do this anymore. You'll have to think of something else. Barbara's voice was like velvet over stone. That's where you're wrong. This is your problem. You made the deal with Dorsey. You promised we'd deliver Haley and the Dragonheart. Those papers you gave me mean nothing if we can't consecrate the covenant. You need to lure Haley out of the sanctuary and to a place where I can get at him. How you do it is up to you. I have money. I can pay you. Just take it off, okay? Leisha struggled to control her voice. Begging didn't come easy. You think I have to come to you for money? The velvet was gone. I'm sick of you blue bloods treating me like a nobody. I know where you are, and I know where your Aunt Millie lives. I better see some results, or I'll squeeze the breath right out of the both of you. He hung up. The phone fell from her nerveless fingers and plopped on the satin comforter. Wrapping her arms around her pillow, Leisha buried her face in the ticking and wept. Chapter 8. Transitions. The next morning, Seth rolled out of bed late, his stomach knotted up, his head pounding. Then the events of the night before came back to him. It seemed like whenever he and Madison spent time together, it ended in a fight, resulting in him feeling beat up. He'd never met a girl like Maddie Moss. She was like one of those untouchable plants that closed up their leaves when you brushed against them. It had been a totally frustrating 6 months. Other girls had made it clear they liked him, but Seth never reciprocated. Madison was like an intoxicating flower that pricked you till you bled, but it was somehow worth it to get close. She was at war with herself. She was at war with him, and yet there were moments. And now she was going away. He pulled on his jeans and a shirt and descended the winding staircase, catching glimpses of the frozen lake through the windows as he navigated his way to the bottom. The sky was bluing up as the sun rose higher in the sky, kindling the icicles that hung from the gutters of Stone Cottage. It would be a beautiful winter day. His parents were in the kitchen. Hey. Seth poured himself some orange juice and dropped an English muffin into the toaster. Who's watching the boundary? I am, Hastings replied, as long as I'm here. How does he do that? Seth wondered. He's not even breaking a sweat. You and I need to go over some ideas I have for monitoring magical traffic within the sanctuary, Hastings went on. We're talking to the sanctuary board later this afternoon, Linda added. We're going to discuss contingency plans in the event of an attack. We'd like you to come. She focused in on him and frowned. Are you all right, sweetheart? You look pale, and you've got those dark circles under your eyes again. We were out pretty late, Seth said. Later, I'm meeting with Mercedes and Snowbeard at the church to go over the items Jason brought from the Gill, Hastings said. Your insights would be valuable. Seth couldn't help feeling flattered. His father always treated him as if he were capable of great things, which made him want to accomplish great things, even if the pressure was hard to take sometimes. This was quality time with his father. Fishing his muffin out of the toaster, he slathered it with butter. He carried his plate to the table, and Linda plunked one of her big milkshakes in front of him. He rolled his eyes. Milkshakes for breakfast? Again? Drink up. Your skin and bones. You've been sick more often in the past 6 months than you've been in your whole life before that. When Seth hesitated, Hastings added, Listen to your mother. You're going to need all your strength today. I promise you. Seth hated when they ganged up on him. He lifted his glass in a mock toast and took a long swallow. Peanut butter and chocolate. Kind of like a peanut butter cup in a glass. Linda went upstairs to shower, leaving Seth alone with his father. How are things going in Britain? Seth asked. Hastings shrugged. The Roses have laid siege to Raven's Gill, hoping to flush D'Orsay out of his hole. There's some question about the whereabouts of the Covenant. If D'Orsay were holding it, surely he would have acted by now to bring the guilds into line. But if he doesn't have it, who does? He paused, then, receiving no answer from Seth, changed the subject. You're still going out with Madison Moss? It wasn't really a question. Yeah, well, sort of. It's kind of off and on. He didn't really want to talk about girl trouble with his father. Snowbeard tells me she's ambivalent about our mission here. Seth's defenses slammed into place. That's right. She's not gifted. It's not her fight. She's not gifted in the traditional sense, true. But she has a talent that could be of great use to us if... She's not into it, okay? She's got classes and she's working a lot of hours because she has to pay for school next year. So you're saying she could be receptive to the right offer? Seth thrust back his chair, leaving long scratches in the polished wood floor. What I'm saying is, she's got her own problems. She's talented, but the talent she wants to work on is painting. Painting won't help us. Hastings leaned back in his chair. We don't know a lot about elicitors, since they're not part of the guild system. Legend has it they are descendants of Aiden Ladra's Dragon Guard. Hastings snorted. That's unlikely. But you know what happened at Second Sister. Seth carried his plate and glass to the sink and dropped them in with a clatter. I'm not listening to this. I want you to work with her, Seth. He swung around to face his father. Work with her or work on her? The wizard waved a hand. I've seen the way she looks at you. Even if she is not vulnerable to wizardry, you can exert an influence. I want you to find out everything you can about her capabilities. And then what? Convince her to help us. Right. Just another sacrifice for the bloody cause. Seth splashed coffee into a mug, remembering Maya, who died in Toronto because of him. Do you have any idea how tenuous our position is? The presence of Trinity is an affront to the Roses. When they finish with Claude, they'll come after us. Or worse, they'll join forces with D'Orsay. No. Hastings slammed his coffee mug down on the table and stood. Given the powers arrayed against us, we cannot allow some ill-founded, unfathomable, extravagant set of principles to prevent us from seizing every advantage we can. Seth stood also, and suddenly they were standing toe-to-toe and face-to-face, energy crackling in the air between them. Seth was surprised to find that he was equal in height to his father. When had that happened? Sorry, Seth said, but there are some things I just won't do. Hastings stared at him as if he'd morphed into something unrecognizable. Then, his lips twitched into a half-smile. Very well, he said. He sat back down at the table and gestured at the other chair. Please. Seth didn't sit, but leaned forward, resting the heels of his hands on the table. Madison's going away anyway. What do you mean? Family emergency. She's going home. For how long? Seth shrugged. She doesn't know. Maybe even through the summer. That's bad for us and dangerous for her. I tried to talk her out of it, but she's going. Unless we lock her in the crypt at St. Catherine's and slide food under the door. So how far are you willing to go? Not that far, apparently, because Hastings changed the subject. The Roses have been in touch with you, have they not? Hastings looked him in the eyes. Seth hesitated, then nodded. And D'Orsay. He felt guilty, even though he hadn't responded. If they can't lure you one way, they may try another, Hastings said. They may use her to get to you. Hastings studied Seth, tapping the tips of his fingers together. Well, I suppose there's no help for it now. Keep her departure quiet if you can. Don't tell anyone where she's gone. How long are you going to be here? Seth asked. Not much longer, unfortunately. The wizard's hands moved restlessly over the table, the stone in his ring glittering in the morning sunlight. I'm afraid you're going to have to take on even more responsibility in the near future. When Hastings didn't go on, Seth prompted him. Why? What's up? Your mother and I are organizing an assault on Raven's Gill. Seth blinked at him. What? I thought you... I don't think the Covenant is there. But given the fact that war is more and more of a certainty, the Horde may play a pivotal role. In fact, it already has. Seth had heard of the legendary cache of weapons in Raven's Gill. Has anyone actually seen it? I mean, I thought maybe the Horde was just one of those rumors that turn out to be nothing. Possible, but unlikely. The Dorsays have taken advantage of their role as masters of the game to collect magical weapons for centuries. As far as we know, they're somewhere in the Gill. He laughed. The Roses are convinced, anyway. The Horde is what's keeping them from entering the Gill. It might do the same for Trinity. At the very least, if we make it unavailable, the Roses may do our work for us and eliminate Dorsay, and the last thing we want is for the Horde to fall into the hands of the Roses. Seth felt a cold trickle of apprehension. How are you going to do that? Break into the Gill, I mean. How are you going to get past the Roses? He had to ask, though he wasn't sure he really wanted to know. Hastings smiled wolfishly. There are lots of ways to get in. The challenge will be getting out. That wasn't reassuring. Jason wants to come with you. I know Jason wants to come. But he has a hard time following orders. I want him here under Nick's supervision, and where he can help you. We're spread very thin, especially where wizards are concerned. You could cut him some slack, Seth said. He saved my life, you know, at the Havens. I know that. Hastings rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand, like he had a headache of his own. Jason will prove most useful to us if we can find a way to channel that passion of his, so he doesn't go up in flames and take the rest of us with him. Madison found Sarah Minion in her studio on the 3rd floor of Saddlewood Hall. Her art teacher was clad in a paint-spattered denim shirt and jeans, flinging exuberant splashes of acrylic onto a rough board the size of a small barn. 2 graduate students toiled away at the bottom corners, laying in lines that Sarah gleefully ignored. When she saw Madison, Sarah jumped down from her stepladder and set her paints on the bottom step. Using her sleeve, she wiped bright yellow from the tip of her nose. Her curly hair spiraled out every which way, a rich blue-black color that came from a bottle. She looked like no teacher Madison had ever had before. Hey, Maddie, what do you think? Well, it's fine. I like it. Madison was still startled when her professors asked her opinion. Not that she didn't have opinions, she just wasn't used to anyone wanting to hear them. She had gone to schools where you called the teachers sir and ma'am, as in, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. Madison liked everything Sarah did, though her teacher's work was really different from her own. Sarah's art was tropical in its heat. Madison's painting was cool and smoky, and subdued as dusk in the hollows. Sarah, as she insisted on being called, studied the painting critically, hands on hips. That yellow draws the eye, doesn't it? It might be a little too assertive. She turned to Madison. Are you here to talk about your capstone? Let's take a look at it, shall we? The capstone projects were displayed in a sunlit studio on the third floor of the art building. Moody oils, languid watercolors, pushy acrylics. Madison's painting was secluded in a corner, covered by a drape. Sarah swept the cloth away and they stood side by side. Sarah studied the work while Madison stared at her toes. Why did I have to submit that one? I like the layering you've done. The flames laid over the stone, the blood splattered on the floor, the arrangement of the bodies, and the way the architecture of the piece carries the eye. There's a strong fantasy element here, even horror. Madison nodded mutely. This is really different from your other work, Sarah said. More abstract, more raw emotion, more hot shades. There's a violence here I haven't seen from you before. Can you tell me about it? No, actually. There was a lack of censure in Sarah that invited confidences, but Madison knew better than to share this particular secret. It's, from a dream I had. More like a nightmare. Well, it's interesting to see you getting away from landscapes and exploring new subjects and styles. At your age, I think that's important. Sarah redraped the painting. So, will you be able to help me out next Friday? Madison stuffed her hands in her pockets. Saying it made it real. Wanted to tell you I can't be here for your opening next week. I have to drop out. I have to go home. Family emergency. I'm really sorry. Tears welled up in her eyes and she turned away, mortified. Sarah put a hand on her shoulder. Nothing serious, I hope. No, Madison said automatically. Well, maybe. I think I can get it sorted out, but I'll probably have to stay home from now through summer. Going back to those dreamy mountains, are you? Sarah grinned. I'd call that a gift for an artist. Sarah had a knack of making you feel good about yourself. She was as sunny as her paintings. I guess so, Madison said, feeling a little better. But I was hoping to get another 8 credit hours this semester, what with the 2 courses I'm taking with you and the capstone. In the fall, I have to pay for it myself, and in the fall, you'll be going back to Chicago. Sarah frowned and tilted her head. I don't know why we can't still work together. These aren't lecture courses. It's not like I'd be looking over your shoulder even if you were here. You can paint as well in, Colville, as you can here. Maybe we can meet once a month and I can look over your work and give you a grade at the end of the semester. Can you manage that? Well, it sounds great, but would we still work through Trinity High School, or would we... Don't worry, Sarah said, reading her mind. I'll handle Penworthy. I don't know what to say. Madison felt the burn in her face that said she was blushing. Sarah studied her appraisingly. You know, Trinity's a good school, but fine art is not their specialty. Have you ever thought of coming to Chicago? To the Art Institute? Oh, no, I couldn't afford that. Madison swallowed down her hopes. It wouldn't do to let them get the best of her. Sarah gripped her shoulders and looked her in the eye. Madison, your landscapes are unique, totally refreshing, and you're not even a college student yet. Your voice is much older than your years. Your work is Appalachian, but it doesn't have a breath of folk art about it. You see the supernatural in common things. I would call it ethereal. Look, I really appreciate everything, but I can't afford to live in Chicago, let alone pay tuition at AIC. The The free ride is over after this year. I don't want to graduate $1 million in debt when I don't know how I'm going to make a living. Sarah dropped her hands from her shoulders. You let me worry about that. You just keep painting. I'd like to see more figure drawings and portraits, too. Not just landscapes. Then we'll put together a portfolio for you and see what happens. Deal? Madison could only nod. Sarah smiled. Now let's make sure you'll have everything you need. We'll just say it came out of course fees. Madison left Sarah's studio with a backpack full of books, paints, and other supplies. She wandered across Trinity Square, stopping in shops and galleries and using her tip money to buy little presents for J.R. and Grace and Carlene. Without really meaning to, she found herself walking through the gate at St. Catherine's, crossing the snowy churchyard to the side door of the church. I'll just take one more look, she said to herself. I don't know when I'll be back here again. It was Tuesday morning, and the sanctuary echoed with her footsteps, empty of people, save an elderly lady kneeling in the front pew, her head bent over her folded hands. Madison slipped quietly to the stairs in the front of the sanctuary that led down to the mourners' chapel, walking right through the wards and confusion charms Seth had built to distract anyone snooping around. At the foot of the stairs, she turned to the left, entering the crypt itself. They'd left the Swift tomb open, trusting to Seth's barriers to keep the curious at bay. The sorcerer, Mercedes Foster, and her small committee had obviously been at work. Magical artifacts were laid out in rows, sorted by probable function. Those that had been identified were labeled in Mercedes's neat hand. Symbols and diagrams had been sketched onto the walls, some sort of tally system. The stone that Jason called the Dragon Heart sat off by itself on its dragon stand, a jewel in an elaborate setting. The flames smoldering at its center sent shadows like haunts skulking along the walls. What are you doing here? Madison asked herself, and got no answer. She felt the tug of the stone from across the room, dragging her forward. As it had before, the dragon heart seemed to react to her presence, brightening, colors sliding over each other like brilliant paint sloshing in a jar. She stood over the stone. As she extended her hand, the light from the stone stained her skin. Her breathing slowed. Her eyelids drooped. A rush of brilliant images coursed through her mind. A castle built of stone. A jewel-like valley ringed by rugged mountains. A procession of courtiers bearing gifts. She heard the whisper of a half-remembered song, lines of poetry that broke her heart. She heard someone calling a name she wanted to answer to. Within her, she felt the hex magic uncoil and quest forward like a serpent. Without warning, flame rocketed between her and the dragon heart, sizzling up her arms and into her collarbone. The magics collided inside her. She toppled backward, breaking the connection, landing on her back on the floor, striking her head hard on the stone threshold. She lay stunned for a moment, colors exploding in her head like fireworks in the night sky. Voices whispered in her head, mingling and competing. Pretty promises, endearments, enticements, curses, and warnings, like spirits battling inside a bell jar until finally they died away. Gripping the edge of Thomas Swift's crypt, Madison dragged herself to her feet, remembering Min's words. Do not mess with magic. That's not our business. But it seemed like magic never tired of messing with her. The dragon heart kindled, sending long tongues of flame and shadow reaching toward her like clutching fingers. She had to fight the urge to rush into their embrace. Madison backed away from the stone, stepped carefully over the threshold, turned, and fled up the stairs. Chapter 9. Terror in the Crypt. The next morning, Mercedes Foster sat back on her heels and studied the pentagrams she'd chalked onto the stone floor of the crypt. Scrubbing a smudge from her nose with the back of her hand, she looked up at Snowbeard. "What do you think, Nicodemus?" The old wizard nodded. "It looks perfect to me, Mercedes." The sorceress planted her fists on her bony hips and grinned at Jason. "Come on, then. Let's try again." "I hope you know what you're doing." Jason reluctantly took his place within the inner pentagon of one of the pentagrams. The other two took refuge within diagrams of their own. The battered wooden box from Raven's Gill sat on the floor in the fourth pentacle. Mercedes began to speak, a high, sing-song chant. Pointing, Nick kindled a bright, hot flame where the 4 pentagrams came together. Careful not to lean out of the pentagram, Jason gripped the case with a pair of iron tongs and thrust it into the flames. They waited. And waited. Flames licked across the surface of the box with no apparent effect. The wood was so impregnated with charms that it was impervious even to wizard flame. They continued until Jason's arm trembled with the weight of...
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
the box, and he had to support his elbow with his other hand. The tongs grew warm, and then hotter and hotter, so that he had to concentrate to keep his fingers from blistering. Finally, Mercedes let her song trail away. "All right," she said, her long face settling into disappointed lines. "It's not working. I'm afraid we'll never get it open." She removed a silk scarf from her head, and her wiry hair exploded free. She mopped sweat from her face with the scarf. "That's enough for today." Gingerly, Jason set the box back on the floor, dropped the tongs, and wiped his seared hands on his jeans. Rows of artifacts were lined up on one of the crypts, sorted by function and tagged with their magical names. There were heartstones of all kinds, pendants, scrying stones, amulets that strengthened the bearer, talismans of protection, love stones that muddled the mind, enchanted mirrors that displayed bewitching and confusing images of past, present, and future, jeweled daggers that made wounds that would not heal, belts and collars for holding magical captives. Recalling his escape from the Gill, Jason was amazed that it had all fit in his backpack. "We've done a lot already," he said, gesturing toward the catalogued items. Mercedes nodded, grudgingly. "Perhaps, but I can't help thinking that the most powerful Cephas are resisting us." The remaining pieces were grouped forlornly in one corner. The small wooden box that could not be opened, a worn cloak carefully mended with glittering thread, a silver hammer inscribed with runes, faceted bottles filled with unknown potions, their stoppers larded with time-darkened wax, and, of course, the dragon heart on its ornate metal stand. Except for the opal, Jason couldn't remember why he'd chosen any of them. "Maybe this is just junk," he suggested. "Maybe I stumbled onto the magical landfill of Raven's Gill." Mercedes mashed her lips tight together, but he persisted. "There were tons of loose gemstones in the cave. I took a few, but I mostly focused on the magical pieces. Maybe the opal is just another gemstone in the pile." As if to contradict him, the Dragonheart sent light spiraling around the crypt. It looked different from before, almost agitated. Power washed over him, warming the weirstone under Jason's breastbone like a banked fire. The three of them stood frozen, staring at it. Snowbeard cleared his throat. "I think the stone is important," he said. "Else I wouldn't spend so much time on it." Jason shrugged, struggling to hide his annoyance. "Whatever. Anyway, it's a waste of time to keep working on this. I'm thinking I should collect some of the most powerful pieces and take them back to Hastings in Britain. I hear he's planning a major attack on the Guild. These could help." "Has Hastings asked you to bring any of the items back to Raven's Gill?" Nick asked. "No, but—" "Didn't he say to keep them within the sanctuary?" "They don't do us any good here." Jason paced back and forth, making tight turns within the confines of the crypt. "I might as well have left them in the cave." "I think the fact that they're not in our enemy's hands is a good thing," Nick said, his black eyes tunneling all the way to Jason's spine. "When you think about it, this stuff belongs to me," Jason said. "I found it. I carried it out of the Gill. I should be able to do what I want with it." "Jason Haley!" The wizard's voice reverberated against the stone walls of the crypt, although he wasn't speaking particularly loudly. Snowbeard seemed to grow until his head nearly touched the ceiling. Flame flickered about his angular frame. "You know better than that. You are not a child who can demand your toys back. The future of the magical guilds may depend on how we use what's fallen into our hands. I will not allow you to recklessly endanger all of us with their ill-considered use." Jason knew he should just shut up, but he couldn't help himself. "So you think we should just hole up here and wait to be attacked?" "I think we don't know enough yet to see who our most dangerous adversary will be. If D'Orsay holds the Covenant, the Horde, and the Gill, then why hasn't he acted? Why hasn't he consecrated the document and brought us all under his heel?" "How would I know?" Jason stuffed his hands into his jeans pockets. "Hastings seems to think he's worth going after, now that I'm stuck back here." Nick's voice softened. "Jason, this work we're doing is important, even if you don't think so. I believe we've been given a rare gift if we can just figure out how to use it." Jason wasn't buying it. "You sound like Hastings." "Indeed." Nick lifted an eyebrow. "Perhaps there's a reason." "I'll just take the opal then," Jason said. "You can keep the rest." Impulsively, he reached for the Dragonheart, and was slammed back against the wall with stunning force. He seemed to stick for a moment, then slid down the wall until his butt hit the floor. "Jason!" Mercedes and Nick leaned over him, both talking at once, checking him for missing parts. Once they figured out that he was okay, the interrogation began. "Jason, what did you do?" Nick gripped his arm hard. "I didn't do anything. Geez, I just reached for it." "Did you speak a charm of any kind?" Mercedes grabbed his hands, turning them palm up, as if to examine them for contraband. "Did you apply anything to the stone? Did you use a seifa?" He shook his head, ripping his hands free. "I just went to pick it up." He felt humiliated and frustrated, rejected by a rock. Being a sorcerer-healer, Mercedes was an empath too. So she began to try and soothe him, which only irritated him more. "Don't worry. We've probably destabilized it with our poking and prodding," she suggested. I never had any trouble with it before, Jason said, remembering how he'd handled the stone in the gill, caressing its crystalline surface, the flames percolating gently under his fingers. He stood, rubbing his elbows where they'd hit the wall. We've been whacking at it for weeks, Mercedes said. It might be time to give it a rest. Cephas are temperamental, you know. She grabbed up the velvet bag. I'll just put it back in the crypt. Mercedes! Snowbeard began what sounded like a warning, but the sorcerer reached for the dragon heart, and the stone responded with an eruption of flame that sent her staggering back on her long bird legs. She would have gone down had Snowbeard not caught her arm. Well, Mercedes gasped. Well, well. You want to try? Jason said to Snowbeard, feeling somewhat redeemed. Snowbeard eyed the stone. Not being a fool, he snatched up his staff from where it leaned against the wall and extended the bear's head tip gingerly toward the dragon heart until they almost touched. The stone seemed to explode, spinning the staff from Snowbeard's hands, shattering it into 3 pieces that clattered onto the stone floor. They all looked from the broken staff to the dragon heart and back again. Your staff! Jason was shocked. Snowbeard had carried that staff for hundreds of years, probably. It was an extraordinarily powerful Cepha, or it had been. Jason collected the pieces and laid them out on top of the crypt. Man, I'm sorry. Can you fix it? The head is intact, Mercedes said, fingering the broken shaft. Maybe we can remount it. Perhaps. Snowbeard seemed distracted. He poked at the broken staff, then turned and studied the dragon heart, smoothed his beard, twisting the ends between his thumb and forefinger. It's mounted a vigorous defense against us, he said. What do you suppose accounts for that? What's changed? He seemed more intrigued with the dragon heart than concerned about his wizard staff. Who knows, Jason said, but now we can't even touch it. So much for his plans to take it back to Raven's Gill. He eyed the stone, wondering if he could sneak up on it somehow. I wish we had the book you found, Snowbeard said. That might tell us something. I can go back and get it, Jason suggested. When that proposal was met with silence, he added, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to hide out here forever, sucking dust in a church basement. He swung around to Mercedes. See you around, Mercedes. I'm done for the day. Hunching his shoulders against the disapproval emanating from behind, Jason clumped up the stairs to the side door of the church. He knew he should leave through the cold, miserable tunnel, but just then, he didn't care. When he emerged from the building, brilliant sunshine struck him like a club. It was a beautiful winter day, and he'd wasted it, holed up in a cellar with old people. Hey there. The back of his neck prickled. He turned to see Leisha Middleton sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard that adjoined the church. Snow was melted in an arc around her. Jason was amazingly glad to see her. You've been in there half the day, Leisha went on, crossing her legs and swinging her booted foot. Choir practice or what? Jason sat down next to her, taking advantage of the warm microclimate zone she'd created around the bench. He could think of no explanation to offer as to why he'd spent all morning in the church. Why? Have you been waiting for me? Maybe. She put her hand on his arm. It's Saturday. I'm bored. Want to do something? Like what? She seemed surprised by the question. Well, we could go for coffee. There are some places over by the campus. I don't like coffee. We could get something to eat. I'm not really hungry. Jason enjoyed saying no to somebody. He was still smarting from the verbal beating he'd taken in the crypt. Okay, she paused. Well, we could go back to my house, she suggested, gazing out at the square. My Aunt Millie's home, but she probably won't even know we're there. Jason leaned his head back and looked up at the winter-pale blue sky. What do you want from me? I can't help you with Jack, you know. Leisha stood and faced him, her cheeks pink with indignation, her hands balled into fists. I've never met a guy so full of questions. If you don't want to hang out, just say so. Jason lifted a hand to stop the tirade. I didn't say I didn't want to. You could have fooled me. To be truthful, he was interested. It had been so long since he'd done anything for fun, and the frustration he was feeling made him want to spit in the eye of Hastings and Snowbeard and the rest. Going out with Leisha was one way to accomplish that. He stood, taking hold of her hands and lifting her to her feet. Let's go to the park. The park? He might have said the city dump and got the same reaction. It's freezing out. He grinned and took her elbow, towing her along so she had to trot to keep up. Perry Park is the absolute garden spot of Trinity, and I bet you've never been there. Perry Park was also the perfect marriage of public and private, smack in the middle of the sanctuary, but they were still unlikely to be seen. And plenty of escape routes, if that became necessary, too. Chapter 10. Coal Grove, Act 1. The hearing was like a play, everyone in costume, reading their lines, some better than others. Ray McCartney was acting the part of the country lawyer, all cardigan sweater and khakis, collared shirt and holiday tie. He'd be representing Carleen for free, of course. He'd been in love with her for as long as Madison could remember. Carleen wore a gray dress and jacket, pearls and low-heeled pumps. She'd bought the outfit from Sears on credit, since she had nothing like that in her closet. Madison had coaxed her mother's blonde curls into a French braid. That, and her pink lipstick, made her look very young. Madison had her own costume, a long skirt and loose sweater, dark stockings and sober flats, her boisterous hair jammed into a clip at the back of her neck. I look like somebody's nanny, she thought glumly. They were gathered in a small hearing room on the second floor of the red brick courthouse. It was 3 days before Christmas, and the snow swirled past the windows. Madison didn't look forward to slip-sliding back up the mountain. Aside from Madison and Carleen, there was Ed Ragland, the county's first African-American judge, who always looked sleepy-eyed but was known to miss nothing. Bryson Roper, who owned Roper Coal Company and all the land around Booker Mountain, and his son Bryce, of course. Mr. Roper was a roughneck turned coal company owner. His expensive suit hung uneasily from his broad shoulders, and his neck squeezed over his shirt collar. His eyes were the color of oak leaves after a long winter on the ground. Around Coal Grove, people said he was capable of almost anything, up to and including murder. Bryce splayed back in his seat, legs extended, collar turned up. He was airbrushed handsome, like someone in a department store ad. As if that wasn't enough, he emitted the faint glow of wizardry. He was the kind of boy parents trusted, but shouldn't. He smiled over at Maddie, lifting his left hand to wave at her, and her gut twisted up in the same old way. She'd been away nearly a year, but nothing had changed. Judge Ragland set the ground rules. This is just an informal hearing, what I like to call a conversation with all the parties involved so the court can find out the facts in the case and decide what to do about Grace and John Robert, He turned to Bryce. Young Mr. Roper? Bryce could tell a story. Madison had to give him that. He explained that he'd been on his way home from school when he saw a plume of smoke rising from the old Booker place. He thought the house had caught fire, so he'd driven up there to find the shed ablaze. Where were the children at the time? Judge Raglan asked. They were bringing water from the pump. I tried to put out the fire, but the shed was pretty much gone. I didn't know where Carleen, Mrs. Moss, was, so I brought the kids back to our house. Ray McCartney leaned forward. So, for all you knew, Mrs. Moss was somewhere on the property? Well, no, Bryce said, looking embarrassed he had to tell on Carleen. The kid said she was at work. So, did you take those frightened children to their mama? Ray asked softly. Mr. Roper Sr. took over. No, we turned them over to child welfare. Those children are left on their own up there all the time, he added. It's time something was done about it. People around here pay more attention to their dogs than she does those kids. Judge Raglan peered over his glasses, studying some papers on his desk. Carleen, the report from child welfare says these children have been removed from your home twice before for cause. One time, they were found wandering in downtown Coal Grove at 2 a.m. That was my sister's fault, Carleen said. I couldn't help it. I was in Las Vegas. Ray gave Carleen a look. He'd told her to keep quiet during the hearing, unless he asked her a direct question. I have to say, I'm troubled, Carleen, Judge Raglan said. You've been in court several times on account of Grace and John Robert, but nothing seems to change. Why should I expect things to be any different from here on? Ray answered quickly. Your Honor, this episode was just a miscommunication. Ms. Moss's child care provider didn't show. She wasn't aware. I asked Carleen, Judge Raglan said. You know I have to work for a living, Carleen replied. It's hard to find a babysitter who'll drive all the way up the mountain for what I can afford to pay. Which is why you ought to give up that place and move down into town, Mr. Roper muttered, looking up at the ceiling. Those kids could have burned to death. Judge Raglan glared his disapproval at Bryce and Roper and turned back to Carleen. So, what are you going to do about it? I can't return these children to an unsafe situation. Carleen gripped her pink purse and leaned forward. They're in school on weekdays, and Maddie'll watch them after school and on the weekend. That'll give me time to make arrangements. Is that so, Madison? All eyes were on Madison Moss. She'd anticipated this. She knew she had no choice. That's right, sir. You sure now? Madison nodded. What about your school? What are you, a senior? That's all set up. I can still graduate. Judge Raglan sighed and stacked the papers on the table in front of him. Here's my ruling, then. Child welfare will retain oversight of the children. But we will release them into your custody, Carleen, with the stipulation that Madison is available to provide care for them while you are at work. Madison felt the pressure of the judge's gaze, but she looked down at her lap. Madison, if the time comes that you can't do that, you must notify the court. The court being me. In any event, I'll see you all back here at the end of August. He turned to his bailiff. Will you show the children in? Grace marched in, back straight, chin raised high, like any 10-year-old queen, holding tight to John Robert's hand. But when 7-year-old John Roberts saw Maddie, he ripped free and charged into her embrace. Maddie, He wound his fingers into her hair, tearing it free of its clip. Madison hugged him fiercely, pulling his solid little body onto her lap. Someone had glued down his blonde curls with gel, plastering them over to the side. He was wearing a red and white striped collared shirt and red pants. He looked like a cherubic used car salesman. Grace must have refused the fashion makeover, since she was wearing her own clothes and her fine brown hair was pulled into its usual ponytail. She gave Bryce Roper her patented look that would curdle sweet milk and turned to Judge Ragland. "I want to charge this man with kidnapping." She jerked her head at Bryce, who looked like he had something to say but thought better of it, and shut his mouth. "That's a serious charge, young lady," Judge Ragland began. "An old shed caught fire on our property, and my brother and I were putting it out, and he showed up. We might have saved it if it wasn't for him, and then he drug us down the mountain and put us in jail." "Is that so?" Judge Ragland looked over at Bryce, who rolled his eyes and shrugged. "Anyway, you ought to make him pay for the shed." Grace concluded, giving Bryce the eye. "I'll take that under advisement, Grace," Judge Ragland said. "Meaning, I'll think about it. In the meantime, you go on home with your mama and mind her. Hear me?" He looked at Carleen, shaking his head. "Carleen, you're raising lawyers. Heaven help you." With that, the hearing was over. Ray McCartney patted Madison on the shoulder. "Good work, Maddie. Glad you're home." But when Madison tried to give Grace a hug, her slender body was stiff and resistant. "She's mad at me for going away," Madison thought. "She thinks it's my fault she ended up in kid jail." Madison turned around and nearly ran into Bryce Roper. "Hey, Madison." "What's up?" he said, running a hand through his artfully tousled brown hair. He grinned. That smile had charmed every girl in the Roaring Fork Valley, but it sent worms squirming down Madison's back. "We've missed you," he said. "Everyone says so," he added, apparently speaking for the entire Colton County High School senior class, of which he was president. Madison folded her arms and tapped her foot on the weathered wood floor. "I'll bet they do." They had to find somebody else to talk about and blame things on. Bryce smiled down at her, and she took an involuntary step back. He always seemed to be crowding her, taking up more than his allotted space. "So," he said, perfectly aware of the effect he was having. "When are you coming back to school?" She shook her head. "I'm not. I'm, being homeschooled. It's a distance course. So I can keep my distance from all of you." He stared at her a moment, a slight frown on his face, like he didn't know whether to believe her or not. "That's too bad. Well, listen, I'll call you then. We can hang out. I'll introduce you around," he added. Unbelievable. After everything that had happened, Bryce Roper was hitting on her. Again. For a minute, she was speechless, the words seeming to stop up in her mouth. "Why, thanks so much, but I'm from here. I don't really need an introduction." In fact, there were people she'd like to be unintroduced to. Guess who was top of the list? "Besides, I'm going to be really busy, and anyway, we don't have a phone right now." "Right," he said. "Carleen's been using our phone a lot. Stop by and use it any time you want. I'm usually home in the afternoon unless there's something at school." He reached out and lightly brushed back her hair with his hand. She slapped his hand away, and he caught hold of her wrist, his face flushing to the color of old brick. Bryson Sr. spoke from the doorway. "Bryce, What the hell are you doing? Come on, we're late already. He pointed at his watch, turned, and stalked out the door. Madison looked back at Bryce in time to see hatred pass across his face before he swept it clean. He let go of her wrist. "I'll be seeing you," he said, and turned away. Not if I see you first, Madison thought. "What did young Bryce want?" Carleen asked, as they descended the broad, shallow steps of the courthouse, Ray trailing hopefully behind. "He wanted me to know everybody misses me." "I believe he has a crush on you, Madison," Carleen said, reapplying her lipstick without breaking stride. "That boy has a hungry look." "Mama, just don't. They say the Ropers have scads of money. They say a lot of things, too much and too often. Grandma Min told me to steer clear of him." Carleen shrugged. "She never liked any of my boyfriends either." Ray followed them all the way to the car, buzzing around like a locust in summer. Carleen handed Ray the brush, and he cleared snow off the car while she started the engine. "I'll get the terms of the custody ruling in writing and get back to you on that," Ray was saying. "When's your birthday, Maddie?" "Not till August." "As long as you'll be here, we can arrange the paperwork so we're ready to transfer the deed to the house and all, whenever you turn 18. Ray was the executor of Min's estate. "I still don't know why Min would leave you the mountain," Carleen muttered. "I'm her daughter." "Because if she'd left it to you, it'd be gone already." Carleen shut up then, fumbling for a cigarette, lower lip trembling. There goes your wicked tongue again, Madison thought. Min always said you never could suffer a fool. Carleen worked a shift that night, so after supper, Madison helped John Robert with his bath, washing the foster mom gel out of his hair and letting it dry into its natural ringlets. While he brushed his teeth, Madison dug the Christmas presents out of her duffel and laid them under the artificial tree in the front room. She'd bartered for most of it with the Trinity Square merchants. There was a CD player for J.R., a hand-woven shawl for Grace, and a bracelet for Carleen. Pulling on her coat, she walked out onto the porch. She rested her hands on the splintered porch railing and breathed in the raw cold like a tonic. Lights glittered in the valley below. Off to the left, Booker Creek worried over stones and whispered secrets on its way down the mountain. She explored the vacancy left by Seth's absence, like she might the space once occupied by a broken-off tooth. He was a constant presence in her peripheral vision, tall and silent and accusing, pale face framed in a tangle of curls. But he disappeared each time she turned her head. There was something else now, too. Ever since the encounter in the church basement, the Dragonheart seemed to be constantly on her mind, filling any unoccupied space like images of fireworks seared into her retinas. Navigating the crumbling stone steps, Madison crossed the side yard to where the charred remains of the shed huddled next to the greenhouse. Carleen had left the wooden bones to molder. Her great-great-grandfather had shaped the timbers with a hand axe. He laid the stones of the foundation higher at one end to account for the slope of the land. Madison knelt and poked through the ashes with a stick, hoping not to find any witch signs. A slight sound behind Madison alerted her to the fact that she was not alone. She stood and turned. It was Grace, who still couldn't decide if she was speaking to Madison or not. Don't be like me, Madison thought. Raggedy mad all your life. They stood side by side, staring at the ruins, their breath pluming into the crystalline air, stamping their feet to keep warm. So what happened to the shed? Madison asked after a bit. Some people set it on fire, Grace replied. Madison turned and stared at her. Who? Grace shrugged her narrow shoulders. There were 4 or 5 of them, out here in the dark. It looked like they had torches or something, she said. There was nobody better than Grace at keeping a secret, which made Madison think she'd had too much practice. And you and JR were all by yourselves? Grace shrugged her shoulders again. She picked up a stick and poked it under a charred beam, coming up with a scrap of cloth that dissolved into ash. Any idea who it was? Madison asked. No, they were wearing hoods, she hesitated. We tried to put it out, me and JR. We poured water on it, but it wouldn't go out. Madison shivered. Did you find any marks or signs or anything? Grace shook her head. Did you tell anyone? She wrinkled her nose. Who would I tell? You were gone and Mama, well, you could have told the police. They'd probably say we made it up, or blame it on us. Madison nodded. Probably. Grace was another old soul. She'd remembered how little help the police had been over the past year when Madison was the one accused. Must have been kids, I guess, Madison suggested. It could have been. Some people just like to see things burn, and kids from the high school liked to drive up Booker Mountain Road when they needed to escape all the spying eyes in a small town. It didn't have to mean the fires were starting up again. Impulsively, Madison wrapped an arm around Grace's shoulders and pulled her in close. Grace resisted at first, then gave in, laying her head on Madison's shoulder. Grace had taken a shower as soon as she got home, and her hair smelled like the kind of shampoo you could get a quart of for 99 cents. It smelled like home. Are you going to stay with us all summer? The words came out in a rush, like Grace had been dying to ask the question all night. I don't know about all summer, till school's out anyway. Will you have your truck? Can you take us places? Well, I'll be working at home, painting for school. Great. Grace scraped at the frozen dirt with the toe of her sneaker. Madison thought of Grace, stuck on the mountain with no phone, no computer, and only John Robert to hang out with. Even the TV reception was chancy. Don't worry, we'll get out. We'll go down to town a couple times a week at least. Grace rolled her eyes. As if that's a thrill. But Madison could tell she was pleased. Chapter 11. Painted Poison. Seth sprawled among the pillows on the wicker swing. The solarium at Stone Cottage was one of his favorite retreats in all seasons. His textbook was propped against his knees. Problems in Democracy, a World View. But it had been a long time since he'd turned a page. The text might as well have been written in Old English. With another part of his mind, he monitored the sanctuary. Its energy hummed all around him, like a map splashed with an occasional spot of color where wizards and the other gifted moved through it. It was not the heavy-handed smooshing down of power like before. It was like navigating an elaborate video game grid, exerting subtle control over events. His father had taught him the technique. Here and there a flare-up indicated that magic was in play. The greens and browns of earth magic in Mercedes's garden, the silvers and golds of wizardry, the reds and purples that signified enchanters. Nowhere the angry orange that meant attack magic. In some essential way, he became the town of Trinity, its magical framework at least. The day and its pleasures receded. Something nibbled at the fringes of his consciousness. A voice. Seth. All at once, the magical schematic disappeared from his frame of vision, and power flooded back into his body, heating him down to his fingers and toes. He opened his eyes to see Nick Snowbeard looking down at him, his expression severe. Seth, you extend yourself too much. I've warned you about this before. It makes you vulnerable. Nick was well into his scruffy old man persona, clad in canvas work pants, a flannel shirt, and work boots. Seth licked his lips and turned his head slightly to look out toward the frosted lake. It had disappeared into the dark. It was late, later than he'd thought. Where had the time gone? He managed to sit up on his second try. He felt stiff from long immobility. What's up? Your phone was ringing when I came in. Nick dropped a cell phone into Seth's lap. It was Rachel Booker. She wants you to meet her at the inn. Seth palmed the phone and squinted at Nick. Rachel? Rachel Booker was Madison's older cousin, who owned the Legends Inn. He hadn't seen her since Madison left for Colton County. As self-appointed protector of Madison's virtue, she'd always treated Seth with cool and cynical suspicion. Not that he was any threat lately. His heart accelerated. Why? Did she hear from Madison? I suggest we walk over to the Legends and find out. Seth unfolded to his feet, grabbing the swing for support, still shaking off the effects of the mind quest. Are you all right? Nick asked gruffly. I'm fine. And really, it seemed like he was handling his magical assignments better lately. The raging headaches had eased, he was less tired, less out of it, and he'd put on a little weight. Linda's milkshakes must be working, he thought. He and the old wizard left Stone Cottage behind and headed west along Lake Road, an avenue lined with an eclectic mixture of old summer cottages and modern mansions. Streetlights bloomed under the skeletons of trees, and the wind off the lake was bitingly cold. Nick navigated the uneven cobblestones without the help of his staff, as Mercedes had proclaimed it beyond repair. He seemed incomplete without it. Seth grabbed the old wizard's arm a couple of times to steady him on the icy street. You're not getting out among people enough, Nick said. Madison's absence has not been good for you. Seth rubbed his forehead irritably. I feel like I'm out among people all day long. I don't mean in the virtual sense, Nick paused. I think you should talk to Jason. Seth rolled his eyes. Why? Is he lonely or something? I'm worried about him. Hastings hoped I could involve him in the testing of the Cephas he brought back from the Gill. Jason has considerable knowledge about magical objects, but archival work doesn't suit him, I'm afraid. He's taut as a crossbow. Jason's okay, Seth said, feeling guilty. It wasn't his fault things had worked out this way. In fact, he'd gladly hand off the boundary if he could. Even when he was healthy, it seemed like he just barely had it under control. The pressure was intense. Everyone was counting on him, and that was just what Jason craved. It's just, I wish he could help with something more important. Nick snorted. He is doing something important. He just doesn't see it that way. I'm afraid he may do something rash. Like? He may go back to Britain on his own. He knows Hastings is planning something, and he's determined to be a part of it. And he wants to take some of the objects from the church back with him. I don't see how we can stop him. I can stop him if I choose. Snowbeard was matter-of-fact. I would prefer not to, however. I was hoping that, as a friend, you might be able to redirect him. I can try, Seth said, again feeling guilty about talking behind Jason's back. I don't feel like I should be telling him what to do. He may not be strong enough to handle the boundary, but there's more than enough other work to do. You need to delegate more, Snowbeard said. Right, Seth thought. Delegate more. Fine. He had plans that would require more wizardry than ever. What do you hear from Madison? Nick abruptly changed the subject again. The old wizard was on a mission, too, and Seth was somehow the vehicle. Not much. Their landline's disconnected and cell phone reception isn't good down there. She emails me from the library sometimes. She's not coming back anytime soon. Her brother and sister got released from foster care since she's there to watch them. Those emails were totally unsatisfactory. I'm painting. I'm doing fine. The kids are a handful. It's been cold and rainy, bright and sunny. Saw a wild turkey and a bald eagle yesterday. She emailed photos of Booker Mountain and the paintings she made, landscapes seen through a smoky blue filter. Seth hunched his shoulders in frustration. He did not want her to do fine in Colton County. He wanted her to come home. It's just as well, he told himself. If we ever got to see each other, we'd just end up fighting. But it might be worth it if he could just see her again. They turned up the walkway, passing through the winter-scorched gardens that surrounded the inn and mounted the steps to the porch. The receptionist at the desk in the foyer went to fetch Rachel. Seth ran his hand over the newel post of the elaborate oak staircase. Here he and Madison had planned their first date, the ill-fated picnic on the river. Rachel appeared from the kitchen hallway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her hair was stick-straight and black, unlike Madison's gilded waves, but she shared Madison's fair complexion, sprinkling of freckles, and slightly crooked nose. "Thanks for coming," she said, nodding curtly to Seth and Nick. "I want to show you something." She turned and climbed the curved staircase, obviously intending them to follow. They wound up and up, crossing the landing at the second floor and continuing up the narrower staircase to the third, where Madison stayed. "We were just talking about Madison," Seth said, easily keeping pace up the steep stairs while Nick lagged behind. "Have you heard from her?" "No," Rachel said, eyeing him with a peculiar expression. "Haven't heard a word." As they turned down the familiar hallway to Madison's tiny room, tucked under the back staircase, Seth smelled wood smoke. Rachel stood aside at the entry to Madison's quarters. The door was gone, or most of it, leaving a ragged hole. The wood around the doorframe was charred, and the floorboards dusted with a fine gray ash, smeared now with footprints. Seth looked up at Rachel, who was glaring at him, as if it was somehow his fault. And it probably was. When did this happen?" "Yesterday. That's when I noticed it anyway." "Go on in," she said. Seth hesitated, unsure whether to open the ruined door or step through the gap. In the end, he did the latter, stepping carefully over the splintered threshold. The room was totally trashed, the contents of drawers strewn on the floor, cupboards standing open, the mattress yanked from the bed and cut to ribbons, wastebaskets upended. The doors to the wardrobe had been broken open and hung slantwise on their hinges. Even her tiny refrigerator had been emptied onto the tile. Though it had been a while since he'd been invited to Madison's room, it was a jarring contrast to what Seth was used to. Madison was a naturally tidy person. He turned to Rachel, who had followed him in. "Who did this? What were they looking for?" She folded her arms, tapping her foot in a familiar way. "I hoped maybe you could tell me." "How would I know?" Seth said, knowing that the ruined door was wizard's work. Nick stood framed in the doorway. "My word," he said. "What kind of devilry is this?" "I can't make sense of it," Rachel said. "I mean, her room is way up here on the third floor, so it doesn't seem like a random break-in. A guest would be more likely to have valuables than a server." "Depending on what you think is valuable," Seth muttered. "Did they take anything?" "Not that I could tell. But it could have been. She didn't have a lot to begin with. She took her art supplies and her computer home with her, but she left her winter clothes and furniture and other school things. Shrugging, Seth scanned the room. The impressionist prints that lined the walls, the hat collection over the bed, the paint-splashed headboard. Her desk had been emptied, but there was no way to tell if anything was missing. He hadn't noticed any unusual magical activity in the past 2 days, but it wouldn't take much to blow out a door. What would a wizard be looking for? Magical objects? A home address? Phone records? Apprehension flared under Seth's breastbone, but he managed to keep his voice steady. Does she know? Rachel shook her head. I emailed her, but she hasn't replied. Did you call the police? Seth asked. Rachel shook her head. Maybe I did wrong, but I didn't. Didn't seem like your usual burglary. Like I said, why target a girl who's got nothing to begin with? She gave Seth a narrow-eyed look. You sure you don't know anything about this? He returned her gaze. What would I know about it? Well, all I know is there's something wrong between you and her. You were all lovey-dovey until about 6 months ago, and since then, well, you tell me. Taken by surprise, Seth stammered. We're okay. I mean, great. Really? Well, it occurred to me that maybe you came and tore this place up to, get revenge. Because she left. Seth was stung by the accusation. I wouldn't do that, he whispered. They stood glaring at each other. Then Seth said, Did she leave any of her paintings here? If somebody wanted to wreck something that meant a lot to her, he'd start there. Well, there's just this one. Rachel reached behind the love seat and pulled out a canvas. It looked like someone drug this out of the wardrobe. She turned it so Seth could see it. The paint seemed to swim on the canvas, nauseating swirls of brown and green. No, it was the figures in the painting itself. They were moving. He recognized the scene with a sickening jolt. It was the conference room at Second Sister. His father, Hastings, lay next to Gregory Lester's altar, cradled by his weeping mother. Lester was looking right at Seth, eyes glittering, his arm extended. Behind him, the alumni stood, their power joined to his. Flame erupted from Lester's hands, slamming into Seth's body. He screamed and stumbled backward, raising his hands to defend himself. He awoke, to find himself lying on Madison's bed, with Nick sitting next to him, hands pressed to Seth's chest, muttering a healing charm under his breath. When Seth opened his eyes, Snowbeard released a sigh of relief and hissed, "Let me do the talking," in an odd, terse voice. Seth struggled into a sitting position and immediately vomited something black and nasty into a basin that Nick had at the ready. Nick wiped his face off with a washcloth. "Nick," Seth whispered, "what did Rachel—" "Stay down," Nick ordered, and went to dump the basin. Rachel appeared in the doorway with a glass of water. "How's he doing?" Her usual cynical suspicion of Seth had been replaced with solicitous concern. "Sorry for the trouble," Nick called from the lavatory. "He's had a touch of flu these past few days. When I gave him your message, he insisted on rising from his sickbed and coming over." "I didn't know he was sick," Rachel said, twisting her hair between her fingers. "You should have said." Snowbeard returned with the empty basin. Seth rinsed his mouth and spit into it. He felt awful, like the time he'd come down with mono at that prep school in Scotland and had ended up in the hospital. His entire body itched and burned like he was breaking out in hives. Hallucinations swam through his head. "What did you do with the painting, Rachel?" the old man asked calmly. "I put it down cellar," she said, shrugging. "But I still don't see why—" Better to be safe than sorry, Snowbeard said. It's probably just the flu, but perhaps something in the painting triggered a synaptic shock to the brain, much like strobe lights trigger seizures in susceptible people. Woozy as he was, Seth couldn't help thinking that Snowbeard was a remarkably good liar for one of the good guys. "Would you like something to eat, honey?" Rachel asked. "I could whip you up an omelet or some soup," she offered. "There's chocolate cake and burnt sugar custard." Seth shuddered at the thought of confronting food. Snowbeard creakily rose to his feet and took Rachel's elbow. "Don't worry, my dear," he said. "I know how very busy you are. I'll stay here with Seth and we'll let him rest a bit, then I'll take him on home. You're sure there are no more of Maddie's paintings in the inn?" "That's the only one I found. Either she took them all back with her or the burglar stole them." "Let's hope nothing was stolen." Effortlessly, Snowbeard ushered Rachel from the room. Moments later, Seth heard her descending the stairs. Snowbeard shut the door behind her and pulled a chair over to sit beside Seth. "How are you feeling?" The old man's face was set in hard, angry lines. "Terrible," and confused and embarrassed. "I don't know what I—" "What did you see in the painting?" Snowbeard demanded, gripping his arm. He's using persuasion, Seth realized, feeling the hot flow of power. He immediately resisted, reverting to the habits of a lifetime. "The painting? I didn't get much of a look at it. I was kind of dizzy on the way over here from the mind quest, I guess, and I just... Why do you ask?" Snowbeard studied him suspiciously. "You took one look at Madison's painting and collapsed. I want to know why." "I don't even remember." Seth closed his eyes, as if searching his brain, but mainly to avoid Snowbeard's keen gaze. What was the old man thinking anyway? "What did it look like?" "It was a painting of Trinity Harbor." Not the painting I saw, Seth thought. He opened his eyes. Right. Now I remember." Snowbeard's grip tightened. More persuasion. "Don't lie to me. This is important for your own safety." "How could a painting make me pass out anyway?" "There are a multitude of possibilities, my boy. Sorcerers can embed spells in objects. Certainly a curse could be embedded in a painting." "So you think whoever broke in here cursed Madison's painting?" Seth asked carefully. "Curses are generally embedded at the time the object is made. In this case, at the time the canvas was painted." "Well, Madison painted it, so that's impossible." Seth looked Snowbeard in the eyes, daring the old bear to challenge him on it. "Not only that," Snowbeard continued, as if he hadn't heard. "The curse, if that's what it was directed specifically at you. It didn't affect Rachel or me, even though I removed the painting from the room and she carried it down into the cellar. Whatever it was meant to kill. Had you been on your own, it might have succeeded." "Curses and attack magic don't work in the sanctuary. We know that." "Much is possible that is beyond our knowledge," Snowbeard said gravely. "You were the one maintaining the boundary. You might be vulnerable to a powerful curse directed at you or packaged in a different way." Seth knew where this was going. He set his lips tightly together and waited for the punchline. "Who knows what an elicitor is capable of? No one. Madison has declined to join this war on our side. Is it possible that she has joined it on the other side?" "No!" Seth said it louder than he intended. "But why would she paint that particular scene?" She'd seemed totally traumatized at the time, and it sure wasn't something he wanted to remember. She suddenly leaves town in the middle of the school term. She had to. It appears you are not getting along as you once did. Now hold on. Seth propped himself on his elbows, fighting another wave of nausea. Like I keep telling you, and my father, and my mother, and every other person, Madison wants nothing to do with this war, nothing. She's not in this. Maybe she won't help us, but she wouldn't hurt us. Iris mentioned that Madison seems to be in financial difficulties. Seth blinked at Nick. I know she's never had a lot of money, but I could have helped her. All she had to do was ask. Maybe she preferred not to. She's proud. The Roses have deep pockets. Any of our enemies could make her rich. No, I don't believe it. Seth rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. Madison wouldn't hurt him. He knew she wouldn't. I passed out, that's all. Maybe I do have the flu. Try the simplest explanation for once. I'm sick of conspiracy theories. Nick shook his head, agreeing to disagree. Regardless of the source of the attack, I fear you are injured more grievously than you know. You lost hold of the boundary when you went down. Try to pick it up again. Right. Seth took a deep breath and extended himself into the sanctuary. Black spots swam before his eyes, coalescing into a smothering darkness that threatened to swallow him. He broke into a cold sweat and let go, lying absolutely still until the dizziness eased. It had been hard enough before. Now, it was impossible. Sorry, he said, feeling a little panicked. What if it didn't get better? I just need to rest a little. Maybe, Snowbeard said, sounding unconvinced. I'll take it for now. But we need to determine exactly where Madison is and what she is up to. Perhaps that's something Jason can do. Chapter 12. A Babe in the Woods. Chapter 12. A Babe in the Woods. Snow sifted down from the treetops, glittering in the cold winter sunlight as Leisha stumbled down the icy trail. She kept a tight hold of unnoticeable Jason's hand, both to keep from falling and because he was the one with the Seifa after all. Where are we going? She hissed. And who are we sneaking up on? Possibilities swirled through her mind. Assassins, spies, some kind of magical weapon being built on the sanctuary. You'll see, he whispered back mysteriously. This better be good, she muttered. As far as Leisha was concerned, winter was nature's way of telling you to stay indoors. All around, the snow was inscribed with animal tracks. Who knew what was out and about? Are there bears around here? Just little ones. Would bears notice an unnoticeable person? They clambered down into a half-frozen creek, up the other side, circled a ravine, and pushed into a thick stand of snowy pine trees. By then, she was gasping for breath. Will you slow down? My legs aren't as long as yours. We're there. Wait till you see. This is really cool. They paused under a pine tree, whose boughs swept close to the ground. The air was filled with a clean, sharp scent, like room freshener. Stepping behind her, Jason gripped Leisha around the waist and lifted her up. Right in front of her face was the teeniest owl she'd ever seen, no bigger than a robin. It was a brownish color with white streaks radiating from its eyes and white splotches. Its tiny feet were wrapped securely around a branch. It seemed to be sound asleep. But as she watched, it opened its yellow eyes and blinked sleepily at her, then closed them again. Cautiously, she extended her finger and brushed the rough around its feet, holding her breath. It opened its eyes, swiveled its head, then fluffed out its feathers and settled down again. Jason lowered Leisha gently to the ground, then leaned in for a look himself. They took turns watching the owl for about 10 minutes. Then Jason took Leisha's hand and led her out of the pine grove. When they were a safe distance away, Jason disabled the unnoticeable charm and reappeared, grinning at her. What was that? Leisha asked. I never saw an owl that little. It's called a saw-whet owl, Jason said, looking pleased at her reaction. I guess they winter around here. I saw it here the other day and looked it up online. Supposedly their call sounds like somebody sharpening a saw. Can't we take it home? It is so cute. I want to keep it, Leisha said. Well, if you want. But these guys sleep during the day and eat mice, so you'd have to catch them. Leisha shuddered. Oh, so now you're the great hunter? Pretty much. He knelt, scraping together a snowball. I guess bow hunting season is over, but snowball season is just beginning. He stood and came toward her, tossing the snowball in the air and catching it, eyeing her suggestively. Oh no, stay away from me. Jason lobbed the snowball. Leisha dodged behind a tree and the missile exploded against the bark. She knelt and patted together a snowball of her own, but when she stood up, Jason had disappeared. No fair! You are not allowed to go unnoticeable. No rules, Jason said from right behind her, stuffing a handful of snow down her back. She whipped around and he stole a kiss, then leapt back out of reach. No rules, you say? You'll be sorry. The fight began in earnest then. Although Leisha had terrible aim, she found she could explode Jason's missiles with wizardry before they hit their mark, which evened things up a bit. By the time they called a truce, they'd been racing through the woods for an hour. Leisha was actually sweating, and it was getting dark. They walked back to the park pavilion hand in hand. Leisha kindled a fire on the hearth to dry out their wet things, and Jason heated up some cider. They sat side by side on the hearth, their backs roasting, their fronts freezing. Leisha was amazed at how much she'd enjoyed playing in the snow. Images came back to her from when she was little. She and Aunt Millie building snowmen in the yard, cardinals and chickadees circling the bird feeder, coasting down to eat out of her hand. Consulting Aunt Millie's field guide to identify the rare birds. Come summer, we can move out here, Jason suggested, breaking into her reverie. You know, sleep in hammocks in the trees, live off the land. You're totally insane, you know that? She said, thinking she must be a little crazy herself. We can be urban gorillas, hold people for ransom, trap squirrels and pigeons and steal picnic baskets. Listen, it takes a lot more than that to keep me comfortable, Leisha said, like hot showers and manicures. Their conversations were often like this. They flirted, dancing around the hard issues that lay between them. But now, Jason turned serious. He picked up her hand and examined it like he could read her fortune in it. It would be cool if we could just be together, he said. You know, without having to worry about all this political crap. We can be, Leisha said, forcing a lightness she didn't feel. Who cares about politics? Let's run away. Where do you want to go? But the mood was broken. Jason set his cup of cider down and rose. I'd better go. It's getting late. She gripped his hand. Stay a while? He shook his head. Hunters need their sleep. He leaned down and kissed her. See you. Leisha followed Jason onto the porch and watched until his slender form dissolved into the trees of Perry Park. Unsettled, off balance, she went back inside the pavilion, sat down next to the fire on the stone hearth, and wrapped herself in a comforter that stank of wood smoke. She'd wait 10 more minutes before she started walking back to town herself. Who knew there were so many back alley places in a small town, like the snack bar at the bowling alley, and the study carols at the public library, and the beach in the middle of winter? Who knew she'd be willing to spend time in any of them? At first, she'd been focused on worming her way into Jason's confidence. But then, one-on-one, they could be themselves. And now, it seemed like everybody she knew was either a hero like Jack Swift, not many, or a snake like Warren Barber, many. Jack was so virtuous he made her feel contaminated. Jason was in between, wicked enough to be interesting, and yet he believed in things. He lived by a personal code of honor, not that she'd ever figure it out. Finally, Jason had a crooked, self-deprecating, sardonic way of looking at the world that made her laugh. She could use a few laughs these days. Poking at the fire with a stick, she thought, "You're not falling for this guy, are you?" Leisha looked up, startled, when she heard a noise outside. She hoped it wasn't some kind of animal. They'd put up wards to keep snoops away, but whether they worked on animals, she just didn't know. The door banged open and someone said, "Well, well, I don't believe it. A babe in the woods." It was Warren Barber. She was moving before he finished, and so was he. She tried to slam him with an immobilization charm, which, of course, didn't work, and he flung out a few attack charms himself. Those went nowhere. While he was processing that, she tried to circle around him and get out the door, but he blocked her path and tackled her, slamming her to the floor. He pinned her to the flagstones with his forearm, his face inches from hers. She found herself looking into his iced-over blue eyes, framed in bizarre white lashes. "So what's up, Leisha?" he asked. "You never call, you never answer your phone. I'm feeling just a bit abandoned. Know what I mean?" "Get off of me, you perverted pervert!" She shoved fruitlessly at his hands. He brushed back her hair and touched the band around her neck. "And when I tried to apply a little discipline, nothing happened." "I disabled the torque," Leisha lied breathlessly. "You might as well take it off." "Did you now? And did you also disable my weir stone? Because I'm noticing some of my favorite charms don't work." "I can't help it if you have a performance problem," she replied. "Can't you get something for that over the internet?" So, okay, that was a mistake. The pale eyes narrowed to slits. He sat up and hit her hard in the face with his closed fist. Tears came to her eyes and blood poured from her nose. It felt like every bone in her face was broken. "You're going to pay for that," she thought. "I just don't know how yet." Barber examined his fist. "What do you know? This still works." He looked down at her, his face framed in shoulder-length translucent hair. "I've heard that attack charms aren't allowed here in Trinity, but I never really believed they could make it stick. But now I'm thinking, maybe the collar doesn't work so well in the sanctuary either. Know what I mean? And I'm feeling like you're getting kind of blasé about our agreement. That so?" "Agreement?" "Right." Leisha was drowning in blood. She blew her nose, spraying droplets all over Barbara's shirt. "I told you, it's not easy. Everybody's always watching, and after what happened before, they don't really trust me." "My patience is running out. I have the feeling you're not trying hard enough. You need to get Jason Haley out of the sanctuary and to someplace I can question him. You need to get me the dragon heart. How hard can it be?" Leisha bit back a response. There was enough damage to repair as it was. "If you don't deliver, I'll tell your dragon friends who you've been working for all this time. They'll kick you out on your butt, and then..." He circled her neck with his hands and applied pressure until she was suffocating, prying at his hands, squirming helplessly. Finally, he let go, and she sucked in air desperately, her heart pounding. Barber smiled. "I'll be around, even if they don't kick you out." He touched the collar. "I know where you are every minute. Won't be hard to grab you in some back alley." His grin widened. "I'll stuff you in my car trunk, and suddenly you're way out of town." Where are you staying, in case I need to find you?" she asked, wondering how he could possibly move around town without being spotted. "Never mind where I'm staying." He stood wiping his bloody hand on his jeans. "Someone set a nasty magical trap at my old place. I'm wondering how they knew where I lived. That better not happen again." Damn, she thought. Dorsey missed. He'd seemed so capable when they met at Raven's Gill. Barber sat down on the bench of the picnic table, watching her, as if she were the subject of some kind of violence experiment. "By the way, where's Madison Moss gone off to?" That question took her totally by surprise. Madison Moss? How should I know?" "You're supposed to be the inside person, right?" "You said to keep track of the gifted. She's not." Leisha paused. "Why do you care about her?" "You weren't at Second Sister. When Lester fired at Macaulay, Madison Moss took the hit for him. Lester went down and all the alumni went with him. That's the kind of girlfriend to have." He looked at Leisha and raised a pale eyebrow like she should be taking notes. "Anyway, I paid her a visit, and her room's all emptied out." "You paid her a visit?" Leisha shivered at the thought of Barber skulking around town. "Well, I heard she's gone, that she left town." "Any idea where she went?" "I have no clue. Maybe she and Macaulay broke up. All I can tell you is these Smallsville girls are ecstatic. They think they'll have a chance for a change." Warren stood again. "Well, Leisha, as a spy, you've been totally useless. It's your job to make me happy. You have my number. You have 3 days to deliver Haley and the Dragonheart. Let me hear from you." And then he was gone, and Leisha could hear nothing save her labored breathing and the wild beating of her heart. Chapter 13. Up Mountain. It was that time of day when the world holds its breath, awaiting the return of the light. To the east, beyond the mountains, it was already morning. The edge of the escarpment was iced with brilliance as the sun prepared to break over top. Mist hung in the valley, like sheep's wool caught between the peaks. Each clump of grass, fern, and shrub was layered in ice, and Madison was wet to her knees before she'd crossed the home yard. Her hands shook in the pre-dawn chill as she squeezed paint onto the aluminum pie pan she used for a palette. She was lucky she hadn't broken her neck on the way up the mountain in the freezing dark. Any sane person would take a photograph and paint in the parlor where it was warm and dry. But then, everyone knows I'm crazy. The moment arrived. The sun crested the east shoulder of Booker Mountain and splashed onto the slopes, setting each bejeweled twig and branch aflame. Madison loaded her brush and splashed paint onto the canvas she'd started the day before. Only 2 more days, she judged, and the sun would have changed position enough to ruin the effect. So she painted like one possessed. By 10 o'clock, she was on her way back down the mountain, following the ravine cut by Booker Creek, the cleanest stream in Colton County. A half-hour more, and the house came into sight. It was 2 stories, with 5 big pillars in the front and wide porches that wrapped nearly all the way around the house on both levels. There were red brick chimneys at either end because it was built at a time when wood-burning fireplaces provided the heat. It had always been painted white, though after 5 years in Carlene's care, it could have done with a paint job. Though the house had good bones, it had the kind of beauty that needed constant care, or it began to look shabby. It definitely looked shabby now. The house had been built by Madison's great-great-grandfather, Dreadmont Booker, when he was courting her great-great-grandmother, Felicity Taylor. He was a prosperous farmer. She'd been a wild thing, a legendary blonde beauty who had no intention of staying in Colton County and marrying a farmer, prosperous or not. He swore he'd die if he couldn't have her. He built her the house and a rose garden with a brick wall and gazebo and a path to nowhere. He bought her a black mare with 4 white stockings and a blaze on her forehead. He gave her the opal pendant that had belonged to his grandmother, blue and turquoise and green, with broad flashes of fire. It was the talk of the county, because it was no proper gift from a man to a woman who was not his wife. Felicity Taylor had ignored the whispers and worn it whenever she liked. Knowing what she knew about inherited power, Madison wondered if Felicity had been an enchanter. Word was, the view had finally won Felicity's heart. You could sit on the second-floor porch and look right over the Roper's place and see all the way to the river. The pendant and Booker Mountain had been left to Min, who'd left them to Madison in turn, skipping right over Carlene. Min had left Carlene some money, which was long gone, and trust accounts for Grace and John Robert to pay for their college. The house and land would come to Madison later in the year. Ray McCartney had set it up. He might be in love with Carlene, but he was loyal to Min, too. Madison would be land rich and money poor, once she gained control of Booker Mountain. Unless she sold it off, which everyone seemed to think she should do as soon as possible. If she sold out, she could attend the Art Institute of Chicago and shake the rocky soil of Colton County right off of her shoes. She reached under her sweatshirt and touched the opal, reassured by its solid presence. Maybe it was too fancy to be wearing around the house, but Madison wore it anyway. It was a tie to the past, and it represented a possible future. It also felt like a link to the stone she'd left behind in Trinity. The dragon heart. She'd tried to put it out of her mind, but whenever she tried not to think of something, it seemed like she thought about it more. The only thing that could distract her from Seth McCauley was the dragon heart, and vice versa. Some days her mind seemed to reverberate from one to the other, making her sick to her stomach. You'd think being far away from both of them would help, but not so much. Once or twice a week she went into town. She'd stop in at the library and find a clutch of emails from Seth. They were somewhat formal, polite, a little restrained, like old-fashioned love letters in digital text where you had to read between the lines. It was as though he was afraid he'd scare her off if he undammed his feelings. Sometimes she emailed him back, but these days she mostly wrote letters. She knew it was weird and archaic, but she didn't want to say just anything that came into her head. Instead, she'd sit up in bed and dwell over each word, as if she could infuse them with the power to untie the knots that plagued their relationship. As for talking on the phone, that was totally out. She couldn't trust herself not to say something that would bring him flying down the interstate. Nothing was stirring in the home yard except Hamlet and Ophelia, the golden retrievers who dutifully stood and swished their tails at Madison's appearance. Lifting her canvas high out of danger, Madison squeezed between the dogs and went into the barn. It was a sturdy stone and wood building, once the home of Dreadmont Booker's horses. During some prosperous period in the past, someone had put in water lines and servants' quarters. Now, it was used as a sometime garage for Carlene's car. Madison had claimed the second floor as a studio and peopled it with dreams. She should never have come home. Booker Mountain had a way of grabbing onto you, clouding your mind and making you forget your intentions, just like it had Felicity Taylor more than 100 years ago. Since she'd been away from Seth, her work had lost that lurid, dangerous quality and settled back into what Sarah called ethereal exuberance. It could mean the hex magic had dissipated. She'd written to Seth asking if he was feeling better, but he never responded. A set of 3 small canvases glittered from the corner, each a view of the changeable Dragonheart stone against a matte black. The Dragonheart series. She cleaned her brushes in the sink and walked back to the house, skirting frozen puddles and patches of mud, followed by the dogs, their tails wagging hopefully. She paused at the foot of the porch steps to look over the flower beds. New shoots were poking up from the prickly skeletons of the tea roses, and the climber on the trellis by the porch was leafing out bravely. It was Saturday. Carlene had worked late the night before, and her door was closed. She'd still be in bed. There was breakfast debris on the table, signaling that Grace and John Robert were loose on the mountain. Rounding them up was like herding cats or butterflies, but they'd show up hungry any time now. She'd take them to town for lunch, she decided. They could wander around Main Street, and she'd buy some fertilizer for the garden. Madison pulled the truck into the angle parking in front of the courthouse. The kids were out of the truck almost before it rolled to a stop. She shoved 2 $20 bills into Grace's hand, taken from her dwindling supply of waitressing money. "Robertson's is having a sale," she said. "Why don't you look for clothes in there? Then take JR to the 5 and Dime. I'll meet you at the Bluebird in an hour, and we'll have lunch." Grace studied the money, as if it must be some kind of trick, then folded the bills and put them into her tiny purse. "Stay together and don't wander off Main Street so I can find you when I'm done." Madison turned away. "Where are you going to be?" Grace had a tight hold of John Roberts' hand. He was pulling away like a puppy on a leash. "Hazelton's. I'm going to get some fertilizer for the flower beds." Madison went into Hazelton's implements. Josh Hazelton was behind the counter, as she knew he'd be. He'd been in Madison's class at school. Once, they'd been friends and told each other secrets. He'd even kissed her under the stands at a football game. They'd awkwardly bumped lips like 2 goldfish meeting. That was before he'd gotten in with Bryce and them. Funny, ordinarily Bryce wouldn't give Josh the time of day, so Josh was flattered to be invited into Bryce's crowd. Madison didn't have a crowd, only Josh. And then, not even him. When Josh looked up and saw her, a guilty blush spread from his collar all the way to his ears. "Hey, Maddie," he said, turning away from 3 other customers, all of whom Madison knew. "I heard you were back in town." "For a while," Madison said, running her hand over a display of mailboxes, painted with flowers and colors unknown to nature. "I need some fertilizer." "Here, I'll show you," he said, eagerly pushing past the swinging gate at the end of the counter. She raised her hand to stop him. "You've got customers. Just tell me where it is, all right?" Josh pointed to the back right corner of the store. "Back there. Regular and organic. 5 and 10-pound bags." She chose a bag of organic fertilizer and some gardening gloves and brought them to the counter. By then, the other customers had left. Josh rang them up for her. "So how'd you like it, up north?" he said, handing her the receipt. "I like it." "As well as here?" "Better." She went to turn away. Maddie? Josh hesitated, and then the words tumbled out like cats from a bag. I thought maybe, that you left because of all that crap last year. He waited, and when she didn't say anything, added, Look, I'm sorry if some of us were just having some fun, I didn't realize we were having fun. She looked him in the eyes until he looked away, ears flaming. I never believed it, what they said about you, he mumbled. Really? I never heard you speak up. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're back. Not for long, she said, pretending to look at purple Martin houses. Josh still hovered. Have you seen Bryce since you've been back? He asked. Yeah. She tried not to make a face. You still hang around with him? He shook his head, coloring again. Nah, I guess he's really busy. Right, she said. I hear he has some new friends who don't go to our school. He paused, then said awkwardly, You never liked him. No, still don't. She didn't see any point in lying. He could never figure that out, why you wouldn't go out with him. Madison blinked at him. He told you that? Josh shook his head. Not exactly, but I knew. He thought you'd say yes. Madison snorted. Come on. I don't think having me as a friend was ever high on his list. Josh licked his lips. You're wrong. I think it really bugged him. You always want what you can't have, and people listen to him, First she thought, why are we talking about Bryce Roper? And then it came to her. A revelation. What are you trying to tell me? That he was behind the people calling me a witch? Well, it didn't take much to convince people. I mean, you're kind of different. You dress like a gypsy and always walk around with a frown on your face like you're mad at the world. He held up his hand. I'm sorry, but it's true. And you were always painting all those pictures, and you lived up on the mountain in that spooky old house. It's not spooky, she retorted, then shut her mouth. Who cared what everybody thought? Josh shrugged. Your grandmother read the cards and hexed people, and your mom is kind of wild. Shut up, Josh, Madison said, feeling the blood rush into her face. She turned away, staring out through the window at the boarded-up storefront across the street. But Josh would not be silenced. So one night a bunch of us guys were talking, and some of us had asked you out and had been turned down. So Bryce just started saying, what if, and we were cracking up and we couldn't help it. He just has a way of putting things, so I guess we all kind of got it started. We put out notes and started texting people, and then it sort of took on a life of its own, Madison swung around and took a step forward, and Josh flinched, like he thought she might hit him or spell him or something. Why do you think I turned them down when they asked me out? Because some guys like to brag about things that never happened. All except you. I knew you would never. I thought you. She stopped, unwilling to trust herself to go on. It was really ironic that Bryce Roper, with his persuasive hands and sleazy layer of wizardly charm, would be accusing her of being a witch, when she didn't have a stitch of magic in her. No magic of her own, anyway. Josh cleared his throat, looking like somebody with his hand in a vice who can't wait to be released. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I never believed you burnt anything down. I've been wanting to tell you that. She cleared her throat. Well, thanks, I guess. Want me to carry that out for you? He asked, handing her the receipt for the fertilizer. I can manage. She rested the bag of fertilizer on her hip and turned toward the door. Maddie? You know prom's coming up. She stiffened. Josh, He rushed on. Since I heard you were back, I've been meaning to call you, but, well, you don't have a phone. I wondered if you might want to go with me. As friends, I mean, you could see everyone. He thought he was offering her a gift. A chance to hold her head up and show everybody they didn't drive her off. But she realized she didn't care what they thought. Not anymore. Madison shook her head. I don't think so. She left him standing behind the counter, hands hanging at his sides. Grace and John Robert were 10 minutes late for their rendezvous with the Bluebird, and when they showed up, Bryce Roper was with them. "Hello, Madison," he said, sliding right into a seat at her table. He was wearing jeans and a cotton sweater and a fleece-lined leather jacket that definitely didn't come from Robertson's. "I ran into Grace and John Robert at the Five and Dime." Madison gripped the arms of her chair, her heart thumping. Josh Hazelton's revelations were fresh in her mind, but then Josh hadn't told her anything about Bryce that she didn't already know. "I'm surprised you didn't hustle them off to child welfare," she said, "being as I left them on their own in town and all." Bryce signaled the server. "Look, I said I was sorry." "Actually, I don't think you did." He shrugged. "Well, I meant to anyway. So, to make up for it, I invited Grace and John Robert to come over next week and go riding." "Let us go, Maddie, please." John Robert was practically bouncing in place, gripping her hand. The boy didn't know how to hold a proper grudge. Grace was different. She wouldn't have forgiven Bryce Roper for putting them in foster care, but she loved horses with the passion only a 10-year-old girl could muster. She'd mucked out stalls the summer before in trade for riding lessons, and the Ropers had the prettiest horses in the county. If there was a way to win Gracie over, this was it. She reverberated with indecision, vibrating like a plucked string. Madison didn't want to be beholden in any way to the Ropers. She didn't want Grace spending time with the wizard Bryce Roper for reasons of her own. "Absolutely not," Madison said, glaring at Bryce. "I can't believe you'd even suggest that. Your horses are for experienced riders. They're not used to kids." "But you know I can ride, Maddie," Grace protested. Like usual, if Maddie said no, Grace said yes. "I took lessons all last summer with Mr. Raglan. He said I was a natural-born horsewoman." "There's no better teacher around than George Raglan," Bryce said. "And JR'll be fine. We always have kids' horses around for the cousins." "Please," John Robert begged, hanging on Madison's arm. "I said no, and I mean it," Madison said, dislodging John Robert. She looked up at Bryce. "You turned the kids over to the county because Mama couldn't find a babysitter, and then you want me to let them risk life and limb—" "No problem," Bryce cut in, just as she was winding up. "I'll just ask Carlene." And that shut Madison up, like he knew it would. Carlene wouldn't hold grudges about court dates and child welfare. Carlene hadn't had to drop out of school and come back home to bail out the kids. If Bryce asked Carlene, she'd let them go in a New York minute. She liked cozying up to the Ropers' money. Madison sat frozen, cheeks flaming. Even Grace and JR knew she'd been outmaneuvered. Grace looked from Bryce to Madison, her brow furrowed. "Don't worry, Maddie," she said softly. "We'll be real careful." "I know you will, honey," Madison said through stiff lips. "Great," Bryce said. The server was hovering and he scanned the menu. "We'll start with a platter of wings and onion rings," he said. "Root beer for everyone. And then whatever else they want." He looked over at Madison as she opened her mouth to object. "My treat." No, she thought. This was supposed to be my treat. The server hurried off. "We've got horses that you could ride, Maddie," Bryce said, putting his hot hand over hers on the table. "Why don't you come?" She ripped her hand free. "I'm busy all week." "How about next week?" "I'm busy every week." She stood. "Matter of fact, I forgot something at the hardware store." She nodded to the kids. "Go ahead and have lunch if you want. I'll meet you over there." But Bryce just grinned at Grace and John Robert like they were co-conspirators. "We'll win your big sister over yet." To Bryce, it was a game he was destined to win. But he had no idea the danger he was in. If Maddie'd had a gun, she would have shot him. Chapter 14. Gone South. "Alicia, your young man, what's his name again?" Aunt Melisandre pointed her bejeweled hand at Jason, who tried hard not to duck. "Jason," Leisha said, perched on the edge of her chair, as if she were ready to spring. "His name's Jason, Aunt Millie." They were sitting in a stuffy parlor decorated with highly flammable pine roping and a dried-out Christmas tree. The only light came from stubs of candles nestled dangerously in the greens. "You're sure it's not Jasper?" "I used to know a Jasper. Jasper de Villiers. He was French, a bit underpowered, if you know what I mean, but quite the ladies' man." Aunt Melisandre fixed Jason with her purple-shadowed eyes, as if expecting to extract a confession. Jason shook his head. "Jason," he said. "A peculiar name, Jason. Would you like another cookie, young man?" Melisandre extended a tray of charred and soggy shortbread. They'd started out okay, but then she'd set fire to them while trying to heat up the tea and had to extinguish them with lemonade. That's okay. I've eaten lots already." Leisha's Aunt Melisandre reminded Jason of one of those dried-up insect carcasses you sometimes found. Fragile, like she might crack open if you touched her. She was about 1,000,000 years old, the richest woman in town, and a wizard who'd lost some key cards from her mental deck. Spending time with her was about as chancy as sitting in the middle of a bonfire with a crate of cherry bombs on your lap. "More tea, then?" "No, thanks." He looked at his watch. 9 p.m. "Whoa, look at the time. I had no idea." He stood. "Thanks for the tea and all." "In for a penny, in for a pound," Aunt Millie said, waving her hand and shattering glasses all around the room. "I'll walk you out," Leisha said, jumping to her feet. In the foyer, she grabbed his hand. "Sorry, I thought she'd be asleep by now," she hissed. "Guess not. I think she likes you. If only my name was Jasper. Look, I know she's kind of dangerous now, but she's my favorite aunt. She used to take me all kinds of places. Whenever my parents didn't want me around, she'd always take me in." "I could have used a relative like that," Jason said, forgetting the usual self-edit. Leisha stood on tiptoes and brushed her lips across his cheek, nearly missing. "Bye, Jason." "Can't you come out? There must be some place we can go." Leisha glanced over her shoulder. "I'd better not." She'd seemed oddly jittery all evening, as if she'd had too much caffeine or something. It was almost like she was glad old Aunt Millie was there to serve as chaperone. As she turned back around, he noticed that her face seemed oddly misshapen. Jason grasped Leisha's chin and turned her face up toward the porch light. She flinched and pulled away. What happened to your face? One side of it was swollen, and he could see bruises under the makeup. It hadn't been apparent in the candle-lit parlor. Leisha turned away from the light. It was Aunt Millie. She took out a wall in the conservatory. I'm afraid we're going to have to put her in a home. Were there homes for wizards with dementia? Seems like you should slip some Weersbane into her tea. She'd be easier to handle if she wasn't always setting things on fire. I've tried that. She can always tell. She paused. Maybe tomorrow we could go to Cleveland or something. Someplace away. Jason shrugged. Maybe. There was nothing else to do but leave, so he left. He walked home through dark streets. They'd been to the park twice that week already. In really cold weather, they hung out at matinees where they were unlikely to be spotted, or went back to Leisha's house, mansion. Usually, Aunt Melisandre went to bed early, but lately, she'd had insomnia or something. He hadn't done so much sneaking around since he lived back at home with his dad and stepmother. That seemed like a lifetime ago. It was hard to keep a secret in a small town. He wasn't exactly answerable to Nick or Linda or anyone else except maybe Hastings. He'd just prefer to avoid the lecture if he could. Jack, Will, Fitch, Seth, Ellen, they all hated and mistrusted Leisha Middleton. So why didn't he? Not that he totally trusted her, but there was a reckless intensity to their relationship that appealed to him. She was the only spark in an otherwise dismal existence. Otherwise, he was going through the motions, marking time, contributing nothing. Leisha had a hard life, in a way. She'd been an inconvenience to her aristocratic wizard parents until her escapades in the trade made her an embarrassment. She was a survivor, but still somehow vulnerable, and she never did anything halfway. He laughed. You are so out of your league, he thought. It was the story of his life. When he arrived home, Linda Downey was in the kitchen, dishing ice cream into a blender. Jason, you're just in time. I'm making milkshakes. Linda gripped both his hands, warming him all the way to his toes. Milkshakes, he repeated stupidly. I'm glad I came. You've got lipstick on your face, she said, reaching up and rubbing it off with her forefinger. He liked that about Linda. She didn't ask hard questions. Then he noticed her suitcase sitting by the door. You're going someplace? She hesitated. I'm meeting Leander in Britain. Right. Well, great. His face burned, and the words seemed to stick in his throat. Bon voyage, I guess. He went to turn away, and she gripped his arm. Seth's in the solarium, she said, looking anxiously up into his eyes. He's been waiting for you. He needs help with something. She nodded toward the back of the house. Right. Probably wants me to shine his shoes. Feeling irritable and uncooperative, Jason went to find Seth. Seth sat next to the windows reading in a puddle of light cast by a single table lamp. Past the patio there was a strip of snowy lawn, then a wall that marked the drop-off to the lake. In the background, the waves crashed in a northwest wind, claiming and relinquishing the beach. Seth looked up and marked his place with a finger. Jace, where have you been? Jace shrugged. Here and there. What's up? No answer. Seth sat motionless, staring into space, like he'd checked out completely. It was like talking to someone wearing headphones or reading his email at the same time. Jason knew Seth must be monitoring the boundary. What are you reading? Jason asked, trying to break in. Seth looked up, a little startled. AP Physics. We're having another practice test next week. Jason dropped into a wrought iron chair. Can you really do both those things at the same time? I couldn't do one of those things at the same time, he thought to himself. In fact, Seth looked bad, kind of hollow-cheeked and twitchy, and his eyes glittered and burned. You sound like my mom. As if on cue, Linda appeared carrying 2 tall milkshakes on a tray and a big bowl of trail mix. She clunked a milkshake down in front of Seth. Here, see that you finish this. And you can let go of the boundary in a few minutes. Iris said she'd take over at 10. I'm okay, Seth sat up a little straighter. I can keep it a while longer, till I go to bed anyway. We've already talked about pushing yourself, Seth. Don't argue. It was one of the few times Jason had seen Seth's mother exerting parental authority. When she went back into the house, Jason said, "She acts like you're an invalid or something." Seth shrugged and looked away. Yeah, well... Seth obviously wasn't going to tell him what was going on. Jason tried again. She seems kind of stressed. Seth sucked down some milkshake and set the glass down. It's the whole deal with being in charge while my father's away. She'd like to get some more wizards who could watch the perimeter to give us a break, but Snowbeard is worried about trusting anyone new. You could try me, Jason thought. He didn't bother to say it aloud. Nick's really fixated on that stuff you brought back from Britain, Seth went on. Linda's good at managing the other guilds, but wizards always think they should be running everything. Some of them aren't used to taking orders from an enchanter. Seth seemed to be avoiding mention of Linda's travel plans, so Jason said, "And now she's going to Britain." Seth nodded while watching Jason, as if wary of his reaction. So she's leaving, and she's worried about leaving me on my own. Seth leaned his head back. His mind seemed to drift again for a moment. Then he said, "You still wearing the Dirna Seifa?" In answer, Jason fished the pendant out from under his shirt. Seth smiled. Remember when we used to go out into the woods and practice wizardry at the Havens? Jason didn't particularly want to remember his time at the Havens, especially what had happened to his father. Plus, it just highlighted the magical performance gap that had grown between him and Seth. He found that contrast more and more oppressive. I taught you everything I knew, which wasn't much, and now you've gone way beyond me. But Linda says you want to ask me something. I need to ask you a favor. Which is... Someone broke into Maddie's room the other night. Jason waited, and when Seth didn't go on, asked, Did they take anything? We don't know. I looked around, but I couldn't tell if anything was missing. What's she say? I can't reach her. Their phone's disconnected, and her cell phone doesn't work at her house. I emailed her, but I don't know when she'll get the message. Where's this leading? Jason thought. Maybe it was someone who knew she was gone and thought they'd take advantage. They used magic to blow a hole in her door. Seth paused long enough to let this sink in. Hers was the only room they touched, and she's got nothing to steal. He looked out at the lake. I didn't want her to leave in the first place. It's bad enough if they go after her because of me, but if they know what she can do... What do you want me to do? Go down there and bring her back. I'd go myself, but Snowbeard wants me here. Besides, they'll be looking for me to go. You're less likely to lead them to her. Seth paused and cleared his throat. There's something else. There was something left behind in her room. A painting with a hex in it, targeted at me. It hit me pretty hard. Whoa. Jason stared at him. That explained Seth's haggard appearance then. But if he was handling the boundary, he couldn't be too bad off. Are you okay? I'm fine, Seth snapped. But it was Madison's painting. So Snowbeard thinks Madison may be... may have turned. He muttered this last, as if he didn't want to honor it by saying it out loud. Jason considered this. He'd known there was something off between Seth and Madison, but he still would have said they were crazy about each other. Then again, you had to consider what Seth was competing against. A Claude Dorsey or Jessamine Longbranch could make Madison rich beyond her wildest dreams, rich enough to attend any art school in the country. So he chose the safest response. What do you think? What do you mean, what do I think? Seth leaned forward, practically shedding sparks. It's impossible. She wouldn't do that. Okay. Jason raised his hands to ward off harm. I'm not disagreeing, but still, maybe it isn't a good idea to bring her back here if she may be... Why would she have gone back home if she was plotting something? That makes no sense. Well, if she left you a spell bomb, wouldn't she want to be as far away as possible when it went off? Seth stood, towering over Jason. Power bled from his skin and ran in rivulets to the floor, where it scorched a ring into the flagstones. He looked dragged out tired, but hyper-juiced at the same time. Hey man, will you chill? Jason said. I'm not disagreeing with you, just asking questions. Or is that not allowed? Seth glared at him a moment, then subsided back into his chair, trembling. Gotta tread easy here, Jason thought. He tried to think of something harmless to say. So, does Snowbeard know you're asking me to do this? Seth massaged his forehead, as if to pry loose a reluctant truth. It was kind of Nick's idea. He wants you to go to Colton County and spy on Madison and find out what the story is. Is she in danger, or is she working for the Roses, or what? Is anyone else hanging around down there who might be behind the attack on me? He looked up at Jason. So you can do both. Check on those things and bring her back. He looked away. Either way, if she's working against us, we can't risk letting it continue. If she's not, we can't risk leaving her out there on her own. And what are you going to do if it turns out she has gone over to the dark side? Jason thought. I'm not exactly the go-to person when it comes to wizardry. He shook his head when Seth made as if to disagree. Just don't. Why me? Seth shrugged, surrendering. I can't leave, and neither can Nick. With Madison, it doesn't matter how powerful you are. It's almost a disadvantage to be juiced. He smiled apologetically. Why send a wizard then? Well, in case there are wizards down there that she's working with. This was killing Seth, Jason knew. And if Jason brought back the news that Madison had turned, he just might kill the messenger. He tried a joke. What if she won't come? My deadly charm won't work on her, you know. Seth didn't look amused. Convince her. He raked a hand through his hair. I know you're back in school, but it shouldn't take more than a couple of days to go down there and bring her back. 3 or 4 days would give you time to scout around and ask questions, I guess. He put his blistering hand on Jason's arm and looked him in the eyes. Whatever happens, Jace, we need you back here when you're done. We've got some plans in the works that need wizardry, and that's what we're short on. Jason considered this, taking his time. Seth wouldn't send Jason to Madison if he didn't think it was necessary. Otherwise, the risk would outweigh the benefit. And, just as obviously, Jason was more expendable than either Seth or Nick. Should he go? It would take him out of Trinity, though he guessed Cole Grove wouldn't be an improvement. But this might be the opening he needed to break away, to get out from under Nick's supervision and the obligation he felt to Seth. He could do him this one last favor, and then... How would I get down there? I made Madison write out directions before she left. My mother says you can use her car, since she's leaving anyway. Seth grinned, looking more like his old self. Just make sure you bring it back in one piece." Sweet. Linda drove a BMW Z4 Roadster convertible. Though Madison might have to drive her truck back if she wanted to bring more than a toothbrush. The coil of tension inside Jason unwound a notch. It was a plan. He had some money saved up from working at the docks over the past year. He'd retrieve a few magical items from St. Catherine's that might help him in Britain. He'd accompany Madison back as far as Columbus, then send her on. By the time they realized he was gone, he could be back at Raven's Gill. He'd make Hastings take him on. If not, there were other places to go in the world. Other battles to fight. Right. Of course, this only worked if Madison was on their side. Okay, I'm on my way. Draw me a map while I pack my stuff. It was just getting light when Jason parked the BMW in the lot at St. Catherine's. The tiny trunk was already loaded with his clothes and music. Once on his way, he didn't plan on stopping. He hoped to leave town without dealing with Nick or Mercedes. With any luck, they'd slept late. He felt bad about Leisha, but he'd text her to let her know he was gone, once he was on his way. He didn't feel like he could risk an in-person goodbye. When he was settled, he could get back in touch. Using the key he'd copied from Ceph's, he descended to the chilly darkness of the crypt and disabled the charms that had been laid over Thomas Swift's unused tomb. The magical pieces were sorted, labeled, and for the most part put away. The dragon heart mocked him from its ornate stand in the corner, awakening a hopeless longing as his weirstone responded. He and Nick and Mercedes had tried everything they knew, but nobody had been able to touch the stone since that day he'd first gone out with Leisha right after Madison had left. He struggled to relate those different events and gave up. If the text from the cave could be believed, they had a weapon of unmatchable power, and they couldn't even get near it. Maybe it'd be easier to accept if he was far away. Maybe he wouldn't feel so barren and empty. He'd take only a few things that Nick and Mercedes might overlook. He ran through the possibilities. He had no need for love stones. That had never been a problem. Nor collars for captives. He planned to take no prisoners. He wasn't about to carry around magic mirrors that weren't reliable anyway. But scrying stones were small and might lead him to what he was looking for. Amulets and talismans were always useful. He lifted one of the magical daggers and weighed it in his hand. That might give him an edge against a more powerful adversary, D'Orsay or anybody else. In the end, he chose a dagger, a scrying stone, a talisman for protection, and an amulet that was supposed to give strength to the bearer. He already had the Dirna Sefa given to him by his mother, good for multiple purposes. He slid the chosen items into his backpack and left the rest where they were. When he came out of the church, he skidded to a stop. Leisha was leaning against his car. He should have used the less accessible but more private water gate. Ordinarily, he'd be glad to see her, but he just wasn't in a position to be answering questions this morning. "Back in church again?" She lifted an eyebrow and attempted a smile that didn't quite come off. He shrugged, acutely conscious of the magical pieces in his backpack. How had she found him so quickly? It was early for her to be out. Had she followed him? "Cool car," she said, resting her hand on the BMW. Another question plain on her face. Where the night before she'd seemed antsy and distracted, today she seemed grim and determined, as if she knew he intended to split. Damn. He should have left the car at home until he was ready to leave. He stared at her, temporarily wordless, then said, "A friend let me borrow it." "Take me for a ride?" "I've got to return it, and I'm late already. I'll text you later, all right?" Jason tossed the backpack into the passenger seat and circled around to get in on the driver's side. Leisha reached in and picked up the backpack by its strap. "What's in here?" "Hey, Leave that alone." Jason rounded the side of the car and grabbed the backpack out of her hands. "What's in there, Jason? A present for me?" She lunged for the backpack, and he caught her wrists to keep her from latching on again. For a moment they stood face to face, glaring at each other, with the whole town looking on if it cared to. Jason released her hands and took a step back. "Please, Leisha, just... Like I said, I'm kind of in a hurry. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later, okay? I promise." He got in the car, putting the backpack on the floor at his feet. "Right," she said, and stood chewing her lip, watching as he drove away. What was that all about, he wondered, as he navigated the tree-lined streets around the square. She'd seemed almost angry with him. In the time it took to reach the interstate, he'd lost himself in the pleasure of driving the BMW. Interstate 71 sliced southwest, parting flat farm fields on either side. He cranked up the radio. There wasn't much traffic, so he cranked the speed up too, reasoning he could always talk his way out of a ticket. He knew he was taking stupid chances, with the invasion of Ravensgill, and with Leisha, and with driving too fast, but somehow he couldn't help himself. When he reached Columbus, he circled around, exited onto Route 23, then again onto another state route, heading southeast into the hills. He watched his mirrors intermittently, but could see no sign he was being followed. He passed through tiny towns, Glen Furnace, Floordale, Salt Creek. He planned to head straight down to Maddie's. These country roads would be easier to navigate by daylight. His phone went off several times. Leisha calling. No message. He shut it off. By the time he reached Cole Grove, it had clouded over and begun to sleet. A relentless, needle-fine, bone-chilling rain that froze on contact. The cloud ceiling dropped until it nearly met the ground. He drove east out of town, Seth's directions beside him on the seat, his backpack on the floor on the passenger side. The landscape looked like it had taken a beating and never quite recovered. He had no idea how it would go at Maddie's. He knew from experience that Madison Moss couldn't be bullied, but maybe she'd be glad to see him, wanting news of Seth, and he could check out her reaction when he delivered it. The road rapidly deteriorated from pavement to oiled gravel. It twisted and turned, but mostly it climbed. A thick second-growth forest crowded in on either side, greening up for spring, punctuated now and then by a rural mailbox fronting a house trailer or a rundown farm. He passed a sign that said, Roper Coal, Colton County Works, pointing down a more substantial side road. And later, a prosperous-looking horse farm with brick gateway pillars and a sign in rope-like script, Bryson Arabians. Somewhere along here was the turnoff to Booker Mountain. Not well marked, Seth's directions said. By now, it was raining harder. After traveling a mile farther, he began to realize he must have missed the turnoff. He did a quick U-turn and drove back the way he'd come. Jason leaned forward, peering through the rain-smeared windshield. He rounded a curve and found the way blocked by a huge tree that lay at an angle across the road. He slammed on the brakes, skidding sideways in the wet gravel. The BMW came to a stop with its passenger door inches from the tree. Jason rested his head on the wheel, his heart thumping in his chest. A tree on the slope above must have lost hold in the saturated earth. It must have just happened, since the way had been clear moments before. Shoving the driver's side door open, he climbed out into the rain on rubbery legs. If he wanted to go forward, he'd have to get the tree off the road. Wizardry was good for making people do what you wanted, or for moving the more fluid ethers like water, air, and flame. He wasn't sure he knew a charm for moving giant trees. Jason yanked the backpack from under the seat. Maybe there was something there that would help. Kneeling on the soggy ground, he sorted through the magical pieces he'd taken from the church. He had a dagger that would inflict a mortal wound on a man, not a tree, talismans of protection that he was unsure how to use, An amulet that gave strength to the weary, maybe he could lift the tree off the road, and a scrying stone that blazed up oddly between his hands, like a warning. There was something else, something unfamiliar, a small, flat metal object. He held it up to the light. There was a faint marking on it, like a stylized etching of a spider. How did that get there? He looked up, just as the car exploded into flames. He rolled backward to keep from being engulfed. Propping up on his elbows, he stared in disbelief. The car was a blazing inferno, hissing and spitting in the pouring rain. Oh, God, he thought. Linda's going to kill me. His next thought was, I'm out of here. As he struggled to his feet, something struck him full in the chest, just beneath the collarbone, hard enough to spin him half around. He clutched at his shirt front, but could find no wound or missile, only an awful spreading cold and numbness. Damn, someone said behind him. I hope that didn't hit too close to the heart. The idea is to immobilize you, not kill you. Jason swung around to face the speaker. It couldn't be. The blonde, almost translucent hair, the pale blue eyes and colorless lips, the lopsided, arrogant smile he hadn't seen since the ill-fated conference at Second Sister. Barber! The smile grew wider. For a minute I didn't think you remembered me. But hey, the friendships we make at school are the ones that last. What are you doing here? I followed you. Of course, I didn't know you'd lead me to the crap hole of the universe. Barber flipped his hand, indicating their general surroundings. What did you shoot me with? It's a wizard graph. A virtual dagger with an effect very much like spider venom. Renders the victim immobile, but leaves the mind clear and able to perceive pain. Great for interrogations. What do you want? To ask you some questions. But first we'll go someplace quiet, where we won't be interrupted. The paralysis was spreading. Jason's limbs were growing heavy. It was getting difficult to push air through his lungs. Questions about what? He mumbled. Even his lips and tongue weren't obeying his commands. Questions about what you're doing down here. About what you stole from Raven's Gill and hid in the church. About the dragon heart. We can start with what's in your backpack. Barber extended his hand. Hand it over. Backpack. Jason's body might be sluggish, but his mind was clear. Barber knew Jason had left town. He knew about the church. He knew there was something in his backpack. Leisha. A cold anger seized Jason. You want this? He shouted hoarsely. As he raised the backpack, he thrust his hand inside, closing it around the amulet. Gives strength to the bearer. He muttered a charm, calling forth its power, and felt welcome strength flood back into his body. Slinging the pack over his shoulder, he reached up with the other hand and gripped the Dirna Seifa that hung around his neck. Speaking the familiar, unnoticeable charm he'd learned from his mother, he thrust himself sideways. He landed, rolling in the sodden leaves, but was immediately up and running, slipping and sliding down the hill, the backpack slamming against his shoulder. Barber was a powerful wizard, outclassing Jason on his best day. Unnoticeable or not, it wouldn't be healthy to stay around. Barber was totally pissed. He sent flames roaring down the hillside in Jason's wake, then charged downhill after him, shouting and swearing. Idiot! Where the hell do you think you're going? Give yourself up or you're going to lie on your back in the mud until you're ripped apart and eaten alive by wild animals. It was hard to understand with all the profanity mixed in, but it was something like that. Jason staggered on. He had no intention of submitting to an interrogation of Warren Barber's devising. Being ripped apart by wild animals seemed appealing in comparison. Besides, he'd been played for a fool, and he would not, could not let them win. Still, it was more than 20 miles back to town, and he had no idea how long the effects of the amulet would last. He knew Madison's house must be somewhere nearby, but he didn't want to lead Barber to her. Realistically, he was dead. At the bottom of the hill, Jason turned left and followed a wide creek through a ravine. Then he began climbing again. He climbed for a long time, following the stream, scrambling over rocks, splashing in and out of the water. Finally, he left the creek and cut over a shoulder of the mountain. By then, he was stumbling, losing strength despite his tight grip on the amulet. He tried speaking the charm again, but this time there was no apparent effect. He was completely disoriented. He had no idea which way it was to town, which way Madison's house might be. His only goal was to keep away from Barber. That was easier said than done. Barber seemed to have an uncanny ability to stay with him. When Jason reached high ground and looked back, Barber was coming. Not following Jason's trail exactly, but moving in the right direction, just the same. Sometimes cutting straight across ravines and stream beds. It was almost as if Jason were sending off some kind of homing signal. Idiot. He shrugged the backpack off his shoulders and half sat, half fell on the ground. Digging through the pocket, he retrieved the mysterious spider stone. It must be a lodestone, placed there on purpose, probably by Lisha outside the church. All Barber had needed to do was follow the stone to track Jason to Colton County and through the woods in the rain. Shivering, teeth chattering, resisting the urge to lie down where he was and sink into oblivion, Jason gripped the low branches of a tree, dragged himself to his feet, and looked around. He'd been following a high ridge. On one side of the ridge, the ground fell away into deep forest, shrouding a series of smaller hills. On the other, he could see the tracing of a road that followed the creek bed. Behind him, he could hear Barber crashing violently through the brush. Drawing his arm back, Jason threw the stone as far as he could out into the valley. Then, he descended the ridge on the opposite side, heading for the road. Hopefully, Barber would follow the stone. There remained the problem of the graph. Jason couldn't go much further. He could try to attract the attention of someone in a passing car. A car probably came by every day or two. As if that would even do any good. They wouldn't have a clue. All they could do was watch him die. He worked his way down the ridge in a kind of stumbling trot. His legs were no longer working reliably. The rain had slowed to a sprinkle, but rivulets of muddy water still flowed down the slope, making the footing treacherous. His breathing was growing labored again. He was conscious of a creeping cold, an inability to control his movements. He blinked away a double image of the hillside. Finally, he overshot a small overhang, tumbled 20 feet, and ended up with his feet in the ditch and his head and shoulders on the berm of the road. He hurt. Barber was right. His ability to perceive pain was functioning just fine. He'd slammed his elbow when he landed and wondered if his arm was broken, but he lacked the strength to turn his head to check for certain. He had no idea how long he lay there before he heard a rumble and felt a faint vibration beneath him. Thunder, he thought. Then he realized it must be a car coming. Idiot! He was unnoticeable. No one would see him lying by the side of the road, not even when his unnoticeable sun-bleached bones mingled with the scattered remnants of roadkill skeletons. He gripped the Seifa and disabled the unnoticeable charm with his last bit of strength. Then he lay on his back, staring up at the sky, unable even to blink against the relentless drizzle. He had to really focus to remember to breathe. He heard the wet, sucking sound of tires as the car approached. Was he far enough off the road? Would the car run him over? Was he close enough to be seen? He felt the air stir as the car neared, felt the freezing spray as it swept by. Bitter disappointment. He heard a squeal of brakes and caught a whiff of hot rubber. Wild elation. A car door slammed, then footsteps crunched on gravel, and then a voice. "Hey, you okay? What happened? Someone run you over and drive off? And then moments later, Jason? It was Madison Moss. Seconds later, her worried face appeared in his field of vision. It was bronzed a bit. She'd been out in the sun, and her voluminous hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She wore jeans and a plain white t-shirt, different from her bohemian mode of dress in Trinity. No, he thought dazedly. This girl is not hanging with the bad guys. I don't believe it. It is you. What are you doing here? What happened? Is Seth with you? It was a cascade of questions, erupting too fast for his failing mind to follow. Madison, he tried to say, but his lips wouldn't form the syllables. He was struggling for breath, suffocating. Spots swam before his eyes. Barber hadn't meant to kill him, or at least not until after he'd tortured the truth out of him. He must have messed up. Kneeling next to him, Madison touched his chest lightly where the graft went in. What the... It looks like your chest is on fire. Then she clapped her mouth shut, eyes wide, seeming to realize that he might not find that reassuring. Madison had the ability to spot magic in others, even Barber's deadly graph, apparently. Don't worry now. Let's just see. She pulled aside his jacket and lifted his sweatshirt to examine the wound. Gick, he managed, and then, Gick, again louder, meaning, we've got to get the hell out of here. She ran her cold hands up his chest until she found the wound and pushed her fingertips into it. He nearly screamed from the pain of it, but then he felt a kind of sucking, a reverse pressure, and immediately the hot burn over his heart eased. And again she pressed her hands against his skin, scrunching up her face as if it was as hard on her as on him. His body lost some of its creeping cold rigidity, and he could swallow his saliva again. She was drawing the magical venom away. Madison pulled her hands back, wiping them vigorously on the weeds at the roadside, shuddering. Yuck! This is bad, nasty, whatever it is. I'm going to have a devil of a time getting rid of this. At least it's not... Who did this? Where did you come from? She didn't really seem to expect an answer. Madison stood, hands on hips, and looked up the slope. She seemed very tall and angular from Jason's position on the ground. I thought maybe you dropped out of the sky, but looks like you rolled down from up there. He managed to croak. Madison, Warren Barber's here. We've got to go before he sees us. By now, Barber might have discovered his ruse and be heading back over the ridge in time to see what was happening at the side of the road. Warren Barber! Madison had met Warren Barber before, at Second Sister, when she'd put him flat on his back in the inn garden. At least she didn't ask a million questions. Hang on, I'm going to put you in the truck. Nothing's broken, is it? Dumbly, he shook his head. His arm was killing him, but broken bones were small change against what Barber would do if he came over that hill. Madison disappeared from his field of view. The truck door slammed, and she was back with a paint-spattered canvas tarp. Sliding her hands under his arms, she tugged him onto it. Then, gripping the edge of the canvas, she dragged him along the berm to her ancient red pickup. The tailgate was down, but the opening seemed a mile away. Jason couldn't fathom how she was going to get him up into the bed. She propped him against the truck. Then, she climbed into the truck bed, leaned down, wrapped her arms around his chest, and hauled him backward into the bed. He landed flat on top of her, but she wriggled out from underneath him. Sorry, she muttered. She hurriedly arranged his extremities to her liking, then tossed the tarp over him, covering him completely. Sorry, she said again. The truck jounced on its failing springs as she jumped down from the bed, then climbed up into the cab. The door slammed, and the engine came to life. Rain pattered on the canvas over his head. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know where Warren Barber was. And he didn't know if he'd survive the day. Chapter 15. Along Came a Spider. Jason didn't remember much about the next several days. He felt dry and hot one minute, and cold and sweaty the next. He wrestled with dreams like he hadn't had since the ones Gregory Lester had inflicted on him at the Havens. He dreamed he was back in the woods, and Warren Barber spun out cords from his wrists like Spider-Man, wrapping him into a giant cocoon. He injected poison into him with giant fangs and left him hanging helpless in his web, saying, "I'll be back, and then you'll talk." He dreamed of Leisha and Barber laughing together at Jason's stupidity and the deft way she'd played him. Jason had never been a magical powerhouse, but he'd always considered himself street smart, at least. Right. Everyone had warned him about Leisha, and he'd ignored them. His only hope was that no one would ever find out what an idiot he'd been. He burned with fever, embarrassment, and hot anger. He'd wake, startled by the sound of his own voice reverberating in his ears, and he wondered what he'd said, how much he'd revealed. Madison was there a lot of the time. She didn't suck out any more poison. Instead, she forced liquids and cups of soup into him. He gripped her hands. In a rare moment of lucidity. "Maddie, don't tell anyone about this. Not Seth, not anybody, please." "You are crazy, you know that?" She pressed the back of her hand to his forehead, feeling for fever. "He needs to know what happened. I'm going to go to town and call him soon as I can leave you on your own." He struggled to sit up, flailing wildly under the quilt. "You call him, I'm out of here, right now." She lifted an eyebrow. "You gonna hitchhike or what? Now lay down before I club you for a fool. You need somebody who knows about magic to treat you." "I'm much better, really," Madison snorted. Jason groped for an argument. "Look, Maddie, if you call him, he'll blame me for messing up and putting you in danger. One little thing he asked me to do and I blew it. He'll never trust me to do anything again. I'd rather you just shot me in the head." He pressed his fingertips against his forehead for emphasis. She frowned. He could tell she was wavering. "Besides, if you call him, nothing will keep him from coming down here. Meanwhile, everything falls apart up there." "Well," she muttered, looking troubled, "we'll see. If you take a turn for the worse..." He'd gotten to her. Jason smiled and closed his eyes and gave himself up to sleep. The next time, he awoke to find 2 huge yellow dogs crowded in bed with him, one on either side. "Hey," he said weakly, shoving at the one with its head on the pillow, breathing dog breath in his face. The dog opened its eyes and licked Jason's face with an impossibly long black and pink tongue, then went back to sleep. Some time later, a solemn-faced little girl with straight brown hair set a tray on the floor next to him and sat down with a bump. "Where's Madison?" he asked, drawing the sheet up over his bare bandaged chest, squinting his eyes against the light that snuck between battered rafters overhead. "She had to go meet with her art teacher," she said. This didn't really process. "What art teacher? Who are you?" "I'm Grace Minerva Moss," she said, "Maddie's sister. I made you lunch, grilled cheese and tomato soup," she added, rather proudly. And there on the tray was a paper plate with a slightly charred grilled cheese sandwich cut into 2 triangles, some saltine crackers, a mug of soup, a paper towel, and a can of root beer. He was lying on a mattress on the floor, surrounded by paintings on easels, some unfinished. He recognized them as Madison's work. Heaving a pile of quilts aside, he tried to prop on his elbows, but found his left arm was in a sling. So he rolled to his good side and sat up, raking his free hand through his hair. "Where am I?" he asked, when his head stopped spinning. "You're in the barn. In the loft. Maddie's studio. I had to help Maddie carry you up here. You're real heavy, you know," she added accusingly. He groped at his neck and his hand closed on the Dirna Seifa still on its chain. "Where's my stuff? My clothes, I mean. And I had a backpack." Grace Minerva Moss pointed. He twisted around. His backpack was hanging on a peg on the wall. His clothes were folded in a little pile underneath. It was clean and tidy for a barn, he guessed. His eyes traveled over the ranks of paintings. "Madison paints up here?" "Some. Plus everywhere else." Grace snatched up the paper towel and dropped it on his lap. A hint. He picked up the grilled cheese sandwich and bit into it. It was gritty with carbon, but had that deliciously greasy processed cheese taste. He was suddenly ravenous. "This is great," he mumbled, his mouth full of bread and melted cheese. "Is anyone else home?" "Just my brother J.R. and my mother. She's still asleep." Grace leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "She doesn't know you're here." Jason sucked down some soup, the comforting, orangey canned stuff familiar from when he was a kid. Grace studied him, then extended her hand toward him, stopping a few inches away. "You're all sparkly," she said, looking puzzled. "Like Bryce Roper." Before he could respond, there was a scuffling below, then the sound of wood creaking. Jason stiffened, once again reaching for the Dirna Seifa. A blonde head poked up, as if through the floor. Grace tried to put herself between Jason and the intruder. "John Robert Moss, I told you to stay in the sandbox." It was a little boy. Jason wasn't good with kids' ages. Apparently the brother, J.R. The boy hauled himself up through the floor and turned and sat with his legs dangling through the hole. His face was smudged and dirty, and he wore blue jeans rolled to fit. "What are you doing up here?" "Who's that man?" he asked, pointing at Jason. "Nobody," she said furiously. "You shouldn't be in the barn at all. You know the hay gives you welts. Go away." Jason thought for a moment she might poke him right back down the hole, like a gopher in a cartoon. "I want a grilled cheese sandwich," J.R. howled, seeing the last of Jason's disappear. J.R. did indeed seem to be breaking out in red blotches, all over his face, whether from hay or rage, Jason didn't know. "You already had lunch and I—" Grace began, but stopped, frowning, head tilted. Then Jason heard it too, the crunch of gravel as someone drove into the yard. "Maybe Maddie's back," she said doubtfully. "But she said it wouldn't be until real late." She stood and carefully circled around the trapdoor to the window on the far end. She peered out, then looked back at Jason. "It's a blonde-haired man, all sparkly like you." Jason didn't need to look to know it was Warren Barber, and he didn't need to think about it to know that a magical duel would be no contest at all, considering the shape he was in. He wished he had the dragon heart, a machine gun, something. Bam, bam, bam. Grace was still watching through the window. "He's on the porch, pounding on the door. He looks like he's mad." Jason staggered to his feet and nearly fell. He gripped the wall for support and wondered how he could manage the stairs. "Is there a back door? Can we get out of here without being seen from the house?" Grace shook her head. "There's a ravine. It drops to Booker Creek behind here. The barn door faces the porch." She squinted through the glass. "Mama's come out on the porch. She won't be happy to be woke up." She watched a minute longer, then said, "They went in the house, him and Mama." "Just let him look around and leave," Jason prayed. "Just let Mama keep her mouth shut and not mention Madison. Can't I be lucky for once?" "You two go on, get out of here," Jason said to the kids. Just run as far as you can out into the woods and stay there until someone comes to get you." "Is that man after you?" Grace asked. "Is he the one that hurt you?" "Yes. Now go on." Jason slumped back down onto the mattress and put his head between his knees, trying hard not to barf the grilled cheese and soup. He was going nowhere. "I'll hide up here. It'll be easier if it's just me." Grace folded her arms and tapped her foot in a familiar stubborn way, just like Maddie. "He'll look in here for sure." "Will you go already? If you stay here, you'll give me away," Jason said. "I promised Madison I'd take care of you," Grace said. She looked out of the window again. "He's coming." Jason swore under his breath. Even if he made himself unnoticeable, there was convalescent crap all over the place. It was very obviously a sick room, just what Warren Barber would be looking for. Barber would be expecting an unnoticeable charm after what had happened in the woods. Maybe he'd even brought glitter powder along to ferret Jason out. Jason slid himself back into a corner, gripping the sofa. "Come here," he said to Grace and JR. "Squeeze in next to me. I can hide all of us with magic." He tried to sound confident, but who even knew if it would work, sick as he was? "Magic?" Grace rolled her eyes. "There's no such thing. I'm not stupid." She looked from Jason to JR, her brow furrowing in thought. "I know." A smile broke, the first he'd seen on her. She turned to her brother. "JR, get in that bed. Pretend you're asleep." With two older sisters, it seemed JR was used to taking orders. He slid obediently under the quilts. By now, his eyes were swollen to slits and he was scratching himself vigorously. "Hide," Grace said to Jason. "Great. She thinks we're playing hide and seek." "Hand me that backpack," he whispered. "Then keep still, and maybe he won't come up." She handed him the backpack and sat down on the mattress next to JR, waiting. Jason fumbled the zipper open and groped inside until he found the dagger he'd brought from Trinity, seemingly a century ago. Sliding the blade from its sheath, Jason gripped the knife in his good hand, crouched back in his corner, and murmured the unnoticeable charm. Maybe he'd be lucky for once. "Hey," JR said in a stage whisper, peeking out from under the blanket. "Where'd he go?" Grace clapped her hand over his mouth. "Hush!" Hinges screeched as the barn door opened beneath them. He could hear Barber walking back and forth below, cursing violently, kicking stuff out of the way. Jason held his breath. Then he heard the stairs creak as they took Barber's weight. No, he couldn't be lucky. Not even once. He gathered his legs under him. Maybe the kids would distract Barber long enough to give him a chance. It was a magical dagger, after all. Maybe a scratch would do the trick. Grace gestured frantically at Jason. "You have to hide better than that. He's going to see you." Jason's overtaxed brain struggled to make sense of it. He was unnoticeable, he was sure of it, unless in his debilitated state. Barber's head and shoulders appeared through the opening in the door. He was trying to look everywhere at once, obviously anticipating an attack. "Hi," Grace said promptly. "Are you Howie? I didn't think you were coming." Startled, Barber raised his hands to throw a charm, almost losing his balance and falling backward down the steps, which would have been great. But he caught himself and said, "What the... Who the hell is Howie?" "The new sitter. He was supposed to come today. I told Mama I could babysit my brother all by myself." She pointed at JR. "He's sick. We're playing hospital. Want to play?" "No, I don't want to play," Barber growled. His clothes were dirty and torn. He was scratched and scraped up, like he'd been searching through the woods for several days. "I'm going to have a look around." He heaved himself to his feet. "You seen any strangers around here?" "You mean besides you?" Geez, Jason thought. Don't antagonize him. Barber glared at her for a minute, then kind of relaxed, as if he figured she was too young to be an actual smartass. "Yeah, besides me. I'm looking for a guy about my age, about my height too, but thinner. Dark hair, streaked blonde. He wears an earring." Barbara touched his earlobe, in case she couldn't figure it out. "Why are you looking for him?" Grace asked. "I think he might be hurt. That's why I'm looking for him, to help him." Barber bared his teeth in his blood-curdling smile, pale eyes glittering with malice. He apparently took Grace Minerva for an idiot. He didn't seem to notice Jason in his corner. "I haven't seen anybody. We haven't been allowed to go anywhere since my brother got sick, 'cause it's catching." Grace pretended to spoon soup into the pretending-to-sleep John Robert. Her hand shook a little. Barber stomped around the room, peering into the rafters, shoving aside farm equipment and inspecting spaces too small for Jason to fit in. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pouch, and dumped something into his palm. Glitter powder. Barber suddenly flung the powder into the wrong corner, and it floated down, shimmering in the shafts of sunlight, revealing no one. "Hey," Grace said, uncertainly, glancing at the corner Jason was hiding in. "What's that stuff?" Barber ignored her, continuing to stalk around the room, flinging powder. Just a little closer, Jason thought, and I'll have you before you have me. Maybe. Barber paused before one of the paintings, studying it, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. Uh-oh, Jason thought. It was the inn at Second Sister, silhouetted against the dying sun, perched on the rocks overlooking Lake Erie, site of the ill-fated conference. Barber frowned as if trying to remember where he'd seen it before. "Who's the painter?" he asked. "Me. Be careful that glitter stuff doesn't get in the wet paint," Grace said. "Now sit up, Johnny, so I can give you your medicine." John Robert obediently sat up, and Barber got a good look at his swollen eyes and red welts. "What's wrong with him?" Barber demanded, taking 3 steps back. "It's real catching," Grace said, pretending to daub John Robert with a rag. Barber looked horrified. "Why? What's he got?" "Chicken pox," Grace shrugged. "He was vaccinated and everything. I guess it itches like crazy. Mama says I'll probably get it too." As if on cue, J.R. sneezed wetly. Barber retreated hastily to the steps, then took one last narrow-eyed look around the studio. "You sure you haven't seen anyone?" "Mama won't let anyone in since we're contagious," Grace said importantly. "I'm real surprised she let you in." Ha, Jason thought. He'd be glad to visit the chickenpox or any other plague on Barber after what he'd done to him. Maybe Leisha'd catch it from him. Barber couldn't leave fast enough. Jason heard him descending the steps, banging out through the barn door, then his car starting up. Jason waited until the sound of the engine had died away before he slumped back against the wall, trying to gather enough strength to make it back to his makeshift bed. "That was lucky he didn't see you," Grace said, glaring at Jason. "Why didn't you hide?" "Well, "Who are you talking to, Grace?" John Robert erupted out of the quilt. "Where did that man go?" Jason looked from Grace to John Robert, back to Grace. He disabled the unnoticeable charm. John Robert flinched back, but Grace didn't react. Ah, Jason thought. Elicitors may be rare, but they come in bunches. Chapter 16. Arrivals and Departures. After the trauma of lunchtime, Jason slept most of the afternoon. He half awoke twice to the sound of car engines, Madison's mother leaving for work, and Madison arriving back home. He woke up a third time when she switched on the light. "Hey," she said softly, sitting on the edge of the mattress. "How are you doing?" "I've been better," he said. He managed to sit up. One of the yellow dogs was sprawled across his feet. His chest wound had been seeping, and his t-shirt was stuck to it. He pulled it away from his body, gritting his teeth at the pain. "You?" "I'm good," she said, fussing with the bedclothes, smoothing them down. She wore faded blue jeans and an embroidered white cotton shirt and multiple necklaces looped around her neck. Her hair was pulled back into a loose braid, exposing long, dangly earrings. "So Barbara was here." She had this way of getting right to the point. He nodded. "Grace saved the day. She was amazing. She's not afraid of anything." Madison nodded. "She's fearless, all right. It's scary sometimes." "You never said she was an elicitor, too." Madison froze in mid-fuss, her eyes fixed on the quilt. "What are you talking about? She is not." "Madison, hello, it's me." "She's not," she repeated louder. "Have you told her?" When Madison said nothing, he shrugged. "Guess not. She doesn't seem to know anything about magic." She finally looked up at him, her eyes darkening to a deep water blue. "She is not in this. Yet. Never." Madison was like a person who presses her thumb over the hole in the dike while the water gushes through all around her. "You can't tell anyone." "Maddie, it was just dumb luck that Barbara didn't figure it out when he was here. That's why I have to stay out of this thing, to protect her." Then, all of a sudden, she was crying. Tears streaked down her face, and Jason cast about for something, anything to say. Hey, listen, Madison, it's been hell around here, you know that?" Her voice rose, and the dog stirred and opened his eyes. "Last year, somebody was setting fires all over the county, and everybody blamed it on us, saying we're witches. Kids were teasing Grace at school. Her best friend's mother told her to stay away from her. It got vicious. When I left, that finally died down." She sniffled a little and dabbed at her eyes. "I was happy in Trinity. Then second sister happened. I can't get involved with this. If they find out about Grace, my family, they're all I've got." "And now I've brought Barbara down here," Jason said, thinking of Leisha. "I'm really sorry." "Do you think he'll be back?" Jason shrugged. "He's probably just checking everywhere close. I doubt he'll be back unless he finds out you live here. That would be too much of a clue." "It still says Booker on the mailbox," Madison said. "Everybody knows who lives here, though." She paused. "So what does Barbara want? What are you doing here?" "I came to find out if you're working for the Roses," Jason thought of saying. Or, "I came to spy on you." Or, "I came to drag you back to Trinity, willing or not." Not that he was in any condition now to do that. So, of course, he said none of those things. "Barbara's looking for the dragon heart. I guess he thinks I have it." "But you don't." She slid a sideways glance at him, trying to act casual. Is it still in the church?" "Yeah," he said. She still wants it, he thought. "Any luck using it? Figuring it out?" He shook his head. He thought of saying, "No, the thing bites me every time I try and lay a hand on it." But he didn't say that either. He still had hopes. "We've got the rest of the stuff pretty much sorted." They both fell silent, checking each other out like candidates for the same job. "So," he said finally, "you met with your art teacher?" She nodded distractedly. "My teacher from Trinity College. I met her in Columbus so she could look over what I'd done so far. She was there for an opening." "So what did she say?" She stared at him for a moment, then reached forward and grabbed the front of his t-shirt and pulled his face perilously close to her. Jason Haley, you did not drive all the way down here to ask about my homework. And she gave him a little shake. Easy. I'm an invalid, you know, he said, and she let go of him. I came because someone broke into your room at the Legends and tore it all up. He watched carefully for her reaction and got basic bewilderment. Why would anyone do that? There's nothing there to steal. It was a wizard, Jason went on. Seth thought it might have been the roses. The roses? Why would they break into my room? They might be trying to find you, Jason suggested. You sure there wasn't anything there worth stealing? And then, on impulse, asked, Did you leave any of your paintings behind? Madison turned a kind of skim milk color, revealing freckles Jason hadn't even known were there. Paintings? Well, I didn't... Jason stared at her. It's not a hard question. No, but... She swallowed hard. I don't think I left anything. Why do you ask? Well, Seth took a look around, but he couldn't tell if anything was missing. Now Madison looked positively panic-stricken. Seth was in my room? Well, yeah, he and Nick... Seth and Nick. What were they doing? How did they get in there? Madison leaned forward. I guess Rachel asked Seth to come over. Actually, she thought maybe you two had a fight and he trashed your room for revenge. Madison laced her long fingers together. Did they mention seeing any paintings? Damn, Jason thought. I don't believe it. She's totally guilty. She knows that painting was bad news. But if she meant for Seth to find it, why is she acting so freaky? Was she going to give the thing to somebody, some co-conspirator? Did she have a plan for it, and now it's messed up? If it's messed up, do I want her to know it's messed up? Jason. Madison was staring at him, biting her lip, waiting for some kind of response. Acting on instinct, he shook his head. No, he didn't say anything about a painting. Why? Is one missing? No, Madison said. Just wondered. She was absolutely hopeless as a liar. There was something wrong with this whole picture of Madison as secret agent or assassin. Like maybe he'd put the puzzle together by forcing the pieces in a way they were not meant to go. They avoided looking at each other. Finally, Madison spoke. So, you came all the way down here to tell me about a burglary. Well, pretty much. Jason cleared his throat. Seth wants you to come back to Trinity. He'd like to keep a better eye on you. Well, that was true enough. What? She sat down on the floor next to the mattress, wrapping her arms around her knees. Did anyone think of asking me about it? He doesn't think it's safe for you to be down here on your own. I'm sorry, Jason, but I really don't think anyone's out to get me. Well, no, not if they're co-conspirators. Another puzzle piece jammed into place. I'm safer here than there anyway, Madison went on. If someone could break into my room with Rachel on guard, they could do anything else they wanted, too. If a stranger showed up in Cole Grove, he'd be noticed in a hot second. The only wizards I know of in this whole county are you, Warren Barber, and Bryce Roper, and Barber followed you down here. Jason blinked. Grace had mentioned that name. Who's Bryce Roper? A jerk and a liar. He lives at the base of the mountain. He has horses. She seemed to think that was word enough on Bryce Roper, whoever he was. Jason turned and dug in his backpack, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He looked up to find Madison glaring at him. What? You think I'm going to let you light up in a barn? Oh. Sorry. She snatched the cigarettes away from him. Matter of fact, this entire mountain is smoke-free where you're concerned. Huh? But Madison had that mulish look on her face again. Look, I'll smoke in the yard. I'll smoke in the woods. I'll smoke in the freaking outhouse. Whatever you want. He extended his hand. She stuck the cigarettes in her jeans pocket. If you think I'm going to let you poison yourself after all the yick I went through to save your life, you are a crazy man. She made a face and wiped her hands on her shirt. Fine, he said. I'll smoke twice as much after I leave. He paused. So, are you coming back with me? Madison stood and began to pace, flinging her hands out as she talked. I can't just pack up and leave. Judge Raglan released Grace and JR on condition that I'm here to watch them. If I leave, the county will take custody again. Jason sighed. He knew this wouldn't be easy. And if Madison was conspiring with someone, it was a tough call whether it was better to bring her back into the sanctuary where they could watch her, or to keep her at a distance. The ban on attack magic didn't seem to work in her case. But he still didn't understand how she could put a hex in a painting if she wasn't gifted. If she was working for the Roses, though, wouldn't she be hot to come back to Trinity so she could get her hands on the dragon heart? Realizing she was waiting for a response, he said, So what are you going to do? It was no use to try and force Madison into anything. Wizardry would do no good on her, and in his present condition, he couldn't very well carry her kicking and screaming to the car, if he had a car. Look, Madison said, if I don't get this portfolio done, I'll lose the whole semester, and the kids are dependent on me. I can't go tearing back to Trinity because of a break-in. Seems like I'd be heading for trouble instead of away from it. Madison waited, twisting a lock of hair between her thumb and forefinger. When Jason didn't respond, she said, How is Seth doing? Cranky as hell. He misses you. I thought he'd be feeling better, with me out of the way. Jason stared at her. He'd decided a long time ago that girls had this totally warped worldview. This just confirmed it. He's crazy about you, Madison. Why would he be feeling better? I told him he should get out of Trinity. I warned him. I told him it was going to end up bad. By now, Jason's paranoia was in overdrive. Did she know it was going to end up bad because she had inside information? He won't leave, Maddie. They don't have anyone else. She stared down at her hands. I am coming back. When I get things settled here, in the meantime, I'll lay low. Right. Like she could lose herself in the teeming crowds of Cole Grove, Jason thought. Seth won't be happy. The argument was wearing him out. The cold pain in his chest had returned. Was he ever going to be back to normal? When you get back, you tell Seth to stop worrying about me and take better care of himself, Madison said. I'm not going back to Trinity, Jason said, without thinking. Damn. He was an idiot, trying to play his complicated game with his head still swimming from the effects of the poison. Where are you going? Back to England. He paused, then brandished the only weapon he had, the one he would never use. So, no one needs to know about Grace, and no one needs to know I'm here. He met Madison's blue eyes straight on. He needed time to recover, and he didn't want them sending someone down to interrogate him in the meantime. Her eyes narrowed and her mouth tightened into an angry line. Fine. It's your funeral. Exactly, he said, smiling a little, trying to diffuse the tension. What am I supposed to tell Seth? He's expecting to hear from you. If he asks, tell him I never showed. Madison's eyes went wide with shock. If he asks? Jason, He'll think you either ran off or something happened to you. Jason beat back a wave of guilt, knowing Seth deserved to know about Barber at least, but Jason would be staying a while, in case Barber came back. Right. Last time a 10-year-old saved your butt. Trinity would be safer for you, you know, Madison said, as if reading his mind. Safer for me, but not for you? He paused, and when she couldn't come up with an answer, added, Anyway, I'm not looking for a hideout. She stood. Still, you better lay low in case Barber's looking for you. He'd better worry about me looking for him, he called after her. When the door closed behind her, he settled gratefully back against the pillows. He wasn't afraid of Warren Barber. He just needed to rest a bit and get back in shape. If Madison were involved in some kind of conspiracy, he couldn't very well leave Seth at her mercy. But Seth would never believe anything bad about Madison without evidence. Since he had to hang around Coal Grove for a while, maybe he could find out for sure whose side Madison Moss was on, and who she was hanging with, and who this Bryce Roper was. Perhaps, if he just closed his eyes. Madison threaded the pickup between the twin brick pillars that marked the entrance to Bryson Farms. Pristine white fencing marched away in both directions, marking the boundary of the Roper property. She navigated the long drive, past the Greek Revival mansion, and around back to the horse barn. A body would never know this whole thing was built on the backs of coal miners. The horse barn was freshly painted red. 4 dapple gray Arabians with velvety black noses poked their heads over the paddock gate. In the pasture beyond, crocus and snowdrops poked up between patches of snow. This is a farm out of a romance novel, she thought. I'll bet the horses don't even crap in their stalls. As she turned toward the house, she saw 3 riders emerge from the woods at the far end of the pasture. Grace rode a high-stepping, fine-boned bay mare. Bryce came along behind, on a big-boned black gelding, and John Robert on a small dapple gray. When Grace saw Madison, she applied her heels to the horse's side and came flying across the pasture. Her hair streaming out like a banner, reining to a hard stop just in front of Madison. "Grace," Madison said, waving away the dust that boiled up around the horse's feet. "Don't be a show-off." Grace's cheeks were flushed with excitement. "Maddie, this is Abby. Well, that's her barn name anyway. Her registered name is Barbary's Abby Ann. She's so sweet. Bryce says he's never seen her take to anyone the way she... Where have you been?" Grace blinked at her. "Why, we rode up to the old furnace." "That's on our property. You had no business taking him up on the mountain." She tilted her head toward Bryce. Bryce reined in next to Grace. He'd been setting his pace to John Roberts. "It's my fault. I asked her to show me the waterfall." "Like you haven't snuck up there on your own before now." "Why do you always have to be so mean?" Grace stage whispered to Madison. Bryce just rolled his eyes and swung gracefully down to the ground. Grace dismounted too, then stood uncertainly, clutching the reins. "You can go on up to the house," Bryce said. "Mike'll look after the horses." Grace didn't move. "Mr. Raglan always said you should take care of your own horse." "I won't tell anybody." Bryce lifted John Robert out of his saddle and set him on the ground. "I could have got down by myself," John Robert protested. Bryce patted him on the shoulder. "You and Grace go ask Sylvia for some lemonade and cake. Madison and I will be up in a little while." "No," Madison said quickly. "We can't stay. I have a lot to do and I've wasted most of the day already." "Oh, come on," Bryce said impatiently, gripping her arm. "Don't rush off. Sylvia made a 7-layer chocolate cake. It'll break her heart if there's only me to eat it. Besides, I want to show you something." "Let go of me," Madison ripped her arm free. "When are you going to learn to keep your hands to yourself?" Bryce shook his head in disbelief. "What's with you anyway?" he demanded, as if she were being totally unreasonable. Meanwhile, Grace and JR stood there awkwardly. "Chocolate cake, Maddie?" JR said wistfully. "This won't take long," Bryce said. "I promise, okay?" "Fine," Madison said. "Let's get this over with." Why couldn't she make Bryce Roper sick instead of Seth? It was only fair. After all, Bryce made her sick. Bryce led her along the fence line on the far side of the pasture. Someone had laid a cobblestone path and planted lemon thyme between the stones. The path angled into the woods, into the chill of the shade. They followed a small stream, some minor tributary of Booker Creek. They finally broke out of the woods and into a small clearing overlooking the river below. It was centered by a small cedar and stone cottage. Though it appeared to be fairly new, it had an abandoned look. The surrounding meadow was thigh-high in winter-charred thistle, blackberry, and tree seedlings. The view was breathtaking. Far below, the river wound between steep banks. The hills rolled away to the south and east, smoky blue and green and gray where the snow had worn away. "What is this?" Madison whispered, knowing there must be a story. "This was my mother's studio." Bryce led her around the building. The whole front was glass, embracing the crinkled land beyond. Bryce opened the front door with a key. The front room was a soaring space with thick beams bracing the roof far above, skylights between. There was a kitchen and dining area at the rear of the house, and a spiral staircase to what must be sleeping quarters above. Like the meadow, it had a neglected look. The furniture was covered with canvas dropcloths, and dust glittered in the sunlight that poured through the skylights. "You know, my mother's an artist too," Bryce said. "After my parents divorced, she moved to New York City." Naturally, he assumed Madison knew the story about the nasty divorce, the new young wife, which naturally she did. The Ropers were the royalty of Colton County. "My stepmother doesn't come up here." He was cool, matter-of-fact, with no element of judgment in his voice or expression, unlike Madison. She'd spent her whole life judging people against her personal set of standards. She was great at holding grudges. She should get a prize. She stood at the window looking down over the valley. "Very pretty," she admitted. "But why'd you bring me here?" "I thought maybe you'd want to use it." She swung around. "For what?" "For painting. Gray says you've been painting like a fiend." "Why would I want to come here? I can paint at home." Why was Grace telling Bryce Roper anything? He shrugged. "It's a great space and it's going to waste." "Just because you've got something doesn't mean I want it." He stepped closer and stood looking down at her. She tried to step back but came up against the window. "We could deed it over to you." "I have a house. What do I need with two?" "You don't need a run-down ruin on top of Booker Mountain," Bryce said. "Mr. McCartney says you'll own the mountain in a few months. You know my father wants to buy it. He'll give you a good price for it, a great price, in fact. You'll be rich." "Wow. Sounds like a dream come true," Madison said. Encouraged, Bryce pressed on. "So you can stay. Or you can get out of this dump of a town entirely. You can go to art school, wherever you want, and after you graduate, we could help set you up. My mother knows people. She has gallery connections in New York and Chicago." "So, how would you get the coal out of Booker Mountain?" He blinked up at her, surprised at the change of subject. "Carlene let my father drill some test holes. The seams are close to the surface, so he'd probably take the top of the mountain off." "Mountain topping," they called it. "And drop it into Booker Creek?" He nodded. "Most likely. Then they'd follow up with some auger mining to get at the lower seams. They really won't know until they get in there. You sound like an expert. Yeah, right, he said with surprising bitterness. And your dad and Carlene worked this all out together? Well, I guess they talked about it. A hint of uncertainty crept in. Just preliminary, you know. And then they handed you the job of talking me into it. Bryce cleared his throat. Well, it seemed like a win-win for everybody. A win-win. Madison stuck her hands into her jeans pockets and rocked back on her heels. Answer me this, she said. Did Carlene know you were going to set the shed on fire? She'd surprised him. He'd underestimated her. And so for a moment, the truth showed plain on his face. I don't believe this, she whispered, shaking her head as if she could somehow say no to betrayal. Bryce recovered, regained his smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Your daddy wanted to buy Booker Mountain, and Carlene wanted to sell. Only problem was she didn't own it. So they figured that if it looked like the kids were in danger, the county would take custody. And if the county took custody, then I'd have to come home. Then you could work on me and persuade me to sell. I bet you can be very persuasive. I bet no one ever says no. Maddie. So, Daddy offered Carlene some kind of cut, and you set fire to the shed and hung out until Grace and John Robert tried to put it out and then took them down to town. Now tell me, what would you have done if one of the kids had been hurt? Maddie, listen, don't you call me Maddie. My friends call me Maddie. Your problem is you think everyone else is an idiot. Don't you think I had plans for this summer? You sit down here with your fake farm and your Sylvia will be heartbroken when Sylvia probably wouldn't care if you took her 7-layer cake and nailed it to the barn door. Bryce looked like he'd just taken a severe blow to the head. What? What's Sylvia got to? Because Sylvia has a life, aside from being your housekeeper, and I have a life that doesn't involve sucking up to you. So if you think you're ever going to get your hands on Booker Mountain, you better think again. That got his attention. You're nobody. He looked at her as if she was something he'd scraped off his shoe. 5th-generation inbred trash. But when I ask you out, you have the nerve to say no, like you're too good for me, when you've been with every other guy at the high school, he snorted. Correction, she'd been asked out by practically every other guy at the high school, and said no. But that didn't stop them from talking. The only reason you still have that mountain is because nobody ever wanted it before, he went on. Carlene's totally pathetic, but at least she understands the way things work. You leave my mother out of this, Madison said, which was pretty stupid when you thought about it. I'd rather be who I am than who you are, ripping the tops off of mountains, poisoning streams, crapping all over the land and never cleaning up your own mess, bowing and scraping to your daddy who'd run over a kitten on his way to the bank. You better watch your mouth, I'm warning you. Bryce swelled up with power, like a kind of magical toad disguised as a male model. Her mouth had gotten away from her again. Not that Bryce didn't deserve it, but the last thing she wanted was to have him try wizardry on her and raise more questions. She stared out the window, fighting for control. Are we done here? She turned toward the door. We'd better get back to the house. Bryce was on her in 3 quick strides. He grabbed hold of her upper arms, stinging fingers biting into her flesh. We're not done here. We're going to settle this. He clumsily slammed power into her. It was meant to cause pain, meant to be a quick, convincing jab, but it was a far cry from the elegant delivery she was used to. Then, his smile slid away, his eyes widened, and he reared back, struggling to free himself. Finally, drained dry, he crumpled to the floor and lay face up, arms flung out in front of him like he was trying to grab onto something he couldn't reach. Madison leaned over him. There's something else you don't